by move, the world changed. City by city, the league grew. United Arab Emirates, United Kingdom. Now, the pieces take position again, this time in India. Not just another move, the mega move. Tech Mahindra Global Chess League, Season 3. December 13th to December 24, 2025.
Hello and welcome. It's day 4 here in Samarkand for the FIDE Grand Swiss. Now, there are sole leaders in both the open and the women's section, but with a big chasing pack right behind them, it's going to be a fight to stay on top. I'm International Master Ivanka Hauska, and I'm here with our resident expert, Grandmaster Yevgeny Mishra.
Thank you.
And, you know, we've only had a few rounds, but there have been plenty of excitement. What do you think things will be like today?
Well, I expect a lot more of the same. And what keeps me wonder is Parham and, you know, Gukesh, these guys. Like, it seems each game they play, it's getting more and more tense. It's at the level kind of grows, sort of. And I do not know what to expect. It's round 4. Will they just keep improving round after round? Will they play perfect at the end of the tournament? That's absolutely... So I'm amazed with the results, but also the quality of play on those top boards.
Absolutely. I mean, this is the big question. Will our players, will they accelerate? Will they hold the pace, or will they slow down? Because it's a long, exhausting road ahead of them.
Yeah,
because this is an 11-round Swiss, so still plenty of rounds left, and it's played at a very long time format. So let's check that one out. And you actually will notice that there are different time controls for both the open and the women's section. For the open, there are 3 time formats. It's 1 hour and 40 minutes, 100 minutes, with a 30-second time bonus per move. 50 minutes will be added on move 40, and 15 minutes will be added once the players reach move 60. In the women's section, things are a lot more standard because it's 1.5 hours with a 30-second time bonus per move, and 30 minutes added after move 40. But yesterday, we saw things being decided right in that 7th hour.
Absolutely. So yesterday's round lasted for 7 hours plus, for sure, this last game, and was decided on move 92, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so this time control is not here for nothing. So they did need this 15 extra minutes at the very end.
They absolutely did, because this is the kind of time format that is going to be requiring precision, endurance, and of course, chess skill. And one thing you've got to remember is that there is a big prize fund and also 2 golden tickets to the candidates. The candidates is the event that every player is dreaming about qualifying to. That is the tournament where you can challenge for the World Championship crown. But this is a great financial incentive, Miro.
Oh, I bet it is. Right. So once again, my theory of being the unluckiest player and ending on a 3rd place nets you $62,000.
And meanwhile, there's a whole chunk of cash as well for the women's event as well. There are 2 qualifying spots for the top 2 finalists, $40,000, $31,000 for 2nd place, and you have prizes all the way down to 23rd place. Not bad going, if you ask me.
Absolutely. So with today being the 4th round, how would you assess? Is that kind of the end of the opening stage? Because, you know, the traditional Swiss of 9 rounds is like you divide typically like three rounds the opening, 3 rounds the middle game of a tournament, and of course you have to finish well in the end game of a tournament, round 7 to 9. So here with 11 rounds, what would you say? Like already you can say, I'm on 303, the start's good, right?
Exactly, the start is good, and we're inching towards that middle game portion of the event. We're going to head straight to Charlie's, who is waiting for us live from the playing hall.
We are once again live in the playing hall right before the round is about to begin. Let's find out from some of our players how they are feeling to be here. Starting with Shimon. Playing here on the red carpet, how do you feel for today?
Quite excited. I didn't really expect to be there. But yeah, I'm very happy. It's a chance, of course, for me to show something, but we will see what I show. So yeah, that's it, really.
Do you think after Alirez's long game yesterday that you have some more chances? He's a little bit tired?
We only play one game per day, so I don't think he's not also very old, so I don't think it will really matter too much today.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much and good luck for your game. Hope you enjoy it.
Thank you.
Well, I think there are a lot of other players here in the hall too. Maybe we can find another one. Vidit, hello.
Hi.
One word from you. How are you feeling for today's game? Excited?
Not really. I mean,
Not
just
really?
another normal day, yeah? Nothing to be excited about.
Okay. How does it feel playing against your compatriots in this tournament?
Yeah, it's a very strong event, so every day is like a lot of hard work. So, yeah.
Well, 2 years ago as winner. Good luck. You know what it takes to win this thing, so enjoy.
Thank you so much.
Well, that's it for today. We'll try to catch up with some players on each round. But for now, back to the studio.
Thank you, Charlize, and it's great to hear the words from the players as they get ready for all of the action that Day 4 is going to be bringing. Because yesterday was one of the most tense, the most exciting rounds. So take a look at the highlights. Well, yesterday was a day where we saw lots of ups and downs, a lot of decisive results and changes and twists and turns in the standing. So let's remind ourselves of the current situation so far. Here is at the top because, as mentioned, there is one sole leader in both sections. Parham Maghsoodloo with a great game, great fighting chess yesterday. He beat Alireza Firouzja. He is now the only player with 100%. But then we have a whole load of people on 3.5 points. Among them, Abhimanyu, Mishra. We also have Gukesh, Praggnanandhaa. I mean, some of the best names in chess, Miro.
Nodirbek, Erigaisi. Yeah, fantastic, fantastic. And even on 2 out of 3, you have a good mix. I believe like not all the players fit into our first screen because you have Arjun on 2 out of 3, and then Nepo, and more big names to come.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. And we're going to see big names, big fights as well for day 4. And in the women's, it was equally dramatic. We started yesterday with 2 co-leaders. That whittled down to 1 because it was Vaishali in a very complicated time trouble portion of the game. She managed to overcome Olga Badelka to take the sole lead and retain her 100% score. Also remember that Vaishali is defending Grand Swiss champion, having won the event in 2023. But she's being chased down by names such as Katerina Lagner, you're using Zong, Dinara Wagner, and Olivia Fatalieva. So again, we can expect a lot of fighting chess.
Absolutely. Well, in the women's, it's, well, a bit of a surprise not to see the kind of the very top seeds being on the top boards, because Anna Muzichuk lost on time her first game, right? And I don't quite remember what. But I believe, like, in the open section, you still have the top seeds maybe not being in the lead, but somewhere very, very close, while in the women's...
Yeah, we have seen a lot of surprising twists and turns. For instance, as you mentioned, Anna Muzichuk, top seed, she started off with a very painful loss. She hasn't quite managed to find her stride after that, because she's now still only on 1 out of 3. And talking about the games, well, let's have a look at what pairings, what matchups we have lined up for you today. And as always, when the creme de la creme of the chess world get together, you get pairings like this. Parham Maghsoodloo against Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Praggnanandhaa against Abhimanyu Mishra. Gukesh against Arjun Erigaisi. It's not just a battle between world champion and one of the best players in the world. We also have Alireza Firouzja. Will he make that comeback win as he faces off against Shimon Gumerlach? So many exciting matches, so many exciting storylines. And of course, look at this mirror. The names continue, where we have Hans Niemann at the top playing off against the young
facing
Leon
Ivanchuk. How about that? Vidit facing Vasily Ivanchuk. Right, and so on and so forth. And, you know, as the tournament progresses, we will have some matchups where people have actually played with each other. So later on today, we will be talking about those people who paired for today's round and have a lot of history of their games together.
And in the women, it is Vaishali. Can she maintain her 100% score? She has the black pieces against a very informed Dinara Wagner from Germany. Katerina Lagno yesterday was resplendent. Well, she plays someone who was our player of the day, Yusin Song, who had a fabulous attack. And then we have Nurgul Salimova, who's trying to recover actually from a disastrous 2024. But she's well on the way as she finds herself at the top of the standings, facing off against Tan Zhongyi. Well, the players are ready. We are ready. Everyone is seated and just absolutely pumping to get those first move started. And as you mentioned, Miro, the tension, the nerves, they're still very much there.
Right, and what they're waiting for, I believe today we once again will have the first ceremonial move being made on one of the boards, and it's not a coincidence, I believe, that we see the world champion Gukesh on our screens, because there will be, this is the board, I believe, which was picked to make the first ceremonial move. Gukesh against Erigaisi. And wait, did we miss the moment? There was no first move today? Because, well, Gukesh makes a move for himself. And off they go. D4 from Gukesh? C4 from Gukesh. No, D4 from Gukesh. I'm getting confused.
Well, the moves haven't quite gone into thing, but it is a D4 from Gukesh. Will he be trying some quirky little systems that he tried in game 2? No, the C pawn comes C4. Firmly up the board. Erigaisi is the kind of player where you cannot give an inch. You have to fight with space. You have to bring your tactical A game to fight a magician like Erigaisi. Erigaisi, he's been taking his chances. He's also been pushing the boundaries quite a bit. I mean, at times.
That came in round 2, the King's Indian, when he was in a very, very bad shape right after the opening.
He was, so that's why we're not seeing any King's Indian from him, nothing speculative like that. Instead, this is going back to classical roots, and we're seeing a Catalan.
G3, D5, Bishop G2. Right, so this will be a big one for sure, right? And these players, I believe, both come of the same generation, coming from India. They definitely played quite a few games against each other, as these two gentlemen.
Incredibly, Maghsoodloo, 3 points out of 3, facing off against someone who has the support of the home crowd, Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Now, Maghsoodloo and Abdusattorov, they played each other many, many times. And actually, it is Nodirbek who has the upper hand when it comes to their previous encounters. So we're seeing c4, c6 being played on the board. That seems to have come as a surprise to Maghsoodloo, as he's just considering how is he going to handle this. Perhaps he was expecting some kind of e5 and, you know.
How often do you see players of this level thinking a move too? So it must have been a surprise. And I'm not sure. So it's an invitation to play the Slav, which I don't think is like one of the main openings for Nodirbek. And it's also an invitation for white to go e4 and to go for pan of Caro-Kann, which might be, once again, if you've prepared the Slav with black, you absolutely have to check the pan of Caro-Kann as well. So that's... Then Maghsoodloo is thinking, what can I do that he possibly did not take into account, right?
Yes.
I believe, yeah.
And Nodirbek, I have seen him like whip out the Caro-Kann, so e4 would not be something
not surprise him, yeah.
that disturbs him too much. But, well, as Maghsoodloo just ponders a little bit how he's going to be responding to this, let's head down to board number 2, where we have Praggnanandhaa facing off against 16-year-old Abhimanyu Mishra. Now, Abhimanyu has actually, I think, notched up, if I'm not mistaken, 59 games. He's gone through 59 games without losing a single classical game.
Wow.
Yeah, so he's on a bit of a unbeaten streak. But there...
Let's see.
Well,
Today's won't be easy for Abhimanyu because Pragg is a top seed. He plays with the white pieces. All streaks. I'm not predicting anything, but they say every streak comes to an end. You know.
All good things. Yes.
Do we have a poll of the day? Because I believe we do. I don't know.
Well, we are asking here. You can see our head-to-heads between Parham Maghsoodloo on 3 out of 3 and Nodirbek, who is on 2.5 points, and it is in Nodirbek's favor, despite Maghsoodloo being the older player, having been born in 2000,
right,
and Nodirbek in 2004.
And reportedly, Maghsoodloo has won the first 3 games in classical time control, and since then, Abdusattorov was, just dominant.
Well, that's one of those things, right? You know, when someone has your measure, and then they figure out exactly, they get that first draw, and then they're able to kind of convert all of those future games into decisive results. But still no response from Maghsoodloo.
And would you agree that it's something uncharacteristic for the older generation? So these 2 guys played 10 classical games. Percentage of draws, 10%, 1 draw only. I mean, isn't it wonderful, right? So good old times, and these are kind of elite players we're talking about. So good old times, people had to play like 10 draws first until somebody beats someone, right? So here, no draws, no.
It's also surprising, considering how much they play. And sometimes they're actually in different tournament circuits, by the fact that there are such an amount of games. So there's 10 games that they played against each other. I mean, I'm struggling to think of someone that I've played 10 games against in my chess career.
You're right.
I mean, yeah, okay, 5 maybe.
I've probably find like a handful max, right?
Yeah, exactly. But it just goes to show there's so many tournaments abound, and this new generation, it's all about honing your chess skills at those tournaments. But no move as of yet from Maghsoodloo. I vote we move down to board 2 and check out how 16-year-old Abhimanyu Mishra is faring against Praggnanandhaa. So Praggnanandhaa will have the white pieces, and he's our top seed, as you mentioned.
Right, and it's funny how Pragg is the older player in this game, right? It's incredible. Right, so something that started with 1 c4, but once again, no longer looks like an English opening, more of a reti, or, I guess you can describe it as reti, so double fianchetto, if you will. So the bishop is already on b2 for Pragg. He will put the other bishop on g2 anytime soon.
And the big question for black is always, what approach are you doing, and are you going to be going c5 and d4?
Yeah, well, Basically, I think a lot of stuff will be defined with the c-pawn move. Is it c5? Is it c6? Right, you can go for c6 and then try to organize a6, e5 later, or c5, and then I don't think white allows you to play d4. Then white has to start like trading on d5 or going e3.
Yeah, but well, Abhimanyu is thinking about what he's doing. He clearly knows this position. That's not a question that he doesn't quite know what he's doing. In fact, he's just simply thinking, if this has come as a surprise, should I go for the most principal move, which would be c5? Should he keep things flexible, in which case it would be castles? Should he be going, as Miro says, a very solid approach, which is, you establish those light squares strategy
C6,
with c6, d5, e6, keep it solid. And these two, believe it or not, have played each other as well. They do have history. It is 2 games in favor of Praggnanandhaa. 2 games to 1.
2-1, yeah.
Would you have predicted that?
No, I mean, it seems almost impossible, because Abhimanyu, he's in the US, right? So he's playing the US championships and so on. So I do not know how they, maybe at some, junior also doesn't make sense, because Abhimanyu is much younger.
Yeah. Well, Abhimanyu, let's remind our viewers, made a name for himself a few years ago when he became the youngest person ever to get the GM title. He did it at 12 years and a few months, breaking Sergei Karyakin's record. And actually, incidentally, it was a record that Praggnanandhaa, Gukesh, Arjun, Erigaisi, they were all chasing down. They all worked fabulously hard to do it. They didn't quite do it, but it was Abhimanyu Mishra. And here it is on our screens. This is our matchup of the day. It's our marquee matchup. Here are their head-to-heads. Gukesh has a bad score against Arjun Erigaisi. Who'd have thought this? Now, we're going to give you this advanced information of their history, because this is our poll of the day. We are asking you in chat, who will win today's game? Will it be Gukesh? Will it be a draw? Or will it be Arjun Erigaisi? So cast your vote now, and we will reveal the results as we go along.
Yeah, I'm thinking if I should cast my vote.
Go for it, Miro.
It's not that I have an opinion on this one, not until the opening.
Get out your mobile phone and cast your vote.
But what I see in the notes that apparently Erigaisi and Gukesh played a huge number of games, as you would imagine, like training games, online games, and so on and so on. So over 75 games are in the database, and then people, of course, say that not all the games go into the database, especially when it comes to training games. So Erigaisi is 3 years older, right?
He is 3 years older, and well, this
big advantage, right? Big advantage in
terms of history,
right?
Not in terms of the board at the minute. It's very much.
Of course, yeah.
We're very much still in the throes of the Catalan, with Arjun Erigaisi not taking on c4 just yet, and actually that indicates a more solid approach from Arjun. Perhaps this is not what Gukesh has predicted, but do remember, there are a lot of games for us to cover, but if you do have your favorite match that you really want to deep dive, you want to focus, there are individual streams with dedicated cameras, which just look at, for instance, the Gukesh Arjun Erigaisi. Whoever is your favorite player, we probably have a dedicated stream where you can just watch that game in pure focus, no commentary, and you can find that in the links below.
Yeah. And what do we do? Do we just take a tour and check the top boards? What positions do we have? What players do we have?
Well, at the minute, everything is kind of crystal clear. We have Arjun adopting a closed position against Gukesh's Catalan. We're still very much in the realm of heavily analyzed theory. So let's move on and see whether anyone has managed to launch any opening surprises. Ali Reza Frouzja. Yesterday he lost. He's playing with the white pieces. Will that inspire him to play extra hard as he fights against Shimon Gumulash?
Yeah.
I hope my pronunciation is okay.
I believe it was close to perfect. Alireza is thinking relatively early on move 6 because the line played by Shimon is not very often seen on a high level. And one of the people who played this line once was Mishra.
And
lost to Boris Gelfand terribly with this line.
I also played this line with black against Jan Ludwig Hammer. And he looked, it was a blitz game, so it would not be in any databases, I hope. And he just went c5.
c5, which I believe is the main move. And then, what did you do? Was it b6? Was it knight d7? Mine was knight d7. It was a good game.
I like to grovel big time. I like to do this kind of g6, knight d7, prepare some kind of e5. I think I might even have gone a5 at some point and gone knight a6 to try to get the knight on b8 to have a roll, but...
Alireza went queen to c2. And queen c2, well, it does exist. It was played by Magnus Carlsen, among others.
c5, though.
Yeah, but typically what black does, black goes c5, and some people might be surprised with this move, like you went c6, then you go c5, you're losing a tempo in the opening, right? But in fact, the white queen c2 might turn into a tempo loss. So if we are talking about the position with isolated pawn, and once again, white probably should not do that, should try to keep the tension. But if this was to appear on the board, then the queen on c2 is not very well placed, and eventually knight's going to develop, bishop's going to develop, rook c8, and this queen will have to move once again. c5 on the board relatively quickly.
Yep, so c5, I mean, that's a traditional rule that I have when it comes to these type of positions, that when white commits to a very early queen c2,
you're trying to play
I try to go c5, the only exception being in the pure semi-Slav, where you can't quite do it yet.
Right,
so let's move down.
Yep.
So this one's looking to be quite the fight. Let's move down to a battle between two, I would say, I wouldn't say rivals, because somehow, even though they're literally the same age, they're both German. This is between Vincent Keimer with the white pieces and Frederick Svaner. They're both the same age, but somehow Vincent ascended the heights so quickly that Frederick has still some ground to make up. But we are now in very well-trodden, well-rehearsed theory, and here you can see the stats. They haven't played each other an awful lot, considering they're the same age. Maybe there's some German under-10 championships.
Which do not make it to the database, right?
But
yeah, so minimal advantage in head-to-head score for Vincent Keimer. 2 wins versus 1 win for Frederick. The line they're playing, wow, it's it's like well studied, and could it be that I'm confusing this with something? Because I've opened the database, and I was expecting to see a lot more games that I actually see here. So it could be that I'm confusing it with something kind of similar looking, but not exactly the same. So basically it was, what do you call it, the open variation of Ruy Lopez, of the Spanish, right? And an early knight f2.
Right, and I have perhaps the answer for you, but it could be just a transposition. But the main move is not queen takes f6, which was Frederick Svaner's last move, but the main move is to take the rook. And maybe if we can pull up the analysis boards.
Yeah, so just quickly, Ruy Lopez, knight takes e4, the open variation, right? So white goes d4, black b5 and d5. You can't really try to keep the pawn you'll get into trouble. So d4, this is known. c3, one of the possible moves. Bishop c5 and knight bd2. Castles, bishop c2. And I believe that nowadays is the main move. Knight takes, rook takes, f6, ef6, and then apart from ef6, I believe there are could it be like knight f1 or knight? Yeah, there are other moves. I'm almost sure there are other.
After instead of ef6, there's knight f1.
There's knight
you're right.
f1.
There's also knight b3 that has been played, but
Right.
I mean, then you were looking
ef6.
into very.
Anyway, ef6, and then after ef6, bishop takes f2, been played almost 200 times, while recapture with the queen on f6 being played like 11 times only. So the difference would be, after you capture on f2, white is forced to take with the queen, with the king, pardon me. And then after queen f6, well, the game goes on, white goes knight f1, and so on and so on. While here, after an immediate recapture on f6, leaving this rook alive, white has a move like queen to f1. White could still transpose. White could still go knight f1, and then it's just a transposition. But possibly, white can try queen f1. And then, if you take f2, white takes with the queen, of course.
Yep.
So the big question is, could it be what people called lapsus manus, the error of a hand? So you just like, yeah, I'm supposed to take this, because he didn't spend any time, right?
Yeah.
He didn't spend it. Or alternatively, that's one of those like tricky preparation. I mean, there are sometimes these ideas. I'm not netting anything if you just transpose, right? If you go knight f1, we still play the same line. But if you get kind of tempted to refute my move, or maybe I'm getting into something interesting. I still don't understand how black's supposed to continue after queen f1.
Yeah. This is. I'm sorry, Miro.
No.
Going back to your phrase, lapsus manus, I felt like the IQ level in our room increased by 20 points just by the use of that expression, because I only known it as fingerfail, like in German. Like
Yeah.
So
Fingerfaile, yeah.
Yeah, fingerfaile, yeah. And no, lapsus manus sounds fantastic.
Latin name, yeah.
Yeah, I was going back to my legal days when I was a law student and understood nothing. But it's interesting, right? Because the evaluation bar, okay, we're using an engine which it's okay, but it's not the best. And these players would have much more powerful engines at their disposal. In fact, everyone these days is using something called the cloud engine, where they're using engines that are being run on servers. Incredibly powerful.
Right. In simple words, like a more powerful computer or a cluster of powerful computers, which you do not want to own because it's too expensive, but you can get an access to for like a fraction of money that you'd spend building your own type of thing.
So by the speed of which Frederick Svanna has played this move, queen takes f6, I suspect he's got something up his sleeve. So the question for Vincent, as always, the mind games, Miro, is to go your queen f1, which is the most natural move. Say, hey, make the move that I didn't have the opportunity to play, or should I just transpose? My bet is he's going to just take the bull by the horns and go queen to f1 after some thinking. But
let's move on.
Let's move on and leave Vincent Keimer, and we move down to, well, two players who have they weren't even there at the board. I mean, they were playing so quickly, one can barely see them, because whilst some people are like just out of the opening or in the opening, these guys are in the end game. And we're going to have to do a real like action replay. I mean, how did they get here and why are they playing so fast?
Nimsa, e3, castles, bishop d3, d5, a3. This.
Sorry.
Not so long ago, I was asked, like, what's the most reliable way of equalizing against this Nimzo? And I have no idea. And he made a move and ran away.
That's what I was laughing at. I'm sorry. It was like Cheparinov came, made a move, ran away. Yeah. And Ishigiri did exactly the same. So, I mean, they both seem to be just flexing their muscles in some opening theory.
Right. So, as I said, like recently I was asked by one of the students, what's the most reliable way of equalizing against this system? And I'm really hoping that Anish will help me with an answer to this. So d5, a3, takes here, c5, knight e2. Yeah, precisely. So knight e2 is a somewhat of a tricky system where I lost a painful game once against Ivan Sokolov some ages ago, and never liked the position since then. e5, e4.
Everything comes off the board.
e2. That's pawn white sacrifices, right? It's pawn white sacrifices, gets a pair of bishops, gets kingside majority. So, despite white being a pawn down, he wouldn't mind kind of playing a longer game, like f4, or maybe start with h3 to cover g4 square, then f4 and expand on the king side. So it's black who has to act relatively quickly. So knight g4, f4, knight jumps to e3, queen c1, a tempo. Once again, Cheparinov barely spent any time. Queen takes, rook takes, bishop d7, and king f2. And now, yeah.
And now the ball is in Anish's court, because there's some ideas on the board. First up is bishop takes knight. That's the most obvious for us materialists. There's the rook coming down to c7. And what other moves could there be? I mean, first up, there's also, so black has to deal with some things. So I'm thinking knight to g4 check.
Yeah, there's knight to g4. There's nothing wrong, I believe, with knight to g4. I just wanted to mention that maybe black can play one of the rooks to c8. I'm not sure why I'm playing rook fc8, and accept that this is slightly worse, but maybe it's not something substantial. King f8, get the king to e7, exchange the rooks. How bad can it be? So that's one possible direction. You can go knight g4, to which white replies with king g3. Now
you have to go back with your knights.
To f6, right? You go to f6.
This is going to get booted anyhow, so
maybe,
might as well go there on its own
goes
accord.
e5, and after knight d5 goes rook c4, wins the pawn back.
What have I done? No, you can go. Hang on. Bishop b5.
Yep. Bishop b5, rook takes pawn, bishop d3, rook d3.
And white is better there.
Perhaps, yeah.
I'm going to die on that hill, Mira.
Perhaps white's tiny bit better. So seriously, I imagine there could be kind of a deeply analyzed, clear-cut solution to how you make a draw with black. Again, seeing the engine recommending g5, I imagine that's one of the ways to continue. Actually makes sense if you think of it, because then if you take then knight g4 and knight e5, so you're getting yourself a square on e5 with the tempo. If white was to keep this pair of pawns and go g3, then once again knight g4, and now you do not have king g3. Yeah, but if you do not know this g5 line, and you kind of have to figure out what to do at the board, I'm thinking rook c8 should be good enough.
To kind of, I would say, is it too harsh to say grovel the draw? Because you feel like white is better there. And every single, the white's bishop is better, the king will be more in the center, the rook has more control, and white pawns can advance further.
Yeah, it's maybe you're not enjoying it with black, say this position where white has the space advantage and everything. But also, like, how bad can it get? I mean, in situations like this, I always tell myself, okay, you're allowed to trade all the rooks and lose a pawn in the process. If you can exchange 2 for 1, it's very likely to be a draw on the king's side, like 4 versus 3. Like, I'm almost sure it's a draw.
I got a question for you. Your opponent has barely used any time on the clock. In fact, he's got more time than when he started. Do you choose the most obvious move, like rook fc8?
I think I do, because it's also quite a healthy position. In this particular case, if it's a sharp game, and I have, the most obvious move, but which does not stop the complications, then of course I'll think twice and maybe I'll go for something like, I accept the worst position, but I hope you do not remember how to play next. what to play next. Yeah.
Oh.
Shall we move to board 7?
Yes.
Salem against Aronian on board 7. Something very, very.
Can we backtrack? Because I'm kind of curious about this. Did I tell you? Like, I'm playing in the European Team Championships.
Yep.
Maybe I shouldn't announce this to everyone, but I'm going to tell everyone
So we'll
anyhow.
secretly prepare on air.
No, I had a dream which said, play the Reti.
That's a good topic.
That was literally my dream, that I was playing the Reti and voices were telling me, play the Reti, which I don't often have chess dreams. So so my question, now that I've revealed it to everyone, should I play the Reti? And I was thinking about this type of system. I mean, do you have to have experience with the Grunfeld as black to handle this with the white pieces?
Yes, for this particular one you do. You have to have experience with the with every type of a bed opening. You have to have experience with Grunfeld, with the Benoni, and so on in order to play Reti. And speaking of this, like voice in a dream, there is like a reasonably funny anecdote which we can translate into this like chess situation. So imagine a voice says, go for the Reti, and it says, put the other bishop on b2.
Yeah.
And then it says, sacrifice the pawn, and now it says, sacrifice the exchange. And then you say, yeah, but the position's bad. And the voice goes, I guess I was wrong. So, you know.
I've been doing these calculation puzzles. Well, this morning, again, I had a chess dream about, and the last calculation puzzle kind of flashed up in my mind. And I was like, of course, the solution is not what you wrote. It is this. And so I started analyzing it. And then when I woke up and I was on, okay, this could be the solution. You know, it's been revealed to me in a dream. And then I go and check the answer. No, both my dream
And the solution was wrong.
and the solution was wrong. A completely different answer.
You must be solving very hard puzzles here.
I think they're actually designed for. I mean, the whole point is that now I'm at the easy week. It's only going to get tougher.
Oh, shit.
Okay, anyway, I diverge. Okay, so let's get to this position where, you have a double fianchetto.
Yeah, so I think this one is like not a crossroad really, but the moment where white chooses what the game's going to look like, because you can play c4 and there you are in your more or less normal Catalan position, or we go with b3, and this is much more Reti-like. I imagine if black was to play a bishop move, e7 or d6, then white might consider capturing. But of course, you don't want to take immediately. So therefore, cd4, knight d4, bishop d7, bishop b2, bishop c5. So this bishop d7 move, so that probably means that he wants to capture on c6 with the bishop if white was to take. That's a big question now. What do you do with white?
Yes, I can tell you what I have been doing in online chess. It's completely freestyling. I've been going c4, for better, for worse.
Yeah, no, but that's kind of.
Oh, what's happened?
And he's done. He's done it.
It's Salem style.
Salem style, c4. For the position after 8 moves, you have to give me, it's not a very popular position, 7 games only. 7 games only. Some of them, though, like Korchnoi played it with white.
Yeah.
So some of them are from reasonably long time ago. So now black can capture c4. And then you probably take back. Or you take the c6 knight. That's a question again.
Maybe take it all.
Take it all, and I'm playing this move confidently because computer tells me to do it.
But there's
and
a
then
queen
to go
c1.
I don't know why not queen c2, but computer clearly prefers queen c1. Queen c2 probably does the same job.
Interesting, because I had this feeling that I should go queen c1. I have no idea why.
Maybe because you have
Some subconscious thing telling me.
a kind of unpleasant double attack on g5. If black, I'm not sure what black does though to allow queen g5. Anyway, logically, black's going to castle. You'll capture c4, And yeah, white should be slightly better because of the pawn structure. Yeah, so after c4. This is if black captures c4. Black can, and maybe should, castle short.
But here is where I'm going to, as quickly as possible, I'm going to go c takes d5.
C d5
And you're going to go knight takes d5?
That's, again, like, I would probably just take like that. And you can tell me, but guess what? Now we are playing a bit of a standard queen's isolated pawn position where black played a very strange bishop d7 move. So I will have to enter some position tempo down, basically. I'll later on play bishop g4.
Yeah.
Right, so this is not great. Maybe I have to take with the knight. Maybe I have to take with the knight, and then you have knight c6, but then bishop c6 is equal. Computer turns to claim that knight f5 is a bit of an advantage.
Oh.
Knight f5, hitting this, and after e d5, taking d5 with the queen. Anyway, it can go on and on and on.
And it will. This kind of position where there's no pawns in the middle of the board, I mean, it's all to do with piece play. I mean, you've got to forget about the pawns
Pawn
completely.
structures.
Exactly.
Yeah,
I mean, that's out of the window. For the time being, it's all about mobilizing all of your pieces, and not just in any old order. It has to have a purpose. Like the rooks have to come to d1 and c1.
Yeah, like here, right?
Exactly, and the knight has to, like knight on b1 will have to find itself a home, preferably perhaps on c4. You know, it just little things like that. The pieces cannot get in the way of each other. So, and it's all tempo and timing. So I find these positions actually very difficult to play because you almost have to make a move-by-move decision.
Absolutely, and very often, like the position is good initially, but then you make one small mistake, and then in every single line you're not in time, but one tempo short. And here, and again, some tactical sequence, and I'm one tempo short. And that's because 10 moves ago, I just played a silly a2, a3 prophylactical move, right? I thought I have the time.
We saw this yesterday in a completely different position, but it was actually the game between Nodirbek and Pragg, where Pragg rushed with his knight to e4, and he put his queen on c7, did not go rook a c8.
Right.
And because that queen was on c7, I did kind of herald the warning signs. I was like, look, this is not going to be good news in the end. And it did turn out to be like the reason why black's position was unpleasant. Definitely well worth checking out that game. But this one is looking like it's going to fizzle away in the next few moves as Salem has to find a way to put pressure on the center. Let's move on down to the game between Jan Nepomniachtchi against Robert
Hovhannisyan. Yep.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, that's a Petrov.
It is a Petrov.
I've ever seen a Petrov, and it's, I have to say, even though Petrov is a very, very solid opening, one has to be brave to play the Petrov against Nepo, who has played the Petrov himself, who has prepared the Petrov for the World Championship match, so on and so on. Knight to c3, and this system, knight to d7, castles, knight f6, bishop d3. Was c5? I think c5 used to be the move Fabi played in the World Championship. But rook e8, of course.
I remember Humpy was doing some really nice queen e8 maneuver, but okay, I didn't catch.
This g6. And Compy doesn't like g6. Let me see. This one is rare. This one's rare. We somehow kind of gotten out of theory. So the highest rated game we have is Ruslan Ponomaryov played it with black, and I imagine he went d5. So the moves here are d5, or one game went knight d7. There is not a single game that went g6, and else it is disliked by the computer. Rook g1, bishop f8, f4. So the problem is, like white has this kind of silly doubled, isolated pawns and so on. But the problem in this line is that it's very, very hard to generate counterplay against white king. the king is like ultimately safe on b1 with all these 4 pawns. And that gives white sometimes like excessive amount of time in preparation of the attack. Because typically the scenario, let's take a dragon variation. If you're not in time, that you are getting checkmated, right?
Yeah.
So that's why white goes like in the dragon, like h4 very fast. And so here, you actually have this luxury of, playing all the king b1s of this world and maybe doubling the rooks before going f5. Yeah.
But here, I love this f4 move because I always say that double pawns should be judged on whether they can move or not. And they certainly can, right? This next move is going to be f5. It's going to be taking that pawn on g6. And
then f4, and then f5, and then taking the pawn on g6.
Exactly. I mean, also I was looking at h4, h5, the English way, f4, f5, exactly. I mean, you can really start destabilizing, whereas I agree with you. Where is Black's initiative? Where is the kind of inroad? I mean, it just seems like Black is gonna have to focus on the defense.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Black can jump on e4. Well, he can, but then, yeah, like I guess queen e1 or queen e2 can be played, but also you can take, and you can go queen d5 and try to take the b7 pawn, because there are not that many pieces left, and maybe this pawn is takeable, edible.
Can I show you as a trick? It's a bit silly, but anyway, go back, instead of queen to d2, let's say you play, so bishop takes knight. It's just a very, look, I'm a cheapo girl. Yeah, it is f5. And say you're not aware and you go bishop to g7, covering the king. Then you take h2,
and you take this one.
G6,
yeah, that's a nice one.
Yeah, and then after pawn takes,
and then you win. Yeah,
exactly.
Pawn takes, you have queen d5.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. Well, I like to be the cheapo queen.
Well, and to be fair, f5 is not a bad attempt. So Black, well, again, consulting the machine, it says Black kind of keeps it balanced with rook e5, but again, even in a position like that, where you would say, yeah, now Black defends everything, controls f5, controls h5, it's harder to play for Black, I would say, because White just goes king b1, starts, doubling, threatening.
Yeah, you always have these h4, h5s,
f4,
f5,
h5, bishop d4 if you need it.
Bishop h6 as well. I always love these type of moves just to, unsettle the Black king a little bit more. So in conclusion, I think we're going to move on from here, but in conclusion, Nepo is the one who is on the front foot, and his opponent has to play really actively. Probably knight to e4 is already a must. Otherwise, if you just allow White f4, f5, just like that.
Yeah, it could be too late, right?
Exactly.
If you allow White to play f5, it could be too late.
And yeah, talking about danger, let's move on to a person that I consider one of the most dangerous attackers in chess. I love his style of play. And it is on board 9, it's Anton Demchenko, who, as we've seen, is not averse to playing fighting chess. We can remember his victory in game 2. He's playing against Shahryar Mamedyarov. And I really love the way that Shak plays.
What is this position, Joey?
Okay, first up, you're going to make me eat my words. But I just wanted to say some general words on Shak. He's a very unconventional player. I remember him telling me that as he got older, everyone was saying to him, now, will you play normal chess?
Normal chess.
And he was like, okay, I'll try. And then he tried and he said to me, no, I can't do it. I just can't.
It doesn't work for me, yeah. All right, so that's one way to make London players not to play the London. It started as a London opening, or London variation, whatever you call it. But then c5, d5, d6, and then after knight c3, Shak just went e5, bishop e7, e4, h5 with Black.
Was that strictly necessary?
h4, and he took. Wow. Rook h5, bishop h6. Bishop h6. I mean, and one thing about Shak, like if you let him do it, and it's very hard not to let him do it because he does it anyway, right? He will put you under pressure from the get-go, from the very first move. So now, for instance, he wants g6. If rook comes back, bishop d2, and we might as well start a new game, right? And it's move 10, he's playing with black.
Yeah.
And he started with d4 with something very solid,
Yes.
right? And then from this moment on, I imagine Demchenko on every single move, he will have to watch out for various tactical tricks.
Yeah, absolutely. When you're playing Shaq, that is...
That's the
it's
thing.
him, Richard Rapport, you know, you always have... And Sindarov, I mean, you always have to be tactically aware. Yeah, bishop d2, g6, bishop d2. Wow.
Right. So moving on, we still have to visit the women's section, I believe.
Yeah. Well, let's just take
quickly.
a peek in the game between MVL against French champion. He is just, I think he's 18 years old, Maritzi. And I remember Marc-Andrea Maritzi was chosen to play in for the French team, I think in 2019. You know, they already had foreseen that he was going to be absolutely big. And look at this. This is a Caro-Kann. And I recognize this pawn structure any day with a bishop on f5. Even in my sleep, I know.
Oh.
Yeah, knight e7.
This line with
Yeah, he's-
knight
yeah.
e7 and c5.
And this is actually the line that I recommended in my Caro-Kann course on Chessable. And here,
Knight
so
e to c6.
yeah, knight to e to c6 is exactly what you want because you want the other knight on d7. And the main secret to having this type of structure is if all the minor pieces have a home, black is going to be doing fine. And this wasn't the most challenging line, I would say, to this knight e7, c5 system.
So c takes, castles, knight e2, a6, knight b3. Compy didn't like a6.
a6 does feel like it wasn't strictly necessary, but...
Because after knight b3, I imagine white wants
I was going to go b5.
wants to go there, right?
Yeah, but I was thinking as black that you should just
black
go b5. Yeah, you go b5, knight b6, and knight c4, if I'm allowed. And it also has, I don't know, like what is going to happen after, say, you go b5 and you go to knight c5?
Yeah, that's a big... Well, apparently, knight b6 is still possible.
Oh, wow. You just give up.
Because I don't understand why, but computer tells me this. Knight takes knight c4 and you
Anyway.
pretend nothing happened. Yeah, I guess rook a8 is what you want, rook a8, rook a3.
And also to evict that knight on c4, you're going to have to give up.
Yeah.
I know I like this position for black a lot because the bishop on f5 is untroubled.
Yeah, the bishop's great, and the fact that, like, say, before, over here, before b5, right? So it's identical. The structure's identical on the left side of the board, on the queen side, right? But black has the bishop, which controls b1, which kind of influences the queen side, and white, even in his dream, cannot have the adequate piece because this diagonal is blocked, right? So e5 kind of suggests white has more space, but how to use this space, still unclear.
Yeah.
So if black gets the knight on c4, black should be very happy.
Yep, definitely. Black looking very good because it's a Caro-Kann.
So since we made it that far to board 10, I can see Hans Niemann having the black pieces on board 11. How can we possibly not check Hans?
Go in there and make an assessment because I also want to cast our eyes on the women's section and a lot of exciting games there.
The Reti.
Another
Jovi.
Reti.
Learn and behold. D4. So this is what's going to happen to you if you will play a lot of Reti. People will play D4, C5, and you have less space.
Yep.
So that's what Hans Niemann done. 95, that's actually, the line is very, very original. 95, I believe I've seen it, but that's one non-traditional way of playing it. F4, knight F to D7, I guess planning to put the bishop on F6 then, ED4, CD4, knight D3, and black goes knight C5. And then white can hopefully take C5, bishop C5, go D3, and then you get another knight ready to go.
Yep.
Again, it's one of those positions that I used to be a Reti player that I would consider very comfortable for white, but how better it is, or is it better objectively, that's a completely different question. believe it has to be around equal. Hans down on the clock, so 1 hour and 12, spent half an hour on first 10 moves. But yeah.
Yeah, well, it's still, the action is still yet to come. So let's dash over to the women's section and take a look at Vaishali. Vaishali with the black pieces. Dinara Wagner is her opponent. Now, Dinara has been playing some fabulous aggressive chess, but Vaishali has had some impressive wins in this event, especially in her game 2 against Elena Roberts. You know, Elena made one mistake and Vaishali just punished her with f5, d5 at the right time. Again, another game well worth checking out.
Right.
But let's quickly rewind because you can see they're already on move 16. So this, I can see this came from a Grunfeld.
The Grunfeld. That's the Grunfeld, one of the well-forgotten, but back in the day, main lines. So, the ratings, sorry, not the ratings, but why did I mention the rating?
Well, we can start with that.
The results, yeah, so one win each, both for Dinara and Vaishali, and one draw, so the scores equal. This line, knight f3, c5, bishop b2, knight to c6. And there was this like never-ending discussion. Can white sacrifice an exchange like that?
Well.
And I mean, he absolutely can. The question is, can he be better after that, right?
Well, I tell you, Dinara is well prepared. She's married to the German grandmaster Dennis Wagner, who, as I discovered to my misfortune, is incredibly well prepared. I think Dennis has perhaps even been the second for the German women team, but don't quote me on that.
So queen to b6, queen e5, queen d6, and queen to b2. All of that, the exchange sacrifice, and first 16 moves in total were played by Dinara, spending only 5 minutes. No, not spending anything, because the ladies, they're getting 1 hour 30 at the start of the game, and she has 1 hour 35 on her clock.
So
exceptional preparation, and I would say it should be quite scary for Vaishali, because it's like, you know, it's...
Can Vaishali just try to harass the queen and go queen b6 and go, hey, how about we repeat, you know, queen b6?
That's
Okay.
So you mean maybe white just makes a draw? And
Well, maybe. Okay, but let's pretend that Vaishali doesn't want that, right?
No, but yeah, let's say Vaishali wants a draw.
Let's say she makes a random. Okay, let's.
If she wants queen b6, I believe the whole point of white kind of dancing to e5 and then here, then there. Queen a3? Is queen a3 a move?
Yeah.
But then could I go queen a3? No, I could not go queen a3 immediately, right. I could only go to a4, right? Yeah. And therefore, let's pretend I'm clever. I went here, and then after queen b6, now I say, that's the difference. Now I go to a3.
Mm-hmm. And now, say, I just want to show, say, for instance, you okay, the pawn on e7, I don't want to let it go.
You want to defend it?
No, I just want to see how dangerous the white position is if you kind of play for the complete materialist approach.
I have no idea how dangerous it is. Like I see computer repeating with queen a4,
no way.
F8, queen a3. I don't think it's the right thing to do. I think you just play. Yeah, maybe go bishop e3 here. Queen. So, okay, let's pretend black doesn't want to draw. So black goes queen d8, not to repeat, right?
Yeah.
Queen d8. How bad can queen d8 be? And then white goes h4. So maybe that's the whole point. h4, h5, as computer told us that in the Grunfeld, as in many other openings, much of the h-pawn is something you should consider.
Okay, and if, bishop d7, or I was thinking...
Bishop d7, yeah, then...
Let's just let everything happen.
I guess h5 happens.
And...
Or maybe e5 happens first. That's also a move. I'm not sure, computer says everything is equal, which doesn't make sense to me. Which doesn't make sense to me.
Equal.
Yeah. So
I mean, one of the things that worries me is the fact that the rook on a8, yes, it will get to c8, but black's position is so cramped and white has so much space that this
White
feels
has
quite
a lot
scary.
of space. White has, yeah, the potential. Once again, probably just to install this pawn on h6. Opening the h file doesn't really help, but if you install the pawn on h6, you guard your center, and you can just play. The white doesn't have to kind of rush to prove the counterplay.
Yeah.
You can just play it slow.
Exactly. Enjoy your space, as I say. And, well, we're going to see whether Vaishali is going to feel uncomfortable and is going to go queen b6 and try to repeat moves, and what Dinara has up her sleeves. Let's move on to a second board where we have Katerina Lagno with the white pieces against Yushin Song. Now, I actually played Yushin Song at the Olympiad last year, and I can give you a quick summary of that game.
Plays.
Well, basically, my play, the less said, the better. It was bad. Let's put it. I mean, and she didn't even think. That was the worst part. You know, when you lose to someone and your opponent.
And yeah, it seemed that they're not surprised that you're that bad. Yeah, I had this experience. Yeah, that's terrible. Am I really playing that bad? Yeah.
But it was also a little bit of the collective, the team. I think we were a bit like deer in the headlights, you know, playing up there in board 3 against China, that we all kind of collectively just played like lemons. No, actually, that's my assessment of my game, not the others.
Ooh. So, Katerina Lagno has played 6a3, which is a bit surprising move against this line, but I guess it does exist. It stops bishop b4. It probably makes black makes black play one of those like Scheveningen Najdov type of things. So you can't really divert anymore. So you have to play d6, bishop e7, 6, b5. So it's somewhat of an unusual moves order. It actually became Najdov-y looking Sicilian, right? So white's going to be pushing these pawns. Black will... I don't know what black's going to be doing, to be honest. It seems to be scary to castle short.
How scary.
Castle,
I mean, at one point...
into it, but at the same time, you cannot play with the king in the center, right?
And yeah, I mean, the thing is, though, if you're not casting kingside, what are you doing? Are you going bishop b7? I mean, you have to go bishop b7. Maybe you can delay it for as long as possible, rook c8.
Yes. So one of the things, again, like if you put the rook on c8, then strangely, after white castles, you're somewhat lacking counterplay. So that's one intricate position. So one of the things that I kind of claim to understand, I might not understand it properly, but what I claim to understand, that if white was already castled, say black castled and then white castled in response, I don't think you want your rook on c8. I think you go b4, rook b8, rook takes b4, or knight takes b4, so you're opening the b file. And this rook goes to the b file, not the c file. Yeah. But then again, yeah, so now computer says, yeah, but Miro, you just played a very, very bad move for white castle. Instead of castling, push your pawns, h4, and then claims white's better. h4, by the way, remarkable. You're giving your pawn with a check for no particular reason, and black does not even consider to take. Because if you take on h4, guess what? Bishop f2 or king d1, in both cases, white's much better.
Yeah.
Remarkably, king d1, Compy says, you know what, yeah, white's much better. So now queen h2 is a threat. Anyway, promises us a very, very interesting fight.
It's definitely going to be a fight. It's going to explode very, very quickly because white is not hiding their intentions. It's going to be all in or nothing. And let's move down to the game and take a look at Tan Zhongyi against Nurgul Salimova. Now, Salimova, last year, she was playing in the candidate. She said she was 2450, and then her rating took a slump, you know, perhaps the stresses of having to prepare for the world, for the candidates. So her rating has taken a tumble, but it's not surprising to me that she's there with 2 out of 3.
Yeah. Right. Not only she's on 2 out of 3, I believe she has a better position with black here against World Championship title challenger Dan Zhongyi. So one of the rare lines of the Rui Lopez, C4, early C4. Knight e4, traded here, castles, rook to b8, b5, b3. What do we think? Is this bishop on c2 a happy piece? I don't think so.
No.
Knight e8, g4, g6. I guess black is getting ready to meet white's f4 with f5. And not really, yeah, you can play an immediate f5, or you can, Compi says you can go bishop h4 first, a funny move, stopping knight g3. And strangely, I don't like what white is doing, because white expands on the king side, understandably, but the pieces are, there are no pieces to back it up, right? The bishop's on c2, knight on e2 is not brilliant either. Mm-hmm. You can get it all the way to d5, I guess, but then again, f5 is going to happen. I think black's just better.
Yeah, it feels like black is a lot better, right? Because of the opening of f5, as you mentioned. Also, black holds the key to opening up the b line, which is something insignificant now, I say that.
Yeah.
But it could be important because it's black who chooses to go b4 or a5, a4, or white is going to have to calculate on every turn b takes c4.
B takes c4, yeah. This type of tension where you can never resolve, and your opponent has the say, okay, what time of which moment he takes on c4, it's always unpleasant to have.
Yeah. Well, we've looked at a lot of games, there's a lot of openings. So let's check in with Angelina now, who's been keeping an eye on some of the other games. So Angelina, what do you have for us?
Yeah, definitely. There is a lot of happening in the round 4, but it just started and some of the players already have opening disaster. This position happened in the game between Afruza Hamadamova, one of the superstars from the Uzbekistan, who played against Irina Krush yesterday, by the way, who played a brilliant game. But here in the opening, instead of pushing the pawn to b4, trying to attack the knight, then continue attack, not yet castling, Irina went for short castle, and there was an immediate attack, e5 coming, and suddenly all the pieces, as we can see, they are hanging. This is what happened in the position. The problem here for black, in case black would take the pawn on e5, the bishop takes on f6, and suddenly the bishop on d7 is just lost. And in the game, b4 was played, so still Irina is trying to target the other knight of white. Knight is stepping away to e2, and here one more time you cannot go knight d5 trying to defend everything, because at the end of the line after bishop e7, knight e7, there is this beautiful fork, and one more time the piece is gone. So after knight e2, d5 was played, just probably a desperate attempt to continue the game, bishop f6, and this is a current position. Currently Irina is down a piece. What an opening catastrophe, Jovanka.
Wow, that's really painful, actually, Angelica. What a great blow that, you know, Afruzov there found to win a piece. Oh no, I mean, how do you play it even onwards, like from that? You know, it's very difficult.
Just the beginning of the game.
Exactly. I mean, we're barely an hour in, but I mean, we did see a lot of like miracle saves yesterday. So maybe Irina can take inspiration from that.
Irina is very strong. She will try, surely.
Yes. I can remember actually back in 2018 at the Olympiad, Irina befell a catastrophe in the opening as well. But she carried on playing and she managed to save a draw. So who knows? Who knows? But definitely a mirror. Have you been following this game?
Yes, I did. I mean, that's why I'm kind of looking, staring at my screen, because it looks awfully familiar. The position almost feels like I've played this position, possibly not blundering a piece, but...
Did you castle?
No, but I'm looking for the way, because apparently you could castle move earlier. After h4, you can still castle. It may be not the greatest move, but at least there is no this motif e5, because the e5 comes with a tempo.
Targeting
Right.
the queen.
Yeah, or bishop takes, that's very typical black cat. I mean, instead of e5, if bishop takes, you sacrifice the pawn, you get some compensation for it. Like you capture, you go, I don't know, fd8 or bishop c6. It's not great, but it should be enough for the compensation.
And still there are bishop pair.
Yeah.
Yeah, b5 is theoretical move, of course, the move that she played in the game, but then after queen d2, one is not supposed to castle. Indeed, b4 is the move, rook c8 is the move, h7, h6 is the move. But
What a sly move, though, queen to d2. Because you think it's just a backward move, you know, getting the queen out of danger, but it actually has the point of this horrible e4, e5 in the case of castling. Wow. Oh dear.
Very painful.
It is very painful, but we'll see what happens. Thank you very much, Angelica. Well, we've had such a start already to Game 4 of the FIDE Grand Swiss. A lot of excitement, a lot of adventure, a lot of action still to come. And speaking of action, we're going to be taking a break. But during that break, we have Day 3 recap done for us, especially by International Master Saga Shah. So please enjoy, and we'll see you in a few minutes.
Welcome everyone to the recap of the third round of the FIDE Grand Swiss 2025. We now have sole leaders in both the open and women's section. Let's first start with the open section. The big clash of the day was Alireza Firouzja taking on Parham Maghsoodloo on the top board. Both of them have played together for Team Iran before. Now Alireza represents France. Parham plays for Iran, and they always have fighting games of chess against each other. The most exciting position was reached over here, and in this moment we had Firouzja under pressure because Parham was attacking the g4 pawn. Here the best move was rook b8 and white can still hold on, but Alireza blundered here with rook b6. He wants to attack this pawn on a6, also give a discovered check, but Parham took, pawn takes, and found this really nice move, rook at 7. It could very well be possible that Alireza saw till here and had plans of pushing his pawn forward, but it was at this moment that Parham managed to find an absolutely stunning move, rook d7. He cuts the white king off and now starts pushing his own pawn while the white pawns are a bit locked up. And with this, Parham Maghsoodloo managed to win, and he became the sole leader of the tournament, scoring 3 out of 3. There are 6 more players on 2.5 out of 3. The 3 Indian players, Pragg, Arjun and Gukesh. And also you have the young talented boy Abhimanyu Mishra who's there, and the local hero Nodirbek Abdusattorov also on 2.5 out of 3, and a dark horse, the surprise Gumulars Simon, who is on 2.5 out of 3. So that was about the open section. In the women's section, we have also a sole leader here, and that is Vaishali. Vaishali playing on 2 out of 2 was up against Olga Badelka, and when the players came under time pressure, this was the position that caught my attention. Here, Vaishali had 1.5 minutes, but she was super bold to play the move G4, which was a great move. And after takes, here it was important for black to somehow hang in there, but it was not easy. Threats like G5 were there in the position, and Olga blundered here with knight takes pawn. Vaishali immediately took on D5, and after knight takes D5, well, can you spot the tactic here? White to play and win. Rook takes D5, fantastic move, because now if you take queen takes D5, in comes this beautiful check. It's a smothered mate here. You have to take it. Queen H4 check, bishop H6, and queen takes H6 with a checkmate, which is the reason why after Rook D5, Vaishali had won a piece and managed to take home the full point and also the sole lead in the tournament. She's also the defending champion. So it seems like there's something about Grand Swiss and her that fits in well. There are 3 players who are trailing Vaishali with 2.5 points. They are Katrina Lagno, Yuxin Song, and Dinara Wagner. For now, the games are heating up with 8 rounds to go. This can be anyone's tournament, but it does seem like Vaishali in the women's and Parham Maghsoodloo in the open are very strong contenders for finishing at the top. This is Sagar Shah signing off. Bye-bye.
Hello and welcome back to our Day 4 coverage of the FIDE Grand Swiss. Now the opening stage has concluded and we're now into the early middle games. So Miro, we went around the park and we saw a lot of how the game started, but let's try something new. Let's have a look at a full board view so we can actually take a glimpse at all of the games in, well, not all of the games, but top 10 games in progress. And here we can take our pick. So we see that in the top left, there's already a big fight happening on board 1 between Parham Maghsoodloo against Nodirbek Abdusattorov. That one's looking very inviting. Does anything else catch your fancy?
Well, let me see. Yeah, the Kaima Swane game. It seems that Swane said that would be in our upper right corner, right? Remember, we were wondering if there was like a deep preparation from Swane, or he just mixed up his lines, you know. And it seems to be, you know, so it seems to be the latter, because computer clearly claims that Swane is in trouble right after the opening.
Wow. So yeah, and I think we're going to head straight over to there. We're going to follow the evaluation bars, but I also just wanted to point out that in the bottom left, the game between Ivan Chipurinov against Anish Giri, that has gone on exactly as you predicted.
To calm down, yeah.
And he's just calmed down and said, I will be a little bit inferior, and this is now just an end game. And also, we have our prediction game spot on, as we see Maxime Vaishali against Marc-Andrea Morizzi. That has also actually progressed in the same way. We anticipated with the Black Knight relocating to B6, but we follow the evaluation bar, so we go to the top right, and that is the game between Vincent Keimer against Frederick Svana. We thought it was some deep preparation, but it might just have been a
lapsus manus.
That's what I wanted to hear.
So yeah, so EF6, Queen F6 left us wondering if it's a new move in a well-known position or just a mix in moves order. Queen F1 was played after some thought. Rook to E8. Knight B3. Wait, and rook to E8 was also played pretty fast. Computer arguing that bishop F5 was the move. Rook A to E8, knight to B3, bishop takes rook, queen takes bishop, knight E5, knight BD4, bishop G4, and bishop went to G5.
Okay, well, the queen is
the queen's attacked. You can go to F7. You can go to B6. Computer says, say after Queen F7, Queen G3, just like following the computer line. Knight takes, pawn takes, and I imagine you cannot take F3 because Rook F1. Yeah. So knight takes, pawn takes, bishop H5. Well, White has.
Mira,
yeah, look at the body line.
Exactly. I mean, that's telling us a story.
Could be the moment of realization. You know what? Now I'm absolutely sure this is not what was going in, what was written in my files. Yeah.
I mean, we've all been there. I mean, the amount of information that as a chess player you have to digest is incredibly big. And, you know, you get easily confused. And maybe he wasn't expecting Vincent to play into this particular line, and just a lapse in concentration, just playing a little bit too fast. But okay, we saw that queen to F7 wasn't the okay, maybe it was the best of a bad job, but let's have a look at queen to B6, right, because at least
there's still various sets of pins and so on. Yeah, and then in fact White would be in a bit of a trouble if not for Queen H4. Queen H4 targeting H7. This, like, Black would very much like to take on F3, either with the bishop or the rook, right? And you cannot recapture because, you know, that double attack. Recapture with the pawn, knight takes, double attack, blah blah blah. But Queen H7, of course, is here, and White would be just winning. Therefore, you have to do something about this H6 pawn. Computer captures F3, goes bishop F5.
Yeah, okay.
And it's, in fact, it could be playable now that I'm thinking.
I'm thinking this isn't that bad. I mean, it doesn't. I mean, when I compare the position that Vincent escaped from yesterday
Yeah.
against Adomush, this one feels like Black has
enough
chance.
enough counterplay. Right. And White, in order to keep the advantage, White has to play bishop b3, hit this, which I don't understand, to be honest. Like, what happens if Black plays c6 simply? Then king h1 is apparently very strong. King h1, rook g1. And Black played c6, and now the queen got stuck. On the queen side, cannot really defend the king. I imagine, yeah, rook g1, and White will start some pleasant attack here.
Okay. You know something that's very interesting? So on the FIDE Chess YouTube channel, you can actually catch up and see a lot of the interviews that Charlize and Angelica are doing. And Charlize interviewed Frederick Svaner, and they asked, you know, you play with your brother often, you know, because Frederick Svaner is Rasmus Svaner's brother. And he said, no, they don't often study together. They don't work together at all.
Wow.
Yeah, which was...
So two possible scenarios for Grandmaster brothers is either kind of each other's sparring partner or each other's rival, right?
Right.
Or, yeah, and these two seem to have a bit of a rival, or maybe just don't interact at all. I mean, sometimes it also happens, right? But then makes it even more amazing that you have two grandmasters in the family.
I mean, well, the other sibling duo that springs to mind that are currently playing chess is Van Foreest.
Yeah.
Jordan Van Foreest and Lucas Van Foreest. And I remember in the Tata Steel that Jordan was working with Lucas for the first, well, maybe not the first time, but he was seconding, and he said, you know, it wasn't that often that they seconded each other.
Right.
So interesting. And if you do like the content from FIDE Chess, do remember to follow, like, subscribe, and it really helps us. And of course, if you want to support the community and also enjoy the content. And remember, if you are interested also in following dedicated individual streams where we have cameras following just one game live. You can pay attention to all of the details, catch every single move, and deep dive, and just enjoy your favorite players playing chess. Then do remember that you can find that in the description of our broadcast below. So, yeah. It's a nice feature because you can catch up on all the emotions of the players. You can also see where the surprises were and just catch all of the action and the drama, basically.
Right, let us catch all the action on the top board. Because Parham Maghsoodloo's last move, oh, well, not the last move, but the last move I've seen, and I've seen 15th, f4, f5. Well, it seemed that this is, you know, that moment in the game which defines a lot, because now you cannot just, you know, play any move, developing move, this, there, you have to react. F5, hitting E6.
I have a question for you, Miro.
Yep.
Is what Parham is doing, is that your brand of chess? Because this kind of chess is like in my soul. F4, F5, you know, lengthen the diagonal. I must admit, like, there's two beasts inside of me. Like, there's one part that wants to keep control, wants that intact pawn structure, and then there's the other one which is like,
inside you there are two wolves, right?
Famous. And I'm always feeding the one that is a little bit chicken, wants to have control.
Right. So I would love to play like this, and there were, well, not very long periods in my life where I could play like this and it was good. But mostly I'm the second wolf here. So the one which wants g3, bishop g2, and castle as soon as possible.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. So f5, bishop to d5, pawn takes bishop, knight takes e4, f e6, and this one, I believe, has to be slightly better for White, because White has this isolated pawn for a very long time, right? But e6 somewhat weak.
Okay, well,
and Cheparinov, it is a draw. I see what you pointed out too. So that on the background, right?
Yeah.
So we've seen two chess players setting up the pieces on initial squares, and it was Giri and Cheparinov, who finished their game in
Okay.
a draw.
Well, we'll kind of see the conclusion of that, but first
Yeah.
let's dive into this one because this one's infinitely more exciting. And Parham is renowned for his fighting spirit. In fact, both of these players, they're uncompromising. They want to win every single game.
Yeah, so I'm just thinking, could it be that e6 is simply weaker than d4 after this exchange on e6 and a move like bishop f4 or bishop g5? So basically, one of the moves that attacks the e6 pawn, bishop f2, I don't like. Yeah, bishop g5.
We've still got one game in the database, and that's between Praggnanandhaa.
Over there?
Yeah, Donchenko and Praggnanandhaa. And that one was a
Bishop to g5.
draw. Bishop to g5 was
Bishop
played.
g5 was played. So they're still following the game. Bishop to g5 and rook c6 was played in that game.
And then White tucked the king into the corner, but perhaps it wasn't the time to play so carefully. Maybe.
Right, and what Compy says that White could have gone knight to e5. And this rook is somewhat awkward. If you go to d6, I imagine there'll be more jumping. Knight to b5 then. And rook gets even more awkward. Rook a6. And again, computer line, of course, goes on and on and on. But basically, White is slightly more pleasant, around like half a pawn advantage for White in all of those positions. So it's remarkable that they are following the game, but they might not be aware that they are following the game, because both of them spent quite a substantial amount of time already.
Right. No, I really like that line actually, where the bishop coming to g5. I just wanted to point out one thing: the rook coming to c6, and then this is where White starts hunting the rook with knight to e5, and then.
If rook d6.
Maybe you have to go rook a6 immediately, because the reason I say this, because if you go rook d6 as knight to b5,
And
rook a6, I feel like this rook on a6 is offside. So is the knight, but quick maths, the knight's worth
Knight
3.
3 pawns.
And so you just go b3, right?
Yeah.
And then you
Yeah,
just
the rook is
argue.
getting stuck. You're absolutely right. And then knight c6, you're not. You might exchange the knight for knight, but not for this knight.
Yeah.
You can go knight g4. You know, and then again, yeah, you're absolutely right. This rook on a6 is stuck. So if anything kind of starts going on,
Yeah.
like
This
might
is-
be in a bit
It's like a common pattern, right? With a knight on b5, but usually the rook is, I'll give you this, is on a8, and a black knight is on a6.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but with the rook on a6, it's probably even worse, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so Parham, once again, has to be happy with the results of the opening.
Okay, so yeah, Parham, he's definitely the one who is pressing. He has a target on e6, and he has the opportunity to start some active operations right now with bishop to g5 if he chooses to. Yesterday, we saw that Parham was incredibly well prepared. He came in to the studio, showed us that he had analyzed that particular opening and the variation in the knight off, and seemed to know absolutely everything. And, you know, he revealed that he had prepared for this event 3 times more than he would usually prepare.
And wasn't it remarkable, Ivanka, when he said, but I know Alireza, I knew he would play this move, and then later on, I knew he would play this, even though it could be a bad move. Yeah, so that was something special, right? So, of course, these players know each other reasonably well, but then if this situation happens, when these guys, they've played each other since, I don't know, since forever, since they were kids.
Exactly. I think he mentioned that they were living together or something at some point and studying. So, yeah, it's not easy to play your little chess brother, but it had to be done. Can we just glance, like, for 5 seconds, 10 seconds at the most, into the game between Ivan Cheparinov against Anish Giri, just to see how it finished? Because we did look at the game, and this is how it ended, and then there was some shuffling with the kings. So we left it.
Which one did we see? We've seen.
Yeah, we saw it like this.
Or somewhat King F2. Yeah.
Yeah, and you said.
I said he might just let white take. I was advocating for Rook F C8, but Giri has done something quite similar, I'd say. Bishop C6. Lets white take on E3. Goes G6. Goes Rook D8. Rook D7. H5. Just doubles on the D file and.
The end.
And that was here. Yeah, and the move black plays, and that's amazing. Like a move black plays, King H6 is basically non-move. It's not like black wants to go G5 or yeah. So it's a non-move, and he says, yeah, if you have any idea how you want to improve, please show me, right? So Rook A3, Rook C3, and they've repeated this way. Yeah, they've repeated this way.
Okay, well, let's go to the second board then, between Praggnanandhaa, Abhimanyu, Mishra.
Well, that's much calmer one.
Yeah, it's.
This is where we started, I think. Yeah, the double fianchetto Reti type of setup. So C5, and Pragg decided he doesn't want to see D4 from black. Therefore, captures D5, goes D4 himself. Knight C6. And this is like very similar to Tara's defense, right? Where white chose to play B3, bishop B2 variation, which is not the most dangerous against the Tarash, but at the same time, still white has to be in control. Knight B5, bishop B5, bishops are getting swapped. And bishop G4.
Yeah.
So all of those isolated pawn positions are very, very tricky to assess, and especially like with the engines getting stronger, at some point it changed our understanding for the first time, where it would defend any of those positions and just say, okay, yes, I have an isolated pawn, but guess what, you cannot win. But now with these neural nets, which, well, like Leela and the likes, which assesses, you know, the position in terms of probabilities to win. It's once again the compute evaluation shifted into white's favor, because yes, it could be closer to a draw, but white wins sometimes and black never wins.
That is true.
Yeah, so it doesn't give you that much, okay, whatever computer says about this position, but it kind of explains the idea why players go for these positions with, well, with white, with a side that has the isolated pawn blocked, right? Because it is very comfortable. And guess what? We have something very similar on one of our top boards that we'll see just in a minute. So what happens here? I'm not even sure like what you're supposed to, like, first of all, what move is here, and what pieces do you trade, what pieces do you keep on the board?
For which?
Yeah, like ideally, no, I mean, I'm looking at it from white's perspective.
Yeah,
like ideally, yeah, I want queens off the board, I want my light square bishop traded for black's knight, but it's not happening, right?
Right, but you can just do, I was thinking queen d2 or queen d3.
For sure.
The knight comes in.
Not sure where no, I don't know. I didn't want to go. I want to go queen d6, and I'm not sure if it's a good move. I'll say that's a bad move, I guess. The evaluation shifted, but and you invited me to go knight e4, yeah?
Yeah.
E4.
Although I didn't know whether there was any point to do that, because you literally might have to go back with
Yeah, like you move the queen and you're threatening f3, right? I guess you can go here and then f3 is a threat.
You're not ready to go knight c3. So okay, so maybe this is telling us that after queen d2 you have to go rook c8.
Yeah, either rook c8 or move the queen first. Rook c8, but basically, yeah, like we'll get, I believe, some rooks traded. E3, not sure if E3 will be played, but perhaps, maybe not immediately, but something like that.
And what about if you ask the question to the bishop? Is that a good idea?
H3?
Yeah, that's what I would be tempted to do.
They drop it to d7 usually.
Can I show what my big idea was after
tell me.
bishop h5?
Bishop h5?
Yeah, just a pattern that one can do. Whether it works, it's maybe a bit too ambitious, but you have these ideas of going f4
trying
I think it's too ambitious here. Because there might be some sacrifices.
Not necessarily, because what does black do now? So g4, f5 being a threat. If you go h6, I imagine g4, f5. Well, it's tricky, but at least one can see why white does all that, right? The bishop on h7 indeed is very passive.
Yeah, but it's definitely a pattern actually that occurs in these queen's pawn openings.
Yeah, I'd agree.
And you have to be aware of them.
Yeah, and you do not play a 4 here, right? Because you do not play a 4 here because then bishop returns and you just weaken all the squares on the e file. So that's why you start with h2, h3. And I guess that's why I wanted to go bishop d7.
Yeah.
In fact, I was thinking queen d6, and if you go h3, then bishop d7, so that the queen's on d6, the bishop restricts the black knight, and then you put the rook on c8, rook on e8, and you just shuffle. There is like not a lot of plans for black, I imagine, but also position's very solid.
I would say this is the kind of position where black holds the dynamic balance, you know, because the rook is on coming to c8, you know, the knight is ready to jump forward to e4, but the onus is always on black to play that active move, to find that way to justify having that weak pawn on d5. But talking about weak pawn on d5, let's just skedaddle over to board 3. Because we have this one, an accelerated version, right?
That's what I said. This, ladies and gentlemen, what position of Pragg and Mishra are going to look in a few moves. Look, it was very similar, seriously. Knight f3, rook e7, knight d4. It is. Rook c8, queen b2.
Yeah. It's the future.
No, seriously.
We have a similar line to this.
Rook c1, e3, everything traded, and queen to c8. And queen to c8.
Okay, well, let's go the whole hog and go queen takes queen.
Yeah.
Whether one should or not, we'll find out.
Bishop takes. I believe you can still play it with white.
Can we just... Ah, yeah, that's
a big
nice
question.
move.
Like, do we want to go b4 here right now?
Yeah, let's do it.
Or so basically, like in terms of like what plan do we want to play? Like, I think we need f3 to cover some of these squares, right? And then the king's marching over, and then
bishop relocates.
Bishop relocates f1, d3 maybe.
And like somehow you want to get. Do you want to go for a4, a5 as white? I mean, the dream is to like stick a knight onto c5. And
yeah, I guess you get the king on c3, you get the bishop on d3, and then you see where black pieces are.
Yeah.
Right. And it might still not be enough, but it's an unpleasant position for black to defend. It's an unpleasant position for black to defend. And why Gukesh is thinking, because he might consider keeping the queens on the board. For now, of course, it would mean you move the queen away and black has the c-file, right? But later on, who knows? Bishop f1, d3. Once again, maybe I play f3, I go bishop f1, d3, and you start pushing those pawns, and maybe having the queens on the board maybe will benefit white in the long run.
Okay, well, I'm going to ask you, Mira, our poll of the day. Who will win today's game? Gukesh, draw, Arjun?
Out of these three answers, I'd say draw should be the most likely outcome.
Yeah.
As of now. Arjun, it's very hard to see black winning this one, seriously.
Yeah, me too.
Very, very hard. It's the only way is like Gukesh somehow gets very, very ambitious, goes for something speculative, and then Arjun might get a chance. But like if you keep it calm, if you just like play slow, grindy, positional game,
well, you can still vote in our chat. And we will be publishing the results. And look at this. Queen F1, you were right.
Queen F1, it's an interesting choice. For, like, yeah, I was suggesting like moving the queen, and to my queen b2, computer was like mentioning that black can start annoying you with bishop h3, and I imagine if you go bishop f3, black would go bishop g4. No, bishop f3 is just a bad move. You don't want to have this bishop on h3 for black.
Yeah.
So
Also
queen f1.
Signals White's intention, right? You know, Gukesh wants to win,
Stop.
and if you were to go, I don't know, just make a random move like b5, just for. I just wanted to highlight that plan again. H3, and if you can drop your bishop back to, then
Now
F4,
you can go f4. Yeah.
and suddenly,
Well, here though,
oh,
they
shoot.
will go to c3. They
Yeah.
will go to c3, right? 3 bishop h5. I think you start by going queen e1, covering. So now everything on the c file is covered. Then you probably would expand here with
F4,
g4.
G4.
Yeah, and if they go bishop g6, then yeah, even computer says like, you know what? Let's go g4 for now.
It's a good plan in
G4.
general.
And then, yeah, then you're not necessarily committed to go f4. You can go f3, bishop f1. Again, the bishop will operate on this diagonal, and maybe you go h4. So the real test to Gukesh's idea should be black going queen c3, because it will be very hard to evict this queen from c3. So if queen goes to c3 immediately, it will be very hard to get rid of this queen.
Yeah, yeah. That's. But I think that's the thing that's very important for black, is again to play those active moves, and it's Arjun. Arjun doesn't need asking twice. He's going to go, unless queen c3. I just had a thought. You go h3. You're going to have to put your bishop back to d7, because if you set it back to h5, you.
This one?
Yeah, I was thinking about g4, g5, but okay, it doesn't really work.
The knight's going to go jump.
Yeah, knight
here.
jumps in, so.
I mean, you can. Even computer wants it. G5,
Really?
H4. Yeah, it says.
Yeah, but this is not human
But still
chess.
kind of equalish. Yeah. Queen B2. I mean, the problem I have with this queen C3, it's not just black puts the queen on C3, but also starts like going to D2s, B2s, limiting my pieces even further.
Yeah, I mean, this is. Yeah, we see Arjun just staring off into the horizon, calculating. But I agree with you. Queen c3, queen b2, and everything starts infiltrating. So Gukesh is h3. Maybe he just wants to go queen e.
What do we do?
Yeah.
Knight e2, knight f4. But after knight e2, black might as well take. What happens after knight e2?
Bishop
Knight
takes
e2,
knight.
you can take with the bishop, you can go queen d.
Queen d. Okay, let's try
as
queen
well,
d2.
right?
That's
Queen
Arjun.
d2,
type
knight
move.
f4, and bishop g6.
Yep.
And once again, with such an active queen.
Yeah, I wasn't. I like the idea of queen f4, queen f1, but now that we've explored it a little deeper, I think perhaps you just needed to go queen takes queen and accept that you're slightly better.
Accept simplifications, yeah. Right, shall we move on and check Firouzja's game on board
Yes,
4?
let's go over that. And
Firouzja with Shimon Gumulaj. The c5 in the semi-Slav, right? And Firouzja went to take on d5, to go bishop e2, c takes, e takes. And these positions, I always thought they were kind of not worthy of me studying them. We thought, okay, this is too symmetrical, nothing interesting will come out of it. And then whenever I would get any of those, I'd find myself struggling, because it seems too simple, and yet it's not. And then when the moment you get somewhat worse position out of it, you think, wait, but it can be too bad.
Yeah.
It can be too bad. It's symmetrical until you realize, well, it is actually bad. You've done something really stupid. Must have done something really
well, the thing was, I mean, we always, went by the assumption that, it's harmless. And then people started showing that actually not so harmless after all, that it's white that has the jumps because of that extra, tempo at the beginning because they move first. There you go, and knight jumps in. And, white is always the one that sets the pace, and black somehow, is like either one bishop is not as comfortably placed as its counterpart, you know.
Or
just-
you'll have to, like, you end
Yeah.
up exchanging on e5, and then your d5 is weak. Yeah, it feels
tell
like
you
black
something,
always
though.
has to make.
Whenever I played this type of position with the white pieces, I got nothing. And I was like, why am I even doing this? But as black, I was always struggling. It's like, why?
Yeah. Can
like-
relate. Yeah, it's very similar. It's very similar. So that now, I think it happened in a different chronological order to me. So that I found those to be very unpleasant, kind of as a defender. Then somewhere, can't think of the opening, but somewhere I thought, okay, let's go for this. I know how to play it. You plug the knight on e5, and it's actually pleasant. I've got absolutely nothing. I've got absolutely nothing. Somehow, if I remember well, I got my pawn on d4 attacked very early, and I never made it to the stage where my pieces are more active. So bishop g3, and now apparently, if you trust this computer, you can take knight d7 to e5. And then if white takes with the pawn, d4. And that's quite tricky. I imagine Firouzja wouldn't mind entering this line, because it seems to be very sharp. White goes to a4.
Exactly, you don't need to move the knight. Because of
Queen goes to b6. And then the knight is attacked for real, and the b2 pawn is. So white goes knight d5. Computer wants to capture this. Rook b1, queen a3. And now,
yeah.
I
but-
guess it's not much.
But can we rewind?
Yep.
Because
Here.
my inner chicken is telling me that, yeah, knight takes knight is fine. Pawn takes, d4. My inner chicken, for some reason, was going, go queen b1. Don't know why I wanted to put it there, but I just wanted to, and that would be a mistake.
Well, then, yeah, I guess queen a4, it's not because it's a proactive move, but you stop black from going queen a5, because now queen a5 is very unpleasant. The thing is still hanging, e5's hanging. We don't have an adequate move.
That's
Yeah, we'll have to go like
unfortunate.
we'll have to like go knight
And
e2,
the pawn
and then
a2
they
hangs.
take a2 even.
Oh dear,
They
dear,
take
dear.
a2.
Actually, so queen a4 is absolutely necessary then.
Yeah,
Wow.
it seems so. So queen a4, yeah, it's more of a like stopping black from going to to a5, and that's why black goes to b6.
Okay.
I don't know if he has any other plan. No, I can't think of any other plan, because capturing on e5 with the bishop, can this be good? Knight takes, pawn takes, d4, queen a4 or e4, maybe queen e4, and black's okay, I guess. Like oftentimes you can like lose d4 and still be all right with black. But yeah, queen here, knight d5, it captures. Guess can take b2. All right. So anyway, at least like player with black, Shimon Gumulash, has to be relatively happy. So he plays Firouzja with black. It's been 16 moves in to the game, and he did not get crushed. He's in an absolutely playable position. He even has his shot to seize the initiative.
Yeah.
So a very good outcome of the opening, which I cannot say about our player on board 5, Frederick Swane. We returned to his game after the break, and I'm revisiting it again. And after bishop g5, queen to b6 was played, queen h4, knight takes knight, pawn takes knight, bishop f5, and now if white finds bishop b3, he will be much better according to the engine anyway.
Yeah.
So
That's exactly what we looked at. Can we just, okay, there's some games that I just want to quickly look at before I suspect that they finish. And that is it's between Salim and Levon Aronian, which, this one, yeah, this one
There's been some hovering going on.
yeah, the vacuum cleaner came out and poof, everything. So I'm expecting this one to end.
To wrap up any time.
Yeah. Is there any, I mean,
Yeah, there's not much to discuss, to be honest.
no, but it's white to move though. Rook takes a A7.
Rook A7, yeah, and you can go check.
Okay. Whoops.
Target this, yeah. And king goes here, and then black takes with, I guess, with this rook.
Yeah, and that's as draw as it gets.
You know, you could be tempted to take with this rook, and it's, yeah, you're threatening a check, but then white goes check, here, and
yeah, you don't want to get into.
You don't want to get into this. You still have a draw after rook f2, but yeah.
No, I mean it's much better just to take with the other rook.
You take with the other rook, rook e7, you go rook f7, and that is
everything gets vacuumed off the board, and that's the end of that. So that one's kind of drawn. And then I'm going to cast our eyes over to the Nepomniachtchi of Anisian.
Yeah.
Because...
Wow. Nepo somehow exchanged all the Mayan pieces, and he did not succeed, did not massively succeed in the kingside attack.
Let's see how that happened.
Right, so f4 was played, and black went bishop h6. So apparently there was the idea to meet f4 with bishop h6, and it makes me wonder if f4 was well timed. Maybe you could, like, you see bishop h6 being the move, and you think, can I speculate on, like, I make a move, you go bishop g7, I go f4. So that if you want bishop h6, you spend one extra tempo. Anyway, f4, bishop h6, rook d2 e1, d5, f5. And this is where computer no longer thinks Nepo was better. Knight e4, takes bishop e3, rook e3, pawn takes, and then computer suggests, you can see, if you can see the evaluation bar, computer claims that white's slightly better, but that's wrong. And I imagine, okay, claiming it's wrong, the computer's wrong is like one has to be like very bold, but I am bold enough. I imagine they want to win the pawn and claim white's better because extra pawn. It'll be rook ending with, 4 versus 3, this queenside, which probably doesn't mean much.
Sorry, Mira, I'm going to have to dispute what you're saying, because an extra pawn...
Yeah, fair.
No, I'm just kidding.
No, you're all right. I'm just saying that it could be, because Nepo didn't go for it. He clearly could see, but he decided it's not enough at the end of the day. He decided to keep the queens on.
Yeah.
And the idea is understandable, because despite not having the minor pieces, there is still some potential of attacking the black king. But black replied in a very good fashion. Queen to d5.
Beautiful.
Targeting a2, making white take on g6, a g6, c4, queen e5, rook g4, queen to h2. So now, what happens if you take twice? Nothing good, right? Check. Force the king to d2. Yeah, I mean, I can just show it. It's actually white's lucky not to be lost. No, wait. Check. There's queen e1. Silly me. I'll just take the pawn.
Yeah, this is nothing in it.
So Nepo went queen f1, and here I guess you might be losing the e4 pawn, but. First off, Compi says you can go king g7, and if this pawn is taken, then rook h8 happens.
Because and there you see on our screens, it was a draw between Levon Aronian and Salem, as expected. Nice to see the players analyze, and analyze is what every player is doing, right? Whether you're discussing with your opponent or you're actually on the board.
Yeah, and look at Levon smiling.
It's a man who loves chess.
I love seeing him in this kind of mood when you can tell he's passionate about the game. All right. So anyway, Nepo against Hovhannisyan. The game is in progress, but it's not necessarily a lot of advantage for Nepo.
I don't know. I somehow feel like white should have something. And what I'm itching to do is to go rook to g2 as white. And then go h4, h5.
chase the queen away. But the queen's going to go to f4, right?
Yeah, okay.
Once again, I'm not sure what black has to be, like how hard it is. I know king g7 is the engine move, but how hard it is to spot that you can go king g7. Probably not impossible.
Also, I'm dreaming about another thing. Now, I think this is a bit wishful thinking, but I'm thinking rook e to g3.
E to g3.
And the whole purpose is just simply to trap that queen. And then I'm going to, then b3, king b2.
And
then-
one day,
And get queen to e2.
to go queen to e2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And by then, I know that you've...
Right. Because I'm cheating in this analysis and looking at the machine, and I was, at first, surprised how chill the computer is, because it says a5 black is better. And I thought,
way.
yeah. So that means like white doesn't have any threats at all, and black just pushes the pawn. But no. Then I've realized that a5 is played with the intention to go rook a6,
And
rook
rook
f6. So
f6.
that's a nice geometry.
Yeah. It's nice once you see it, right?
Yeah.
So, okay, but this means actually that this idea of a5, rook a6,
Exists in
It
pretty much
exists.
any position, yeah.
exactly, and
So
if
you
that
can
comes...
you just go a5 immediately here? I know, but then white can
Take.
at least take the pawn. So that's why king g7 is suggested. So now if rook takes, rook takes, rook takes, you go rook h8, and I think you win the pawn back. Maybe not, but yeah. So basically, engine says this one's equal. I don't know what the reality is, but. In a position like that, I imagine even with queens off the board, black will have serious compensation, because h3 is weak, right? And now black starts kind of advancing if queens are traded.
Yeah. And the extra pawn really is irrelevant.
Okay.
And let's cast our eyes on the women's section. And let's start off with Dinara Wagner against Vaishali. Because when we left it, there was a big question. You know, was Vaishali going to be trying to take a draw?
Let me find this one. Yeah.
You know, was she gonna? So we left it. Let's just rewind and show where we left it.
We left it not so long ago when there was this little
Yeah, this.
queen dance was happening. Queen b2 and queen b6, and queen indeed went to a3, queen to d4, bishop b4, queen takes, bishop f3, bishop e7, rook to e8. Oh wait, and Dinara was still, when was that? So here, three moves ago, she was still on 1 hour 36, more than the starting time. So after queen d4, it took her a very long time to decide on what move to play. She went for bishop b4. I can see. Okay, let me check what the database suggests. There've been only one game here, and this game went bishop h6. Bishop h6, hitting the rook. Now, if you go rook e8, I imagine bishop b5 is terrible.
Yeah.
If you go rook d8, then white captures e7 with the queen. So therefore, you have to take on e4. And white goes queen c3, threatening a checkmate. And then white captures f8, king f8. And all that happened in this last game in the database that we have. And white can play d6. And it's a mess. Black apparently holds somehow, because the game ended in a draw.
You can't take the bishop. That's the starters.
If you take the bishop, rook to e1, queen a2, you take here, king e8, queen f6, queen g8. That's still doesn't win for white. Yeah. Anyway, so we bypassed this moment. White went bishop b4, but that is as well approved by computer, so it's not like it's a terrible move. And now d6 is good, h3 is good. So we could say white just has enough compensation, not because of some, I don't know, some forcing lines. But basically, yeah, you have the dark square bishop against the rook on a8, for instance. You can see the situation this way. If white ever doubles on the... Even with the arrows, I cannot do this, you see? But what I meant, like if white builds the battery on this diagonal queen in front of the bishop, then of course it's very dangerous. And no rook can guard both g7 and h8. So this dark square bishop, at least in this position, is a very, very serious piece.
Yeah, except once in my commentary career, I have said, yes, and the rook can just move along the diagonal. And everyone goes, well, what is this, a new type of piece? Yeah. I agree. Setting up that battery would be an ideal thing, but that's going to be very difficult to achieve.
Yeah, and meanwhile, black is not too far from completing the development, right?
Okay, but hang on a second, you've inspired me. So queen goes to b4.
Yeah, and I just go bishop d7.
Yeah, I'm just messing around. I wanted to go, no, it was just messing around. Sorry.
Oh, that's okay.
I wanted to go queen h4, but then I realized,
Queen h4
and then do something.
I mean, if you wanted to, I guess you can drop the bishop back, but it's once again, it's silly because we clear the file for the rook. In fact, like Compy says, you have to forget this battery, you have to go d6, and then your d6 pawn and the bishop, they restrict the rook, and I guess, well, d6 makes sense because, for now you attack b7, and black still has certain difficulties finishing development.
Yeah, I agree. I think d6 was what I was coming to think was the best move. And so Dinara actually still has to play very accurately here. She has to kind of switch into positional mode. And a game where I don't feel like you can play positionally is the game between Katerina Lagno against Eugene Song. Because that one is like, what is going on?
The bishop to b7. Yeah, I think somewhere here we were kind of talking what the plans have to be. Black replied with h6. So kind of slowing white down a little bit on the king's side, but at the same time making black's own short castle even less probable. Because when you already have h6 played, then g5 will be devastating. So castle, bishop b7, king goes, rook c8, and h4. White trades, white goes bishop d3. I guess bishop d3 is important because black was looking for, sacrifices like that. Rook takes c3 and then capture the e4 pawn. Black went e5. Actively disliked by computer. Computer still wants an exchange sacrifice even after bishop d3. So rook c3, I don't think you kind of want to take with the pawn, so queen takes. Queen takes, pawn takes, and knight f6. That's computer's kind of favorite line, and actually claims that black is kind of reasonably well.
It feels like one of these Sicilian standard devices where you pick up. I think the rule that I heard is that you take on c3 if you pick up e4, the pawn on e4.
I guess no. I mean that is probably like just good for you.
Okay.
Right? So sometimes like you pick on c3 just to get the knight on c4 or this or that. But in our case, we do pick on e4, right? So black went e5, and now...
g5.
g5?
Keep it going.
I don't know what queen e2... well, queen e2 could be that if you attempt to sacrifice, white goes bishop d2. And it's not as pleasant as you would like.
Actually, queen e2, and then you get the free hand to go.
Then you
g5.
go bishop, maybe even like go bishop d2, threaten knight d5, and then you make sure everything is kind of defended, and then you start pushing those pawns. But g5, once again, it's a bit more forcing, but apparently is a good move. Computer proves on g5 as well.
And now, if you were to do, you cannot do the same thing because of.
You can do the same thing all the way up to here, and then you don't have knight f6.
Whoops.
Yeah, and I guess, again, the problem for black is after g5, the best move apparently is still rook takes c3 sacrifice. And if black didn't play a move before when it was good, that's highly unlikely that all of a sudden she changes her mind and says, you know what, I'll take on C3 now.
But it might be desperate measures already because
Yes,
G5,
after
I mean,
G5
what is black doing?
Right. So the second best move is to go H5, F5, and even though it's the second best, nobody wants to play this position.
Oh, it's a dangerous position here for black. And we've seen so much already in the start of day 4. We've had opening disasters, we've had draws already, and many, many games to cover. But we have with us here Angelica, who's going to be showing us another key moment from another game. Angelica, what have you got for us?
Actually, another opening disaster, Johan.
Oh, no.
So we're moving to the last board of the open section where Sanan Sugiro was playing with black against Tennyson Olisa. Of course, we can see the rating difference, but still, for the player with 22 or almost 2300, getting a good opening is definitely not a very tough task, although here, already taking on d5 was a mistake. Bishop e2 would be better, just to try to keep pressure in the center. But after pawn takes on d5, this is inviting an opportunity for black because knight is jumping to d5, now targeting the queen. And here is where mistake came, because in this position, white would have to go either queen b3 or queen d2. But queen c2 was played. And this is the moment where already computer says the best line is to go with the e4, then after takes, you're jumping in with a knight to b4, targeting the queen. And here, by the way, funny line, queen b1, queen c5, and knight c2 is coming. Queen is just trapped. And in case queen c3, which is, of course, more logical, queen e4, and so far looks like a dominance in the opening. But what happened in the game is even more spectacular because knight db4 was played, maybe not the most precise objective move, but after queen c3 here, beautiful knight d4 is coming. And suddenly for white a huge problem. Taking with a pawn will result in immediate game over because white would lose a queen. And knight d4 was happened in the game after pawn takes on d4. Here queen d2 was played, queen c5. Now we see suddenly that black is putting a lot of pressure on the white's position. Rook b1. Here, by the way, black can already take a pawn and just continue playing, but no. Sanan Sugiro didn't do it. He plays bishop e6, targeting more the pawn on a2 and bringing more pieces in the position. b3, bishop g2, bishop g4. And we can see that he is also bringing very nice leaf to rook d6, rook c6. Has just been played. Full dominance in the position, yeah. But another opening disaster, Jovanka.
Oh, no, and it's rare actually that we see such dominance from black against white in such a short space of moves.
Yeah, very, very early, and
yeah.
I wonder if I can borrow this line to play with black.
Yeah, me too.
Or the idea, yeah.
And what a beautiful trick, and so mean as well, to come in with a knight, and this constant idea of knight to c2. I love it. I must admit, this is like my favorite part of the day when Angelica comes in and shows all these beautiful moments that are happening in the other games. Thank you.
You're welcome, yeah.
Wow. Thank you very much, Angelica. Well, the battles, they are raging here, but whilst we're going to take a pause and go on a break, don't worry, we've got you covered because we have 2 very special interviews lined up, one with Vasil Ivanchuk and another with Hans Niemann, so stay tuned.
I'm joined here by Hans Niemann at the FIDE Grand Swiss. Hans, many say that this is the strongest open in the world. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, definitely. I don't think any open compares.
And how did you prepare for this event specifically?
I had a training camp, played a lot of games. In these, you can prepare a lot and then nothing really appears on the board. So there hasn't been much that I've checked that has actually worked because everyone is so unpredictable and so solid. So, but just trying to be in good form and a good mental state.
Do you think you're in your best form now?
I think I'm in decent form, but obviously with this time control, you kind of need a bit of help from your opponent, right? Because I felt at so many moments that I'm breaking through and that he gets an extra 50 minutes. So I guess I had to I was just waiting, just pretending like I was doing something until he got into time pressure. And then when time got low, I would try and create something. So that's the only way to win games, because like he played probably, everyone's, against me at least, is playing the most solid opening, and it's quite difficult to get a game.
Is there anyone here that you are particularly looking forward to playing against?
No, no one in particular.
And let's talk about a general tournament experience. What would a perfect tournament day look like to you? Morning to evening, walk me through that.
Sleeping well and winning, and at least having good food, because it's hard to find cuisine that is. I'm sure every player, wherever they travel, has different preferences. So if I find good food that I'm comfortable with and doesn't make me sick, then that's usually an accomplishment.
Yeah. Any specific food that does make you feel better, that you look forward to when you're traveling to these events?
I really like Mexican food. Wherever I can find Mexican food, that's what I found to be the most reliable in any country. But I don't think there are any Mexican restaurants in Samarkand. Yeah. But there are in Tashkent.
And Hans, of course, you get a lot of attention online, on the internet, in the global spotlight in chess. Do you think that hinders your progress at all, or do you think it fuels it?
Certain aspects certainly motivate me, but I do think that ideally the main focus would be on my chess. So in an ideal world, I would of course remove this attention, and it would be great to focus purely on the game. But not everything in life is in your hands. Just even chess games, anything can happen, right? So I don't really pay much attention to it anymore. Perhaps I've become accustomed to being in the spotlight.
And being in the spotlight, you've said that you want to become world champion. Of course, that is a dream for a lot of players here. Tell me about the steps you're taking to get there, the work that you're putting in, and your plan for the future.
Well, unlike my colleagues, I don't feign humility. So when the notion that saying you want to become world champion, I assure you that every other player who's around my age and rating feels the exact same thing, but perhaps they proclaim it with a bit more tact. But I would say that you just now, of course, there's the candidate cycle, and the last two Grand Swisses I wasn't really in a position to fight for the top places. I'll have my first World Cup, so there'll certainly be plenty of opportunities. So I feel as if as long as I can play the best and learn, because that's really quite important, is the opportunities to play the best, because there's not going to be much improvement playing in random open tournaments or organizing my own matches. So the only real way to improve and progress is gaining experience and taking opportunities.
Finally, what legacy would you like to leave in chess? What do you want Hans Niemann to be remembered for?
A winner.
I'm joined today by the legendary Vaishali here at the FIDE Grand Swiss. You're a legendary player playing this strong event. How is it going?
Okay, today I won, yes, so I have +1 and many games ahead.
And how is it playing with all these strong players such as yourself, but also the youngsters, young superstars that are here?
Okay, I'm just not thinking about age. I'm focused on play. I'm just trying to understand style of each of my opponent and concentrate into the game.
Is that difficult to do in a Swiss format where you don't have much time to prepare against your opponents?
Okay, but my opponents are in same situation. So.
And you spend quite a bit of time walking around the hall during your games, I noticed. Is there specific games you are looking at, or you just kind of wandering around?
Okay, probably I'm just more relaxing when my opponent is thinking about his next move.
Is this how you try to not be stressed during the game?
Okay, not to be stressed or relax my brains in that short period when my opponent's thinking.
And how do you relax outside of the games and other than preparation?
Outside, okay, I like go for a walk. Yes, okay, I can read something. Okay, so different depends.
Any specific book you're reading right now?
Okay, now I am not reading any special. Okay, but some announcement from internet. For example, I am looking article of Ziadinov in Facebook. He put usually many interesting things.
Okay, that's reading, yeah. And tell me, when you are not playing tournaments, how is life? What are you doing outside of chess?
How is life? Okay. Okay. What I am doing? Okay, sometimes I am teaching somebody, but okay, if not chess at all, okay, I like to eat tasty. I like to go for a walk. I like to spend time with people who is pleasant for me.
Okay, is that family or friends? Who's pleasant?
Family as well, but not only family, of course.
And yesterday you had quite a long game. You were one of the final boards here in the tournament hall.
Yes.
And although it was a drawn position, you kept pushing, which I think is an important lesson in not giving up. What would you say?
Okay, I had winning chances. Okay, I don't know if I missed somewhere more chances or even win, but okay, my opponent defended quite well, at least enough to make draw, and okay, so draw, it's good.
And I want your chess opinion on something. We've been seeing some strange openings here at the FIDE Grand Swiss. For example, Gukesh playing d4, c3, and Nodirbek starting with 1 e3 today. What do you think about that?
Okay, it's totally playable, yes. And also, for example, e3, it's not idea of who played a3, Gukesh, yes?
Gukesh played d4, c3.
Nodirbek played e3. Yes, it's idea of Spanish player Larino Nieto. He played e3 with idea if knight f6 to play g4.
G4, okay.
Yeah. I don't know if it was idea of Nodirbek too to play g4, but okay, it's Larino Nieto opening.
Yeah, that's some nice chess history over there. Knight f6 was played, but Nodirbek didn't play g4. Hopefully we can see that.
Probably he analyzed that game of Larino Nieto and decides that probably for classical time control it's too risky.
Yeah. But these players are probably playing strange things to avoid their opponent's prep and all these, engine lines. What do you think? Do you stick to what you know, the classic openings that you like, or do you also go into some strange things?
Okay, it depends of opponent, of tournament situation. So I think both is possible, but it depends how big chances to success in each case.
Well, thank you so much, Ivanchik. It was pleasantly speaking to you, and I hope you have a great event further.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, welcome back to day 4 of the FIDE Grand Swiss. It's been an interesting day where we're reaching the middle game stages, and for some people, it's been a bad day at the office. And here to share with us one such encounter, it is, of course, our very own Angelica.
I just cannot leave here, Bert, because there is just action is keep on happening.
We like having you here, Angelica. Just stay all the time.
Glad to be here, yeah. And this one happening in the women's section of the FIDE Grand Swiss. Here we have Claudia Coulon, international master, playing with white pieces against Lina Nasser. As we can see in the position, white is down a pawn because white sacrificed a pawn, first of all for the bishop pair and also for control of the dark squares. And in this moment, Claudia unfortunately probably took it too direct to control all the dark squares and played queen d4, trying to one more time to highlight the pressure on the dark squares, keeping an eye on e5. But she's not stopping e5, and e5 is what happened in the position. And suddenly there is a huge problem. She cannot take on e5 with the queen because knight is supporting the pawn. So she was forced to take with a bishop. But then suddenly knight c6 is coming. And well, there is no way to stop away with the queen so that the bishop is protected because both of the knights are attacking it. And after queen c5, another piece blunder as we have seen in the board of Irina Krush. And here rook d1, bishop e6. So just looks like another disaster in the opening. Again, extra piece for black.
Yeah, it's just one of those moments, right? You take your eye off the ball and a move that you think, like this e5, you think it's impossible. And fair play to black for finding the opportunity. And we'll keep our eyes on this one and see whether black manages to convert.
Yeah, let's definitely see. Of course, Claudia Coulon is a top Polish player. I mean, she has to try, but we'll see.
Yeah, we will definitely see. Thank you very much, Angelica, for sharing with us that little mishap there. But, well, it is action all round. I mean, it's day 4. We're nearing the middle of the tournament. People want to make their mark.
All right, and shall we start this hour of our coverage from the women's section, once again updating on what happens on board 1. Let me tell you, not much. Dinara Wagner is still thinking. But yeah, just like check boards 1, 2, and 3 in particular, because on board 3, Tanjangi against Salimova, there been a bit of dark magic happening, I want to say. Mm-hmm. If we can get one of those boards. Yeah, so board 3, remember maybe an hour and a half ago, us talking about how stupid this bishop on c2 is. Yeah. And what happened, yeah, so far so good. G6 was answered with, yeah, bishop goes, queen d2, b takes c4, b takes c4. Perhaps was too early, this capture, because guess what? The bishop got into d5.
Oh dear.
And all of a sudden, this bishop no longer looks that silly. And moreover, white is planning to go f4, and black will not have f5 because the pawn is pinned. So after rook b2, of course, active move, everything, but queen d1, black no longer has enough of an initiative on the queen side, while white is ready to push, to launch the f-pawn forward, to jump with the knight on g3, and you can see it yourself. Computer claims white's better, and such a relief after having the bishop on c2 to get it on this perfect square on d5.
Yeah. I was going to say it should be like white magic or light square magic. Because look at that, the bishop from c2 blocked in all the way there. It's a monster. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess like you maybe try to go bishop e6 to trade the bishops, but then guess what? The knight's not going to g3, it jumps to f4. And you can trade the bishop, but this way the knight appears on d5, once again with devastating effect on black's position. So, right, so I believe Tanjangi has to be happy with the way the game turned.
Yeah. I mean, this is one of the things that if you want to improve your level, you have to understand this concept of tension. You know, when to release the tension, when to build, when to do absolutely nothing. And yeah.
And I figured, like, for my personal kind of chess, when I'm out of shape, which is like much more often these days, I really want the clear position, and I oftentimes make concessions by simply like, okay, let me take this one so I don't have to think about this capture. Let me, I don't know, try to trade as much as possible. And then you understand, wait, I've done a lot of stupid things because I did not want to withstand the tension.
Exactly. No, I mean, it's a interesting concept, and head-to-head scores shows that Salimo does not have a good track record against Tan Zhongyi. 2 wins, 2 draws. Looks like if Tan Zhongyi manages to mobilize with f4, f5, it looks like things could be going her way yet again.
Right. So shall we check like boards 1 and 2 as well? So
Yeah.
still on board 1, still no move from Dinara.
Hang on. Yeah.
Or
okay.
did she? I think she just played the
She
move.
just-
It looks from the camera view, it does look like she played the move, and it was h2, h3, one of the moves suggested by the machine. But I believe machine was voting for d6 first because h3 allows black to play bishop
Does
to
it?
d7.
Does it? I was thinking bishop to g4.
Bishop to g4, but then black can play. Yeah, and you're absolutely right. Queen d5 is
One.
not great. Even here, I don't understand why, but there is some tactic, believe it or not, some queen b5.
Okay.
How bad we are in
And then
chess, and queen e2 hitting this and this. Or if you were to take on d7 with the rook, then black has h5. But that's kind of unique thing. It's like, if not for that, black resigns immediately. So you might not spot bishop d7.
This is the thing. I'm sure Dinara hasn't, maybe, well, I'm not sure, but maybe Dinara has assumed after h3 this prevents the
Yeah,
bishop
kind of you
developing
prevent
to
bishop d7. Yeah. Might as well be. Yeah, might as well be. The thing is, if you don't have bishop d7,
What do you do?
You probably go a5 once again.
And then we go d6.
There was like a5 and lifting the rook, then d6 transposes, or you can play something else. Rook e1, strangely. Tricky. Tricky.
Rook
Again,
e1 is such a strange move because why would you
self-pinning.
voluntarily...
Yeah. I believe you're freeing the queen, and then it goes like e3, h6. That's what computer wants to do.
That's what I wanted to do a long time ago, but, but not in an effective manner.
Right, so h3, and I believe again, it's one of those positions where like you follow the computer evaluation, it always hovers around equal, and you would think, okay, it's nothing major happening, but I imagine it's very unpleasant to play with black in a practical game, because you have to, you have a lot of stuff to care about.
There's a lot of empty squares in this type of position. So this is what we were talking about earlier. When there's no pawns in the center, it's all about the piece play. You have to look at that move. Like for me, I was just assuming bishop to d7, not good.
Yeah, bishop d7, bishop
I was looking at queen takes d5, and I was following the takes. But this whole angle that the computer just showed us, that the bishop on
so
e7
here,
is loose.
You can actually take.
Yeah.
Or
I was astounded when after
rook to
d1,
and specifically to b5, which looks once again like a very silly move.
But it's all to do with that. Yeah, I mean, come on.
And the reason is like you have to have h5 here, and you have to have queen to e2 in case of bishop d7, and it's here queen e2 actually wins for black.
Beautiful.
Wow.
Absolutely stunning sequence.
Yeah. And you're absolutely spot on that when you don't have what we call a kind of established structure, familiar structure, like either the pawn chain or, in Sicilian, the C file semi-open, and it's much harder to calculate lines, right? Because when you have the pawn structure, you have something to kind of to hang on, and it's easier to come up with candidates moves, right? As in game 2, for instance. Every move we were considering rook takes knight, very Sicilian thing to do, right? With white, it was clear, even like few moves back, it was clear white will be pushing the kingside pawns.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. Right. We have some like familiar patterns in the top board, absolutely not. And talking about familiar patterns, well, look.
H5 was played and F5 was played.
F5, I mean.
That's such a huge advantage on the king side. I gotta say that if you don't take this knight, I'm thinking one of the ways for, I mean, first of all, I'm not clear, not sure what move are you playing.
Why would you take the knight? Because rook takes c3 is simply going to be met by queen takes
Queen
c3.
c3,
And, you know, you're voluntarily going into an endgame where...
Yeah, you can't even keep the queens on. Yeah, but then what do you do? What do you do is the big question.
I was thinking knight to...
See,
c5. And I say this, and I know something bad is going to be happening.
No, it's not as bad apparently.
Is there no bishop takes knight followed by some?
So bishop takes. Well, and the rook takes. I just have b4, right? And if the pawn takes, what's the?
Bishop takes.
Wow,
pawn.
bishop b5 and queen d7. I completely blanked on this one. Yeah, queen d7, queen b7, just a disaster. Yeah, everything falls. So.
Yeah, that doesn't. Get...
Okay, let's move the queen back then.
Yeah.
I understand it's not a dream position, but at least we are not running into any sort of like sacrifices and stuff. Yeah, the problem is though, if we didn't take on c3 in time, where's the counterplay for black?
No counterplay.
Where's the
We're just
counterplay? Yeah, no counterplay whatsoever. So some move like rook.
Okay, I let it happen.
And
This is the plan, which is called we hope.
Yeah, we hope.
Never a good plan, but sometimes it's the last resort. But I mean, and then here I'm just thinking, you go knight c5, and you go maybe bishop to d8 just to remove the contact point. Yeah, maybe instead of knight c5, go bishop d8.
Bishop d8 first.
Sound the full retreat,
Well, bishop d8, we once again run into this apparently.
Oh my goodness
bishop
me. Okay,
b5,
bishop f8 then. Let's go that direction.
And yeah, some mean people in my childhood chess club would say, "Are you preparing for a new game?"
Yes.
With a move like that.
Yeah, but this is one of the things that I have noticed, especially amongst the lower level of the players, is that they are real fighters, and this position is as ugly as you get for black. I mean, it's awful. But on the other hand, you have this kind of thing. Well, I made a mess of this one, and you just do what needs to be done. And here, I mean, you're just planning is, if white goes g6, we go f6. If white goes f6, we go g6. That's as far as we get, and try to hope that a knight on c5 will do something.
Not very inspiring, to be honest.
I understand. I understand, and this is why I was saying the lower levels, because I find that grandmasters are often really like, you'll never catch me dead playing this type of position.
Yeah.
And they'd rather resign.
We'll go for rook c3, whatever, any type of mess, but yeah. Queen to c7 was played, indeed.
Yeah.
Queen to c7 was played, but the conclusion for this position, we cannot really stay here for long, but the conclusion is that it's a huge advantage for Katerina Lagno.
Yeah. And okay, let's just check in on one board I wanted to... It was... Let's just pop into the game between Olga Giria against Bibisara Asalbaeva, just to give a verdict on this.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
His bishop takes b4 is in the air.
Not only it is in the air, it's a possible move, because black's the move, right? It smelled bishop b4, yes, because it can be played. Right. The other bishop, though, is not very happy, so I imagine white will be jumping to e5 in case bishop b4 happens. So knight jumps to e5, and there could be even some kingside threats.
What about if you just get greedy, right? Bishop takes a5.
Yeah, take the other one.
Let's take everything. And
take the other one, and you see the evaluation bar reaching to the skies, because
Rook f3?
I wouldn't be able to tell why, but...
Rook f3?
Rook f3...
No.
Hits f7, and you'd be absolutely right, f6, you'd lose after queen b3 or queen a2, right? But black just vacated a new square with bishop takes a5, there's a square for the queen b4.
Yeah.
And apparently the win is to first go queen a2, hit the bishop. Now if you go queen b4, of course, queen f7.
Yeah.
And then if the bishop is moved, this is where you go rook f3. This way you go rook f3. There is no way, no possibility to defend f7, and this is it. So you're going to have to take, well, by the way, she didn't. Rook d8 is also a solid move, but you could take here. But after knight e5, bishop back to d6 is absolutely, not c5, you're just throwing pieces at random. Bishop d6 is absolutely vital because you have to be able to capture this knight.
Okay, so black has to be careful in this
Black
particular
played rook
position.
d8, which is once again a perfectly sound
Maybe
move.
an ambitious move as well, because she's setting up this idea of having bishop takes b4 in the
Right.
air. So
One of the points of rook d8, in fact, yeah, because this one's a very annoying kind of opposition of the bishops, right? And it seems the bishop on c8 got stuck, but black might consider playing bishop c8 next move. And then when you take my c6 pawn, I say, yeah, now you somewhat kind of divert it from the kingside attack, and then maybe where I take the pawn on b4. So yeah, still
very clever play there from Bibi Sara.
balanced, but tricky position in this game.
And moving over to the open section, let's revisit. Maybe we'd start with our IQP positions, like the one in the present and the one in the future.
Which one was the future?
Okay, so
the future was Gukesh against Erigaisi.
And the present was Praggnanandhaa Mishra.
Yeah, and I think they can no longer merge. So these are, the multiverse, the two different, routes of the present, maybe, two different versions of the present. Anyway, if you've missed the previous hour of this broadcast, you'll find this conversation absolutely mad. So where we were, queen f1, I remember we seeing queen f1 and we were discussing queen c3 doesn't seem to be bad. h5 instead also makes sense. So that a4, queen c3 now, h3, bishop back, queen d1, queen c8, attacking h3, provoking h4, and then going back to c3. King h2 was the move, yeah, I don't know why not. And to me, it would seem like almost automatic. You don't want to go h4, I would think, to allow like the weaknesses and so on. So king h2 seems very solid, but then again, Compi says, yeah, you go back to c3. So basically, queen c8 is not. It's not like you do something on the diagonal. Just make a move in order to make another
Wait
move.
1 second, right? Okay, this is the future though. So, I mean, it was something that didn't happen, but...
So h4, queen c3 happened.
Yeah, but now knight to e2.
Knight to e2, yeah. Here... I'm not even sure where it was. Yeah, I guess to b2, because one of the moves computer suggests is queen e5, but then it's
but not knight f4.
in the very least, I just locked your queen off of the dark squares on the queen side. So I believe you have to be persistent and say, like, yeah, the queen's active and it'll remain active.
Now, knight f4.
Knight f4, and you attack this and this.
I imagine you go on the counter.
I was thinking jumping with the knight.
You can't go knight
like
e4.
Knight d4 you'll just take, yeah, but knight g4? Knight g4? Maybe playable. It's tricky, because how do we guard f2 now? How do we guard f2? There is knight d3, and you might be picking my d5 pawn.
Well, there was also...
Actually, you do win the d5 pawn, so I'm not sure. Not
Okay,
sure
let's
why
do that then. If we win material, I'm all in.
So queen c3, let's say bishop d5, and yeah, it's kind of similar type position. Black still got the queen active, but black is a pawn down now. So apparently I've played it not in the best, best possible way.
That was a relatively forced.
Gukesh though.
He doesn't play knight e2. He instead goes
play
bishop
knight
f3.
e2.
Okay, but this also makes sense because then you cover yourself against
both knight jumps, right?
Yeah.
So when bishop f3, threatening this. Can black play bishop g4 though? Can black play bishop g4? Swapping the bishops here.
That you can.
And I don't know, I feel like you do not want to be capturing this one because then h g4. And yeah, maybe there's like, I say then HG4 and there is no end. It's just like I thought, yeah, the pawn's nice on G4, but it's not like black has any sort of threats immediately. Maybe just an equal position, you know.
Yeah, maybe, I mean, black is very active. I mean, why would it not be equal?
Right, and then we go to board 2, to Pragg and Mishra.
Yes.
And Pragg and Mishra,
Well, here Pragg is making some serious...
right, so somewhere here, that's a very similar position, right? So all Pragg had to do, or Pragg and Mishra had to do, is to go Queen D2, exchange all the rooks on the C file, and we would transpose to Gukesh's game. But Pragg goes knight E2, and he goes for knight E2, knight F4. He already has H3 played, so there is no bishop G4. Mishra plays bishop B5, pinning this knight to a rook, making sure the knight is getting exchanged. And computer actively doesn't like it. Knight E4, rook C2, queen F6, rook C1, and yeah, computer just claims that this is better for white. Queen F3, queen's being traded.
Okay, well, problems, right? With rook C7.
Controls, yeah, white controls the C file. It's very often the case in this IQP. And especially in the end game of the, yeah, like if it's a middle game, it's more about like, you know, king side initiative. But in the end game, you can rarely win this pawn, right? You can rarely win this pawn. And it's very important who controls the C file.
Exactly.
Because sometimes you win the D5 pawn, and at the end of this line, they go rook C2, and they have enough pawn to play. Or contrary, maybe black eventually gets D4, trades his weakness, but white gets rook C7, bishop versus knight, and white's still better.
But here, I mean, there's a serious problem, right? Because
rook C7 is a very serious move.
how do you defend? Because you go, okay, king F8, that's a nice...
Maybe king F8,
king F8 is the only
rook
move.
C7, rook E7, maybe that's what I do.
This is the only
Maybe that's what I do. But then...
like, can you even be sly about things and go bishop to G4?
Oh, well, bishop G4 to go to...
Yeah.
That one's... No, it seems like you're getting to C7. No, if you get to C7, you just win a pawn, right? This, and then you take, you go C7, I guess F6, F8.
Yeah, it feels like you've got to go forward.
6. But then you can't evict this guy, right?
Nope.
You can't evict this guy.
Never in a million
So
years.
white maybe even has the time to try to bring the king. Anyway, if black survives this, he will have to go through a lot of
Suffering.
Yeah, a lot of suffering, a lot of like moves under pressure.
Yeah, and that was a relatively straightforward approach, because if you even go like rook E7, you just go rook C7, and black also has to worry about the back rank issues.
7. Yeah, maybe this is the most important. You can't really, that'd be your way to stop invasion on the 7th rank, but there is a little problem that you get checkmated on the last rank.
Yeah.
Okay, so that could be potentially
good for Praggnanandhaa. And you know, the story of the IQP, the isolated queen's pawn, as we like to call it, it still continues, and it's there on board 1. And here we actually see it on with colors reversed, but in a completely different dimension.
Right, with the queen's being on the board, with black not being kind of remotely as comfortable as white is on board 2 and 3, right? So there is no control over this white's IQP, and there possibly will be some D5 breaks. E6 is, well, arguably as weak as D4. I was surprising that Parham chose to play bishop C1, not bishop G5 or bishop F4. Bishop C1, black went rook to C6, and then there was a little knight dance. So knight went to E5, rook B6, knight B5, A6, back to C3, rook to D6, knight to C4, where, by the way, it seems black could have captured the D4 pawn. Rook C6, knight A5, rook D6, and inviting white to repeat. I don't think black has the way to stop white from repeating the... Yeah, knight c4, rook c6, knight e5 would have been a draw. Parham says no draws, I don't want any draws. Knight f3, knight to c6. So now, can I just play... I know, white cannot... Well, he can, bishop f4, right? Knight d4, rook d4, but that leads to simplifications. Problem is rook d4 and queen e7 doesn't really add up because queen d4 comes with a check.
Yeah.
The rook d4, queen d4 check, and black's okay. That must be why computer says, you know what, go to h1 first.
Yeah, exactly. Step
And
out
then
of
if
danger.
you get to play this line one move later, yeah, you just win.
Yeah.
King h1, and now, among other things, you're threatening bishop f4, push the rook away, take the e6 pawn.
Yeah.
Still not the most pleasant position for black, I'd argue. You can try to go knight d5 to... Nah.
Oh dear.
I was hoping for knight d5 and white wouldn't have anything better than trade, but white has
Knight
something
e4.
better than to trade, and it's knight e4.
And also,
Yep.
these are the kind of positions where, say, you go rook d7, just, okay, that's the only move, but knight goes knight f to g5.
Or knight e to g5.
Yeah,
yeah,
exactly. Well, I was just
yeah.
thinking of...
And it's not only this pawn. Yeah, well, it turns out that the other knight is much stronger. It's this pawn and h7. Yeah, you have to
exactly.
watch out for h7 as well. So yeah, Nodirbek is not out of the woods yet.
No, he is not. Okay, so king... Okay, king h1.
Yeah, can we just like mimic
Yeah,
white's
king
play
h8.
and go king
This was
h8?
also- No.
Turns out it's bad. So bishop f4, rook d7.
I thought
and
knight
then
takes-
You can just like take. Oh wait, what
we
happens
throw in
with
a
knight
knight
d4,
takes?
right? What
Exactly.
happens with knight d4?
Knight takes the pawn.
Queen moves.
You just move.
Queen moves. Queen d3. Queen d3 wins material.
Bishop takes
It's
rook.
knight f3, and that's also why you went king h1. Knight
Yeah.
f3 is not a check. Yes, and knight f3 you have time for bishop d6.
hang on a
if you meant
second.
so. Yep.
Hang on a second. Nodirbek is virtually in only move territory here. He has to play super precisely to hold the balance. Because we've already lost with the king h8, we've lost with knight to d5. What to do?
Well,
I
so
mean,
the move is queen to
queen
c8.
to
The move is
defend
queen to
e6.
c8, and
that's
then
the-
if
let me
bishop
just
f4
check.
played rook finally after, you know, doing this little back and forth on the 6th rank, rook finally kind of returns home. But it's still not trivial because rook e1, you don't have the way to defend e6, right? So you'll have to come up with like moves like bishop b4 and so on, and if white takes, I imagine some knight d5 jumps. It's not as simple, not simple at all.
No. And let's rework the knight takes pawn idea. Because I guess, let's just run through
Well,
that
there.
one again. Yeah, so after king h1, knight takes pawn, you just accept that this pawn on e6 is going to forward check. So let's,
Rook takes.
yeah.
Oh wait. So knight takes doesn't give much, and apparently you take with the rook. You take on e6.
And now,
Wait, what's? I'm being silly
rook
today.
f7.
Right. I think I'll show this line once again. So after knight d4, the reason you take with the rook is that if you take with the knight, rook takes, queen e6, black does have rook f7. And the bishop's defended, and there's nothing special. So white takes with the rook instead, so that he can take e6, and if rook f7, knight e5 is the move. Knight e5, black will have to go f8 or e8.
Yeah.
E8, let's say.
And still surviving.
Yeah,
It's
surviving
ugly,
for sure.
but-
Surviving for sure. And in fact, the only way for white to get the advantage is this one.
g4.
It's not an easy move. And you go h6, stopping g5. And the only way for white to continue for advantage, I know, now computer found something new. h4. Isn't it cool? You just start marching with the pawns from your own king.
Yeah.
If anyone Parham could be the person to find all that. Like, he already taught us, yeah.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, this one's much better. All of a sudden, this one's much better.
Yeah, but it's. I think first up, you're probably not going to go into this because the
you're
queen
going to go king
e6,
h1, yeah.
and then you're going to calculate the knight jumping into e5, and you think, whoa, scary.
Right, so you'll probably find something different. Speaking of
we have a result.
Results, yeah, result on board 4.
Exactly, and maybe we can actually find out exactly what happened because
at some point we had a suspicion of Firouzja might be in a bit of trouble with white, right?
Right, and it was all we left it at this particular position.
Yeah, d4, and Compi was saying queen a4, but Firouzja played queen e4, which was okay. Rook e8, knight to e2, bishop c5, b3, queen e. So queen e7 was computer's move, but yeah, queen d7 is perfectly fine. Queen f4, here, here. And black just repeated the moves. So apparently after bishop g4 you cannot do much. After bishop f3, the way for black to play, well, you know what, how do you play g5 against Alireza Firouzja? It's a bit too much. d3 is another try. But then again, d3, knight c1, and g5.
Okay.
To insist on playing g5. That means there was no way to play for a while.
Exactly.
g5's too much. g5's too much. And yeah, so basically, bishop g4, bishop e6, bishop f3, bishop d5, and this is how they've repeated the moves.
Also, drawing with the black pieces against someone like Alireza. I mean, that's certainly
not a bad result at all.
And talking about results, I mean, also we had thought that Vincent Keimer was almost on the verge of winning against
so
Frederick
that's board
Swana.
5,
That's
right?
board 5. So I'm looking at the evaluation bar and I'm seeing that when we left it, it was significantly
higher. Yeah, bishop b3, c6. And after c6, remember king h1 was, for better or for worse, was kind of the move computer would prefer. Bishop e7, rook to f7, rook e1 is not great, but that makes me confused though. Bishop d7. But first of all, what white wanted here? Can someone tell me? Can someone explain?
I think we wanted king h1 just to get the king out of trouble.
Out of the pain, yeah.
Yeah.
If you'd ask me, I'd consider this and now I understand it. And this is why, Yovi, I don't know if you'd agree with me, this is why it's very hard to analyze with computer nowadays. You basically give up and just follow computer lines. Because I would think bishop c2 is very strong. I'm threatening a checkmate. And when you go like g6, I solidify everything here with b4, very stable. And then I just go on about my life. So you have one pawn, rook and a pawn for 2 minor pieces, and then this one pawn on the queen side is effectively, there's no pawn, there's no break. Yeah. So bishop c2, brilliant move, Miro thought. And the engineer says, yeah, it wouldn't be bad if not for g5. and then you know what? Then you're in trouble. Then you're lucky that you have an equal position.
That was deep, though.
Yeah.
You have to slide the king over.
Absolutely. And now, like in retrospect, I understand that white was probably going for that. And like was hoping that, yeah, this is like at the end of the line. I go bishop c2 tempo, and I go b4, and everything is tip-top.
Yeah.
And now he finds out, yeah, okay, so bishop c2 runs into g5. Now you cannot take with the queen because rook g7. You have to, if you move the queen, the bishop on e7 is hanging, so you have to take with the bishop. Black trades on e1. Yeah, and black goes c5. All of a sudden, the queen is connected to the king side, rook g7 is possible, and this knight cannot jump forward. You would love to go knight f5, you'd love to go knight d6. Having played knight b3 here, you're not as optimistic.
And also, let's just mention that rook to g7 is the next move that black is going to be playing.
Absolutely. So after bishop d7, you still, it seems, you still have to move the king. But if you move the king, then black might get this chance to play c5. Very next move in case of king f1. Once again, don't quote me on this, but king f1.
King f1 is such a strange move.
Defending the rook, I guess.
I mean,
it's not my favorite move.
I was thinking rook e5.
Rook e5. That's not bad. It's actually a good move.
Well, I don't know actually. Maybe there's c5 in the end.
This one is like what the engine attempts to take.
Okay, but what about c5? What happens there?
C5. You've seen it through, Yovi. You saw when you played bishop e5, you've seen that c5 doesn't work because of this. Chess is a hard game sometimes.
It is.
Chess is a hard game.
But that was the move I was, I don't know, instinctively drawn to.
Rook e5,
getting it to work.
And I probably agree. Yeah, like it's one of the pleasant moves. Really, like if the bishop has to, like now, for instance, you have bishop c5 in some cases, and the rook is not taken with a check, right? And this rook can be shifted on the 5th rank and be protected by the pawn with f4, queen g3, whatever, queen e1 sometimes, right? Kind of unpinning the bishop. Right, so it seems white still has a pole, still has an advantage, but nowhere near as clear-cut as after king h1.
Yeah, well, we've had 3 draws already in the top 10, so that gives us an opportunity just to check in on some of the lower boards. And can we see how Hans Niemann is doing against Leon-Luc Mendonça, board 11?
So that's the position?
That's the position, yeah. So they just count the pawns, so everything is the same.
Everything is the same, and you have an isolated pawn on d2.
Oh my God.
It's not very often, yeah? It's not very often it's on d2.
It's also rare that we've seen it in the majority of the games on the top 10, this isolated pawn. It's on
quite a few, okay, either for white or for black.
A bit much, yeah.
Either for white or for black. No, but I'm thinking seriously, speaking of, again, it's absolutely irrelevant stat, but speaking of one of the central pawns for white remaining on its initial square till past move 20, e2, easily, any English opening, any, ready type of thing, d2, I'm not sure. Yeah. Like it either goes 1 square or 2 squares forward.
Can we just give a quick assessment because everything is going crazy on the board 10?
So here, apparently, no, I would think it's like white has to be careful, in fact, because the knight has some jumps like d3, g4, but Compi wants to trade on d8 and even says white can take the pawn on a7. White can take the pawn on a7 and rook d2, there's a check. Rook d2, there's a check. So white wins the pawn, but because of the backward pawn on d2, black probably still has enough compensation. There's knight d3, for instance. Yeah. There's knight c6.
Okay, so Leon working out.
Board 10, crazy game.
It's crazy.
MVL.
And Marc-Andrea Moritz.
What's that? The pawns?
Exactly, I know. But also as compensation, white does have a kingside attack. f6, queen coming over to h6 is going to be
1, 2, 3.
4.
Right.
But then it ends
there's
the game.
a 4. Yeah. So queen e1. Black to move. Black to move. No c2 available.
Go on. Let's do the race. b2, c2, whatever. Okay, let's go.
b2.
Queen h4.
Queen h4. And it goes c2. Right? And then white's winning.
Is it?
Queen h6.
Yeah.
And you go...
Queen.
Which queen? C1 queen or B1 queen?
Any queen.
Which queen? C1 queen.
Oh, well, hang on. If you do C1 queen,
and then
f6.
white would have to resign.
It's f6.
If not for f6. And you have two queens, and you can't really defend g7. You can take here, queen takes back, and you go queen c3, you pin the d3 bishop, you attack the d4 knight, and I go back to h6. That's a check, king h1, and still no way to stop g7. Yeah. So it seems like it's a... Anyway, computer's best guess, best line in order to stay in the game is queen to c7, and even then, queen h4 seems to be... Oh, well, you have such crazy lines. Queen h4, queen takes e5. Why did we go queen h4? Why did we, say, blunder the center pawn?
Bishop g5.
No, knight c2. Knight c2 was bishop d4 idea.
Oh my God, that's insane.
Yeah, seriously.
That,
and then when you take, it's bishop d4 and white's winning because white's winning.
Yeah, exactly.
even then, it's not easy to tell. Even then,
you can move the queen.
Yeah, like queen d6. I guess like if you are not controlling f6.
He's found queen c7.
Wow, and after queen d6, queen h6, it's resignable. So in fact, after that, your only move not to resign is c1 queen. So then, if this queen is taken, this queen takes over. Queen e3 and takes...
Rook takes queen.
Yeah, so rook takes queen, and then you can go queen d6. And the difference is, I have no idea. f6, pawn takes, queen e7, pawn takes. White is still winning, apparently. White is still winning. Because now the C pawn is no longer that dangerous. Yeah, there's always f6. I imagine MVL should objectively be winning here, but it's such a messy, such a complex position there.
Yeah, you have to accurately calculate that queen h4 is possible, because maybe the radar is not that finely tuned.
Yeah.
You'd assume, okay, I have to take time out to defend e5 because it's such an important pawn. But just and also you have to see this idea of knight c2. If anyone can do it, it's going to be MVL. I mean, he's a tactical wizard. So, I mean, can we just run through this position one more time? So queen h4.
Queen h4 now.
Queen e5.
You absolutely have to take on e5, yeah.
And now anything else for white is going to be...
Queen h6 is equal, and it's a second best move. And queen h6, you can tell why it's equal, I guess, because queen g7 and the queen's pushed back, so it's not necessarily you want to go queen h6. Anything else, I imagine white's not happy. So it's knight c2 and knight c2 only.
Okay, a knight c2, and how easy is that to see
in
advance?
Not sure, no. It's such a crazy position.
Move.
Such a crazy position, and it could be a contender. Not from the very top boards, but it could be a contender for the game of the day.
Oh my God, absolutely.
And if MVL wins with one of these lines, he could be the player of the day.
Yeah. I mean, it's sheer wildness, craziness. Knight c2. If he finds that would be also maybe a contender for move of the tournament.
All right. Yeah, that's because it's very hard. It's cool when you sacrifice and give a checkmate, but it all moves forward. But a move like knight c2, a move backwards, right?
Yeah. Well, we just saw on our board quite a sparkling gem, but we are going to throw it to Angelica, because Angelica is here with us, ready to show us another beautiful idea.
Ivanka, I'm showing a lot of games from the women's section, but now I would like to highlight one of the games which is played by one of the two only women in the open section. It's Alexandra Gerashkina, who is playing today against such a strong German grandmaster, Dmitry Kolers, who is having a rating of 2650. And there was nothing really tactical here, but I just want to observe with you, dear viewers, how she converted this position. So in this position, as we can see, white is slightly better. First of all, because of the bishop. The bishop, light squared bishop, is better than black's. But in this position, what white is doing, white is giving up the bishop for a knight, knight takes c6, then she's occupying the square on e5 and also wants to trade the knight on c6. After a couple of moves, we can see that trade is happening. And she transferred from the position where there was a better bishop against the worse bishop. There is a position with a better knight against the worse bishop. And after rook a1, there is again, we see full pressure on the e file, bishop f7, rook e7, rooks are dominating on the e file. We see computer evaluation saying it's all good, but for human eyes, definitely position looks great. After rook c7 and a couple of trades, knight a4, now we see that Alexandra is going for the dark squares, knight is entering on c5, and after rook c8, queen b4, knight, after trade of the rooks, finally knight is arriving to c5. And suddenly there are already some threats. The pawn on b7 is hanging, knight e6 is a threat. You cannot defend from 2. So what Dmitry is doing, he's defending from the threat on b7, bishop c6 is played, but knight e6 is entering. By the way, there is a checkmate threat on f8, queen f7, the only move to defend from it, and queen d6. Looking at the queen and the knight, such dominant pieces, and we can see also a couple of moves have been played, f4 with the idea of f5, establishing this outpost on the knight on e6, g6, trying to stop it, and king h2, just trying to improve the piece, and wow, I didn't see this move, but h5 has just been played, and apparently it's already losing for black. And this is a new position, and I can see that f5 is the best move, trying to break the position. What do you think about it, Jovanka?
Yeah, I mean, that's the most obvious move, right? Because you break it open, you anchor the knight, and you can't take because of the queen coming to give a check, right, on g3, I mean, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it looks like queen g3, knight f4, or in all honesty, you don't even need to. You can go knight f4 simply, and if you're, you know, if you're a boring positional person, you just go knight f4 and you say, ha ha ha, what you've done to your pawn structure. Yeah, it's a very, very classy play by Goryachkina.
You know, I just came here to show how she tries to squeeze the position. Obviously, one of the two players in the open section who is a woman, and we see that there was a blunder happened just now.
Yeah. So f5, if she plays f5, very good chance she's going to win the game.
Well, it just goes to show, like, when you're grinding things out, you know, you just keep on improving your positions just that little bit, then your opponent cracks. And it would be such a great win for Alexandra Goryachkina here.
Of course, she also played in the first round. If you remember, against Yagis, she, by the way, had huge chances. I mean, she had a very good position. She lost, unfortunately. And then she played 2 draws against Etienne Bakro. And I guess Eddie is also another young Turkish player. So now she has a huge chance for a victory. And 2 out of 4 would be 50%.
Yeah, and not bad going in the strongest Swiss Open in, well, not open, but strongest Swiss in the world. Thank you, Angelica. Well, we'll see whether Alexandra Goryachkina does find f5 and is able to convert that. Well, time trouble, it is a brewing on almost all the boards, and we are therefore going to take a short break. But don't go anywhere, because during the break, we do have a very funny video that we're going to be showing you. So stay tuned. We are back and we have reached that time where the clocks start ticking down and the pressure starts rising. Miro, I think we have to head over to the women's section because this is exactly where we can find our time trouble scenarios. And I'm looking at the top board between Vaishali with the black pieces against Dinara Wagner. Now, there, play kind of developed as what we predicted, but look at this. Dinara just there with 3 minutes and 36 seconds.
Right, and the fact that White had to, or maybe decided to exchange the queens does not really help White navigate these complications. Like with the queens, he always had this idea to go for the G7 square, to go for the king. Now it seems like you are an exchange down simply, well, for the pawn, but you know, the d pawn, well, it's a strong pawn and it kind of limits the activity of black's rooks, but it's nowhere near to move any further. It's nowhere near that this pawn is promoting. So it could be that black is getting optimistic with moves like rook c5, you know, and slowly, maybe even like f5, king f7 can be played.
Exactly, or f6, could you, I mean,
or f6, king f7,
yeah. Start the old-fashioned creep. And then once you've mobilized, you know, if you've managed to exchange a set of rooks and mobilize the rook on e8, then I agree, black has all reason to be happy with their position. And someone who is very unhappy with their position is Song Yuzin, as she is going to be losing against Katerina Lagno.
This last move, bishop e3 to b6, computer was very happy about. I'm trying to figure out why is it so special, why bishop b6 is such a strong move. Maybe it's not the move, maybe the position is just bad, right? Because like thinking, even if white's the move, white's not winning with queen h8. Well, white does win with queen h8 because h4 is hanging, right? So you'd go queen h8 and the king will have to move to d7. Maybe you're swinging all the way to a8, then collect those pawns. Maybe that's the point. That's the point. If you go bishop f6, white has rook g1, and then rook will be coming from this angle. There will be queen d7s, there will be everything.
Yeah, there's just, the black king was uncastled, and this is an advert for why you should be castling.
Why you should be castling,
in the opening. Yeah, this is not gone Yushin Song's way. Okay, can we also drop down to board 3, because there's also been a turnaround in that position as well, because it has completely fluctuated, because first it was advantage black and then advantage white, and now it's like nearly almost winning, I was going to say.
Yeah, so somewhere around here, white was still in full control after bishop g5, knight e6, and bishop h6 was all good. Queen d8, and then a mysterious, somewhat mysterious move. Maybe there is nothing mysterious, but white went bishop to b7. White went bishop to b7 in here. Should have captured the rook first. Apparently planning to go knight d5, right? And black went queen f6. And now the knight is pinned to the queen. I guess, yeah, queen g3, queen e5 would have been played. Anyway, after queen f6, white takes on f8, and black in response takes on f4. So now the bishop is in trouble. Bishop e7, knight h3 intermezzo, queen takes, bishop a6, that's the position. Now you can go queen g5 or h5 and win the g4 pawn. And then it's equal material, right? And white theoretically even has the outside passed pawn, but the king safety, despite the materials reduced, but the king safety, the king on g1, if white loses the g4 pawn, the king will not be safe at all.
No, it absolutely will not be safe. Okay, so those are our top 3 boards. Also, just to kind of give you an update on what's happening in the other games. It still looks very balanced between Olga Giria against Bibisara Salbaeva, but Maria Muzichuk
on board 5,
board 5, playing with the black pieces, is looking like she's in serious trouble against Fatalaeva.
Yeah, something went terribly, terribly wrong for Maria, and now it's move 39, so there'll be one more move. before they reach the time control. And one of the lines for white to claim close to decisive advantage is to take on g5, king takes g5, and king g3. And now rook f1 is a big threat, and rook f8, white goes to e1. If rook e8, it doesn't stop rook f1, because after check you have rook f3.
As easy as that.
Yeah, and the king is in a big trouble.
Yeah, very nice pattern there for Fatalieva if she finds it, this whole idea of capturing the knight to set up a mating net. So that's the situation when it comes to the top boards in the women. Maybe we can just have a look at the full board view in the open section. So that we can pick our battles there, because I see that Abhimanyu, Mishra, and Praggnanandhaa, that's going the way that we kind of more or less predicted. Whereas Gukesh and Arjun Erigaisi, they are in a knight and pawn endgame. And this was our poll of the day where we were asking everyone. Okay, so then maybe we start with the Gukesh.
Let's look at Gukesh Erigaisi exactly. Knight and pawn endgame, equal amount of pawns. So this isolated pawn is no longer in the same room with us. And then imagine like somebody will pick up on our conversation and recall how we were comparing Erigaisi's game and Mishra's game, and to find out there's completely different structure, right?
Yeah.
Commentators went mad. So what do we say here? If black was to activate the king, let's say if you waste a couple of moves with white, I'd argue black could potentially be better with the outside passed pawn, but it's white to move, and precisely e4 and then king e3, and you advance the king side, you come with the king to d4. It should be like good enough for equality for sure.
But I'm going to push you here, because our poll of the day is who will win today's game?
Draw.
Okay, so you are amongst the 41% that believe that this game will be finishing in a draw.
If you want to prove me wrong, guys, vote in our poll of the day.
Definitely vote. And Gukesh has 35% of the vote. Arjun Erigaisi just 24%. And I agree with you, Miro. It looks drawish. But then again, it's a knight and pawn endgame, and they're very complicated. And I do know one thing, is that you're often told that you should judge knight and pawn endgames in the same way that you judge king and pawn. Like, so for instance, there's active king, it's what type of pawn structure you have, whether you're able to create outside pass pawns. So still some wiggle room.
Yep, absolutely. So there are quite a few draws already on the top board. Nepo and Hovhannisyan ended their game in a draw as well. So Nepo's promising position eventually petered out to a draw as well. And we said boards 2 and 3 looked quite similar. So now we've seen this rook, this knight and king and knight endgame. And let's move to board 2, where Pragg, our top seed, has the white pieces against Mishra. And the rook did appear on c7. That's something that we were looking at. And this is how this game develops. The king was, now the king's stuck on f6. The rook is on c7, but it's still not clear how white will be breaking through. It's a tricky situation, because it's hard for black to make a move.
But then it's hard for white as well.
That's hard for white. Yeah, you can go to d3, but you can't go to d4, right?
Yet, my friend. So, I mean, you can go a4, you can go king d3, a4, king d4, and I'm in.
Yeah. With the king on d4, one of the things you can consider is even like going rook d7, trading the rooks, and d5 pawn might be falling.
Yeah. But I don't know, do you want to go into that bishop and knight endgame when the rook is so much superior?
No, I just wasn't sure. Okay, probably we should just like look at move by move variation. I'm not sure what black's doing. Can black go king g7? Wait a second.
What? No,
cannot go king g7 because bishop e6 hitting this and this. then my question is, what's the move for black? Can black go, say, rook e8?
No, rook d7.
Well, he can, because rook d7, black will have... Okay, that's tactical reason. Black has some knight e4, threatening this, and next move rook e7. All right. So could it be then that black does play rook e8 if this tactic works? Because next move I want to play would be rook e7.
Okay. So wait. I could go bishop to g2.
Bishop to g2 hitting the... No, but then d4 is here.
d4. Whoops.
d4. Yeah, so rook
so what is
e8
the-
actually kind of has a threat of d4, right?
Okay, well, okay. Let's
Yeah,
not
you move the
panic.
king, maybe.
d3. Let's not
King
panic.
d3. Yeah, and at least we did not blunder something major. It was king d3.
But you can. What about your rook
Yeah,
e7? What's wrong with your rook e7?
yeah, I wanted rook e7, but then you take,
King takes.
no, I take,
And then king d4.
and king goes here, and you jump here, hitting my g3 pawn, and takes, knight takes, and we are getting something, you know. What was the game? Vantika with Asabayeva. Yeah, Vantika with Asabayeva. Something very, very similar. White king is very active. I guess white has more weaknesses. Maybe it's not enough. But yeah, but still, it's very scary for black to play this position and, well, to transition in any of these endgames, because they might as well turn up to be lost. So rook e8, now I'll ask the advice from the computer. King f3 is what computer wants, but wasn't the king on f3 already after rook d8? Now computer wants a4. I guess we are just expanding on a queen side then. a4, a5, we go back with the bishop, go b5. Well, advantage Pragg, that's for sure. And it's move 32. Pragg has 16 minutes. Mishra has a bit less than 10. Mishra was the player who played the longest game yesterday.
And
right.
also, he's on an unbeaten streak of
59 games. He said,
50s, you know.
Right.
So also, he's just been playing in the Fujairah Masters, so.
But this can be a long one as well, right? It's like if white doesn't break through immediately, if black doesn't equalize immediately, it can go on for like another 30, 40 moves easily. Kaimer with Swane or the first board? Which one do you prefer? I think we go the first board, Maghsoodloo against Abdusattorov.
Let's check in on that one and let's have a look at it.
And it evened out. It evened out completely. King to h1 was played, Yovi, and after knight d4, Parham did not spot this idea with rook d4 and queen e6. So the one that we were, well, or rather, computer enlightened me that there is this idea with g4 threatening g5, which is, yeah, incredible.
And by the way, just again to update you on some results, Vaishali, Dinara Wagner, that has finished in a draw.
Oh, well, it did.
Yes, it ended very quickly, just as it was brewing up for a nice fight.
Ah, right. And it could be the way Vaishali being somewhat low on time.
It was Dinara was the one that was low on time, but you know, Vaishali was the one under pressure all the time. So this is what happened.
Yeah, so she allowed. Yeah, maybe she allowed this, maybe she shouldn't have, but yeah, after bishop d5, what do you do? If you go bishop e6, I guess bishop c6, and then the d-pawn becomes a force, so black just decided, let me eliminate this knight, let me eliminate all the dangers, and they've agreed to draw right after.
So let's go straight over to Charlie's, who is live with Dinara.
I'm here with Dinara Wagner, who just drew to Vaishali Ramesh Babu, the tournament leader. Dinara, board one, a big game. Tell us about it.
It was a very interesting game, even though if you check it as a computer, probably it's going to be uneventful. But I was really happy with my preparation. Managed to put her under pressure time-wise. At some point, Vaishali spent around 40 minutes thinking about the best move, and she found it. So it was a bit unlucky, but I think afterwards we both played quite well, and draw was a very fair result in this game.
I know people like to watch exciting chess, but in uneventful games, this means that both players played really well. Do you think you both played the best that you could in this game?
Yeah, I would say so. I was quality down, but an exchange down, but had a pawn on d6 for it. It was interesting to watch, and yeah, it was just a very equal game, I would say.
And tell me about the preparation for this game, mentally and on the board. Of course, Vaishali won the last edition and she's on full score. Did that make you nervous at all?
No, not really. I think I have a decent score against Vaishali. I won one game and I drew another game. Both were with white. And for this prep, I just prepared all my lines. I knew that she can play various openings, Grunfeld and also Nimzo. So I just checked everything quite thoroughly and was happy to get a Grunfeld in this game.
And how are you enjoying the event? You're doing quite well score-wise, but in general, the atmosphere here, being here in Uzbekistan, how is it?
It's already my second time playing in Uzbekistan. I have played in World Rapid and Blitz for 2 years ago, and I liked it very much. I have a nice company to hang out with, and also the place is great, a lot of place to walk, and I'm just hoping to continue playing my best chess, even though I had a winning position in the second round but couldn't convert it. That was a pity. Probably could have played better, but okay. It's still 7 rounds to go.
Yeah. It's quite something to come back from, that kind of position where you think you should have done better. When you go to the next game, do you still think of it, or do you just try to put it behind you and not think of it again?
Well, it depends. Sometimes I have bad dreams and I think about these positions and how I should have played. But this time it was actually fine. I was just like, okay, I was a bit lucky to win the first game, then draw in the second game is fine. Like score-wise, it should have been like this.
And you mentioned that you are here with friends and people, having a good time. For me, it's very interesting to see which chess players are hanging out with each other. Of course, your husband is here, but who is your crew here at the FIDE Grand Swiss?
So my husband Dennis and also our national German team. We take walks together, we eat together and play cards and also another board game.
And finally, Dinara, you have a master's in economics, so you're studying towards that, completely different from chess. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, I'm still in the process of getting it. The master's thesis is ahead of me. I'm trying to postpone it for now as much as possible because I want to concentrate on my chess. But yeah, at some point, I just like to have my options open, and yeah.
Well, that's really cool, and hope you enjoy the rest of the tournament. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Charlize, and it's nice to hear from Dinara, actually. She's been very impressive throughout this tournament, playing very aggressive chess, and indeed, that aggressiveness was rewarded with a draw against tournament leader Vaishali, which does mean that no one now is on 100% in the women's. And there have also been some other results. Katerina Lagno won her game as expected, and other games, I think, are still in progress. So let's head over to the open section and maybe let's check in on the game that could have been a brilliancy between Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Marc-Andrea Morizzi. Because when we left it, a little bit on a cliffhanger.
Absolutely.
That MVL.
So over here, I think it was Mario who was thinking, and he went queen to c7, where, yeah, this brilliant queen h4, queen takes e5, knight c2 was required. But MVL got tempted with another move, bishop to h6, and you can see the evaluation bar dropping, and after c2 and queen to b4, the evaluation bar dropping even further. And Marc-Andrea, though, played queen e5, and we are back to equal. The win was very, very complicated. So it's queen c3, queen takes bishop. Basically, if you trade the queens, it doesn't matter how much extra material you have, black pawns will decide. So you have to take the bishop, and then rook to c4, bishop takes, queen takes d4, king h1, and queen takes c4, and you trade the queens, and then you have black is a piece down or even a rook down if white takes on f8, but this pawn's trio decides the game. Instead, queen e5, queen a4, and it's still very, very... There's still rook c3, though. There is still rook c4. What's the difference? This rook c4, and the difference is, yeah, you still lose absolutely the same way if you capture the rook, but now you have knight f3. Rook takes queen, knight takes queen, and that's it's a mind-boggling position. Now, what do you do here? Yeah.
At least the queenside pawns are stopped. There is that.
For now, yeah.
So you can take the rook.
This is where, but we ended up here with black to move. So black goes rook to c8. Black goes rook to c8. I wanted to say threatens c1. Does not really. Doesn't threaten c1 yet.
But it threatens b2.
Threatens b2 because this pawn is guarded. And that's why white captures g6, hg6, and the line goes, of course, take f7, allow the queen, yeah, bishop takes, rook takes, and it goes on and on and on, king f2.
Yeah, it's just crazy.
The evaluation, black is tiny bit better, doesn't help me to navigate this one.
No.
It's a mess, it's a, well, if not the brilliancy, but still very intense game for both, and it's a spectacular game to watch and to follow.
Absolutely, we'll be keeping our eyes on that one because it's the craziest game of the round so far. And talking about games, let's head over to the top board because Parham Maghsoodloo is the only player in with a chance with preserving that 100% score if he wins, and it is looking like it's completely equal.
Yeah, looks like he won't win because again, all this happened, and then after rook f7, it seems like it evens out. Bishop g5, queen to d6, queen here, queen here, queen here, queen here, and then after queens got traded, computer ever slightly prefers black. h3, h6, bishop e3, and now according to this machine, rook b4 or somewhat funny bishop a3 move. Okay, I guess bishop a3 there's not much here because white can take. Rook c3, go to d4, go to f6. You know, you want to make a draw, you go for rook endgame. You probably end up like a pawn down, but not much really. Right. But rook takes, pawn takes, and I guess you go to d7 or b1. Yeah, rook b1 is the most precise.
Interesting.
And you get, yeah.
Because after bishop a3, I would never in a million years go b takes a3.
Really?
Yeah, I would just go rook d2 or something.
Yeah, but rook d2, there is bishop b2, and it's kind of the similar thing.
And I'm trying to get...
It's kind of the similar thing, right? You take, rook takes, and bishop d4, you take f6. It might lead to exactly the same, in fact. It might lead to exactly the same. Rook a3, bishop takes, yeah.
I know it's exactly the same, but still, I would rather not leave yourself.
We reach position on Jovi's terms, right? Yeah, I'm not taking your bishop.
It's more the principle, right, of leaving yourself doubled A pawns. that was it.
Yeah.
No calculation behind it.
Right, but say rook b4, rook d2, it seems like the game, maybe it's not the sharpest game out there, but it still kind of drags on for a little bit. Rook p3, and maybe the knight's going to jump. So in ideal world, black goes knight h5, trades the rooks, gets the king closer to the center, and this rook is somewhat more active than white's rook on d2. So maybe I'm over-dramatizing this, and it's just like a casual draw for this type of players, but for this level of players, so to speak. But I'd start being a bit worried with white around this point.
And talking about being worried, well, Frederick Svaner on board 5, he's had a tough time of it. You know, he misplayed his opening, got a worse position, but he's still holding on. And could he turn it around?
Bishop d7. Yovi, you'd be delighted to know that your move, rook e5, was played. c5. And bishop c5 and rook d5, and I kept saying it doesn't work for black, right? Queen c7, but it was not working for black for a very specific reason. The white had to go rook g5.
Okay.
Don't ask me why it's so cool, because I don't know. Computer tells me. Queen h5, rook e7, rook c5, queen d6, and turns out white wins the material back, but that's about it. I know, white's pawn up.
Yeah, but it's...
a3, h6, queen g6, queen e8.
But at the risk of being too simplistic, the king, the white king.
The white king's not that safe anymore.
Fragile.
It's not that safe anymore. And I just I thought king g2, isn't it cool? Look, I go king g2, I defend h3, queen e2 is not a check, so, but then it turns out I just ran into bishop h3. And then if king takes bishop, rook f3, I lose the queen. If king g3, rook f3, I lose the queen. So I'd be forced to go to h1. No, king f2, rook f3, I lose the queen.
Exactly.
King h1, queen e1, queen g1, and that's miserable. Luckily, I'm still not dead lost. Maybe I am lost after rook e7. Anyway, I understand maybe not the most tempting move to go to g2, but the fact that white was dominant in control can blunder the game away in one move suggests that it's no longer as pleasant for Vincent.
No, it's really dangerous. In fact, how is he even going to think about trying to consolidate the king? I guess you drop your
you're probably
queen back.
Go back, like queen g3 or
try to do some repair work that way, but even that doesn't inspire anything because queen e3
has a check here, has a check here.
Yeah.
Wow. And again, some rook e7, and maybe in the ideal world, computer program can hold this one for white. But, and especially with gears shifting, that you were in control, you were attacking, and all of a sudden you have to look for precise moves to defend. That's not the most pleasant. And it's move 32, so still some moves before you get this huge chunk of time added to your clock.
And in fact, what is the precise move here for white to easily...
Either g3 or c2. Either g3 or c2 with the queen. So queen g3... check here, rook e7, and now it seems like you have to move the h-pawn. Don't ask me why, but it wants to go h4, and okay. If one of the things, the rook kind of got stuck on d5. It's an active rook, but I would really, really love to have it on the e file.
Yeah.
Probably it's needed to guard g5. One of the things. So I don't think rook d6 is a great idea.
But okay, there's still some traps though, because say in this position after say h4, let's just put that on the board. If you went queen to d1 thinking, you
lovely,
got knight to f5.
Knight c6 or knight f5.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to show.
Queen d5, knight e7 and the queen. Take the rook and the queen. King move, h8 or h7, that's one thing. a5, b4 is a5, b4, if you are kind of a martial attack player in the real opus, it's a very, very standard thing to do. So a5, b4. I understand, at first glance, you're not looking at such things, but so what makes a white's position stable? The fact that the knight on d4 is protected. What is it protected with? The pawn on c3, right? And then this is how you come to
I tell you what I would be looking at. I would be looking at bishop to e8, just wanting to
relocate it somewhere.
Relocate it somewhere where at least it can be a bit menacing.
It shouldn't be a bad move, I believe. Well, you do allow knight f5, though. You allow knight f5, maybe that's
and that allows...
That's why it... So again,
This was rook e7. So I mean, in the game position, this is, you know, we could be looking at queen coming back to g2 or g3, wherever, g3. Queen, give a
queen
check.
check, yep. Queen check, then queen f2, yep.
Queen f2, queen
c1, king g2. Yeah, you don't have to play rook e7.
But one thing though, you
agree.
can't go king h7 because queen c2 and
Right, you trade the
that
queens.
is gone. And does one need to play? I also like this a5 idea. Now that you've highlighted to me that it's
Yeah.
actually not possible to go knight takes b5 because bishop c6.
Right.
It's just going to be,
So
or is it?
Can you go a5 here? Now,
I take-
a5 white somehow goes queen c2 or e2. So I think, strangely, rook e7 is important. So you take control over the e file, plus you stop queen c2, because queen c2, black trades, goes check.
Okay.
All I know that if I would be playing this, I would misplay it with any color.
And-
Give me white, I'll blunder something with white. Give me black, I'll
And
blunder
things-
with black.
Things have simplified somewhat in the game between Maghsoodloo and Nodirbek. I mean, in that game, bishop a3 was not played,
Right.
and instead, this is the position that we have
Yeah,
on our
bishop
screen.
e3, black did go for knight e4 immediately. White trades here, white trades here, goes bishop d4. So more and more pieces coming off the board.
And this one looks
yeah.
as level as it gets.
Right, it's
The only danger there is
h5, b3.
is white
not
shouldn't
not to
go king g1. I mean, that's
not
the
to
only
bring the
thing.
king to a center. Yeah, exactly. Like king g1. That's how you're taught to play the endgame. King g1, king f2, king f3. But you do lose to rook takes d4. So yeah, g6, b3, h5, b3, g6, and you just have to find a way to bring the king closer.
Yeah,
But there's still a bit of, a little bit of care is required.
you can
'cause
just go.
I was thinking rook d3, to defend, and then I realized, but then I might
Yeah.
be facing trouble again, right?
Nodirbek has set up some nasty ideas of going h4.
Yeah.
So I think it's prudent for white to go g3.
To go g3.
King g2.
Yeah, you do want to go to f3. It's just like g3, rook e2. That's what was disturbing me. But
Yeah.
maybe there is no
You have rook f1,
maybe
rook
no
f.
reason to be disturbed. Rook f1.
Oh, but hang on a second. This bishop
King
endgame.
goes.
No, but this bishop endgame.
Yeah, rook f2 looks very scary because now you take, and the king is getting activated
Exactly.
even further.
No, you need the king
That's-
to be on f3. So
Yeah.
okay, there's some questions for Maghsoodloo. It's not as easy as you think.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's like with white, we say, you know what, we had enough, now let's agree a draw. But imagine you're playing with black, and it's the best position you had in this game. So inevitably, you're starting to get some hopes for playing it on.
And someone who is feeling very hopeful is Praggnanandhaa, as he is inching his way forward to squeezing out a win. Bishop to f2 played in the game between Maghsoodloo.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
guess this works. Yeah, bishop f2, and then he wants to bring the king to
Very
f1.
precise.
Right.
But on move.
Yeah, let's
Or
move
two.
to Pragg and Mishra. And he ended up with an extra pawn, right? So here, rook e7, rook to c5.
d4 play.
e4 takes, rook e8, rook c7.
Okay, so Abhimanyu is hoping that he can just trade off rooks and establish a fortress.
So rook e7 played, yeah? But then rook takes, king takes, and I believe you go f5 this
is
very moment.
exactly like the game between Vantika and Bibisara Salbeeva.
Right, and I don't think Vantika was a pawn up, but she
No, but she had this
the king,
F5
like,
idea.
somehow, like very, yeah. So that fortress Yovi was talking about, like if you exchange, right, and you let I don't know what you do, but
Bishop
basically
to
you let
F1.
black play f5, right? And it might as well be a fortress. Might as well be a
Might be,
fortress.
yeah.
But yeah, but white playing f5, and we should be able to just win this pawn back, right? Or maybe we don't need to. Maybe we don't need to, because king f6, bishop g2, bishop f3, then it's bad. It's bad. Okay, I have another question. If Pragg moves the rook back, then there is no advantage for white. Black goes rook e4, hits this pawn, so inevitably, maybe you cannot maybe you cannot calculate till the very end, but you go for it because you believe it's your best chance. And Pragg did straight and go f5. That's on the board. It's move 38. Move 38.
38. So, okay, no serious time trouble whatsoever, but decisions to be made for Abhimanyu.
Right. So let me see what happens in the women's section. Meanwhile, because I believe the time trouble should be finished in the women's section. So I'll just quickly check what games are still in progress, at least the top games.
Ooh.
So we have a draw for Dinara and Vaishali. Lagno wins against Shoni Sin. Tanjongi and Salimova made the draw.
Exactly,
Salimova was winning at some point.
But hang on a second. Let's actually work our way through that, because Salimova was winning, and then it just escaped from her hands.
Over there, right. So let's just quickly click through. Queen g3, bishop g4. Computer claims that it's like completely winning. Queen to g5 was unnecessary. Just move the bishop to e2, computer says. Anyway, here, back to being winning for black. It was +5 here.
Wow.
Here the position was +5. And she had to go, well, f6 maybe it's not your first move that you consider, but taking is still fine. Takes, queen to d2, and queen to d2 was a mistake.
Yeah.
Queen to d2 was a mistake, bishop c6, and then she decided to repeat the moves.
Okay. Well, someone who is desperate to repeat the moves, we have to go to the open section, is Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, as he's now in serious trouble against 18-year-old French champion Marc-Andrea Moretti.
Whoa. He would love to repeat the moves, but can he?
No, he'd love to get some draw in any form or other, because here, I mean, look at this.
That's done and dusted. I mean, he is losing. He's losing. He stopped those pawns, but only for a short while, I believe, because there's like 3 black pawns over there. I know what you do here. You try to take the bishop with the rook. So you go rook a1. So you go rook a1, and then not even sure what black. White doesn't have that many moves.
Can you not try to do everything at once? And I'm thinking of, instead of rook a1, rook c4.
Rook c4.
Let's displace that knight. And you want to go king f2.
Yeah, but then, precisely, like you allow the king to go to f2. You could have gone rook c3, by the way.
Okay,
like if you wanted to chase the knight,
We have resignation.
Knight d3, and I didn't. Yeah, and rook a1 was played, and that was enough for MVL to resign. So
the craziest game of perhaps even the tournament so far.
absolutely right. There was such a complex tactical battle, and yeah, MVL resigns, but 4 moves ago, he still had enough to make a draw. So f takes g6 would have been f g6, h g6, and rook f7 would have been enough.
Yeah, but I mean, this is a game to be replayed many, many times. I mean, you could study this game for hours, and I don't think you'd get to the bottom of it. Well, we are here with Angelica. Angelica, I can't wait to see what you've got ready for us.
Definitely, there was a very nice game between Vantika and Kostyuk. Around this moment, it still looks like an equal position. We see that there is a knight against the bishop in the queen's endgame. And this moment, white pushed the pawn to b5. The point is, if bishop would take on b5, there would be a check, and there will be at least perpetual, and the e pawn is coming forward. So what Alexandra did here, she went with queen c1 check, just trying to give a couple of checks, see in which mood is white. And apparently Antika was very ambitious, because here she played king h3. She didn't want to get the repetition. And at this moment already bishop b5 is much worse than earlier. Then queen d5 is coming with all the knight e6 and so on. So in this position, Alexandra played bishop a8, just stepping away, still defending the pawn on d5, but this pawn on a5 looks really great, so e6 was played. And suddenly there are ideas for white to go with queen f4 to b8, there's checkmate threat. This is exactly what happened, queen e2. What Alexandra is doing, she's trying to stop the pawn, very logical. Queen f4 is coming, checkmate threat, and also it's a threat of winning the bishop, which looks very tempting. And here we can see Alexandra thought for quite some time, and she plays g6, apparently giving up a bishop. This position, computer said there was a move knight d7. It's very difficult to understand it, but very human. Queen b8, which was played in the game, not yet losing, but here after king g7, what Vantika should have done, she should have continued, keep doing checks like queen c7, king h6, queen f4 check, and so on, trying to get this threefold repetition. But after queen took on a8, suddenly we can see computer says mate in 6, and queen f1 check was played, king is coming forward to h4, suddenly queen g2, the checkmate threat, queen h2, king g5, queen h6. What to do? I mean, Vantika is playing h3, still trying to hold, but queen f3, suddenly checkmate from h5, and here after g4, queen f2, the forced checkmate with a pawn. Such a beautiful checkmate by Alexandra Kostyuk, winning this game against Vantika.
It came out of nowhere as well, and I'm pretty sure, like, Vantika was thinking, hey, there's no checkmate, because if the king steps up to h6, then there's a check on f8. And she just missed this whole idea of going queen to g2. But it has such a deadly idea. And it comes out of nowhere, because Alexandra was on the back foot in that game. Looked like Vantika was in full control. But yeah, there's danger around every corner.
But also Vantika was low on the clock, so I think that's also contributed a lot to this result. As we can see, Vantika was playing under 1 minute the whole, I mean, the period of this game in the end game. So tough for Vantika.
Yeah, well, thank you very much, Alenka, for showing us that beautiful moment. And someone who played an absolutely crazy, beautiful, all the emotional, every single possible superlative there is game was Marc-Andrea Morizzi, and he's right there with Charlize.
I'm here with Marc-Andrea Morizzi, who just had a crazy game and beats MVL. How was it?
Yeah, it was crazy. It was like a coin flip, I think, and it was good for me, but honestly I don't know the evaluation of the position. I just played some move and it was good.
Yeah, you had this massive pawn storm, a scary looking pawn storm, but at this point MVL actually had the better evaluation. Did you ever at any point think that you were worse?
Yeah, honestly I don't know, because my king, it was very weak. But okay, I was thinking if my pawn go to c1 or b1, I am queen up, so it was very interesting. But I don't know where he played a bad move, but I think it was lucky for me.
And tell me about your style. Do you like these sort of crazy games, or do you prefer calmer chess?
Yeah, I like this kind of game. Okay, I was thinking if it's bad for me, okay, whatever. It's I played just a game, and okay, but I am very lucky, I think.
Yeah. And playing against MVL, of course, one of the greats. How was that mentally going into this game?
Yeah, it was very hard, because it's first time I play against him. But okay, very interesting game, and it's a very good guy, so it's okay.
And this event in general, how is it going for you in terms of the games and the atmosphere?
Yeah, it's very good event, because always strong player. It's very good, I think, and the hotel is also good, so very good spot.
And tell us about your year in chess. How has that been going?
It's like I don't know. First half of the year was very good, but second half not so good. But this month it's fine, so we will see.
And it seems to be a good Grand Swiss. Did you prepare a special way for this tournament at all?
No, I think I just want to play good and let's see.
Yeah. Well, you did play well today. Very exciting game. I do urge viewers to go look at it. It's one of those games where, you know, up and down, topsy-turvy, but exciting chess nonetheless. Thank you so much. Good luck for the rest of your event.
Bye.
Exciting fighting chess. That's exactly what we want to be seeing here at the FIDE Grand Swiss, because there's so much at stake. It's a big money tournament. 2 candidate spots, right? You want to get those golden tickets to that candidate tournament. And also, let's not forget that this is a dog-eat-dog world, because we have the best chess players fighting it out. So we guaranteed fireworks. And this game was closely fought until the very end. We asked in our poll, who will win? Well, the answer was, it is a draw. And Gukesh, Arjun, old friends, old rivals, they did agree a draw. And there you see them nicely analyzing. It just goes to show there's a beautiful...
Yeah, it's not a surprise. I think, yeah, despite being like opponents on the chessboard, I believe there is some bit of rivalry for, you know, for the rating place in the top 10, for like Gukesh being the world champion, of course, and at some point Arjun being higher rated. So that's... But they are friends, they're analyzing together, you know. They won't be surprised if they're still, from time to time, exchanging ideas.
It's nice to see. You know, it's quite funny because, you know, you talked about world #1 for a while. It was Indian #1, which is almost more or less the same thing.
Absolutely.
And okay, so everyone, as far as I can see, has made the time control, so there's no time scrambles. But Angelica showed us a checkmate that Alexandra Kosteniuk did. But there was also a checkmate in the open section when Adomus beat Aditya Mittal, and we have to
Wow, that was a fantastic, fantastic game, at least at the end of it. And I'm not quite sure if it was all well calculated till the end, because it also matches with, you know, this area of the game, like around move 40, maybe it was a time scramble. And anyway, I think we show this fragment, and then maybe we take our little,
Exactly. You know. We'll take a break after this, but it is a fantastic note to take a break
so we are, after 30 moves, finding ourselves in such a complex, crazy position. White pawn is a pawn up, 2 pawns marching towards the promotion square, but black has a counterplay against the king. So rook e8, rook f1, and you see the variation bar drops. Black is winning now with rook e1, which he misses, bishop h3, and we are back to white being better because white has rook h4, which was also missed. Rook h4 was not played, d6, positions equal, rook e2, rook h4 is played, queen f5, queen to b5, rook e5. And white thought, nah, it cannot be right. Now I go d7, and I'm threatening to promote the queen. Rook takes d2, check, and the queen. So now, if black was to take on d8, he would have been slightly better, maybe more than slightly better. But guess what? Queen takes f2 was the move.
Boom! It has to come with sound
Rook
effects.
takes, rook e1.
Follow the checks.
Check, and the check, and the check, and g7, g6. What a beautiful combination.
It's perfection itself. And on that
extra
note,
queens on the board, Jen.
I know, it's amazing. And you checkmate with the lowest ranked piece on the board, the pawn, the David and Goliath mate. And on that note, I think we are going to go on a break, and when we return, we're hopefully going to have more of the same, but we're going to be breaking down all of that endgame action. So stay tuned. and welcome back. And the first time control has been made in the fourth day of the FIDE Grand Swiss. Had a little mini meltdown there, just a blip. But what I want to say is we are in the endgame stage right now. Now, let's revisit some of the players that we actually haven't checked in on, but are very interested in. And one of them is Divya, because while some players are just battling it out in a very close endgame, Divya looks like she is set to win against Bassem Amin. Now, take a look at this. No endgame for her.
Yeah, no endgame
No
for
draw.
her. And I'm checking, like kind of tracking back in the game to see. Yeah, she's been better for quite some time already, and then this was the moment they passed the time control, knight to c5, and now knight is threatening to join the action, then maybe to jump to e4 or something. This knight was taken and moved 41, rook takes pawn takes d6, and black went bishop h5. This bishop h5 makes it impossible for white to defend g4, and that's, I believe that's it. I don't see, yeah, I mean, spent some time already. He keeps thinking, but I don't see the next move for white.
I don't see either. I mean,
Rook g4, queen g2 check. Well, rook g1 would be a cheeky way to stop this particular idea, because now if rook takes g4, white actually wins with bishop g4, queen g4, king h2, right? But yeah, but you
Just
can
take
take
bishop
with
g4.
the bishop. You can take with the bishop.
and that's
this is it.
elementary.
And this is
So-
it, yeah. Like rook,
Let's play that one out to the end, just to,
you mean
just to
rook
show.
g1, bishop takes.
yeah.
But I wasn't sure what we do.
You would
Take
go-
with the bishop,
yeah, just and then rook takes, king h2,
king h2,
Maybe
queen checkmate,
maybe king f3.
queen king f3,
Rook takes.
check, king e2, rook takes rook.
And that's more than sufficient.
Right.
So
So if you were to take here, white takes and goes d7. And no, wait, you still have a check. I thought like you have to be brilliant to go to include d4, but no, you still have this, and you win. So after bishop h5, yeah, it looks like Divya is winning.
And if
She's one of the two female players in the open section. Goryachkina also had a very good position, if you remember.
well, we're going to cover that one because we saw that Alexander Goryachkina earlier on was really impressing us with her endgame technique. But there's just one final line I'd like to look at here. And that was rook e4.
Yeah, rook e4 is...
And is that just simply a question of rook takes?
I guess I can still take this guy. Still take this guy, and if bishop takes, it's the same checkmate with rook takes and so on. And if rook f4 was to happen,
You can just
then bishop f5, and I guess this is it.
that's as easy as that.
King f3.
Pawn takes rook.
I don't know. There could be like
just
pawn
not
takes
go-
rook. I'm lazy. I'm
Exactly.
declaring. Yeah, we trade the queens. The d pawn stopped. You know. Yeah.
And the B and the C pawn will win the game for Divya. So that's a fantastic result there for Divya, who with this win will find herself, I think, on 50%.
Yep.
And someone else who will, with a victory, find themselves on 50% is another female player, Alexandra Goryachkina, and she has the white pieces. Now, we left it with her at a moment where she could have
yeah.
played f5. Did she make that move where she could have just destroyed
Let me
the
see.
pawn
Yeah,
structure?
her position is completely winning, and after h5, the move indeed was f5. gf5, queen to g3, knight to f4, and yeah, after a few more moves, the key to success happened to be the queen straight. d4, knight to f5, and now she can... I thought she could just like march with the pawns, now king g3, making sure that the d pawn does not represent enough counterplay. Over here, I don't know, you might spend some time calculating h4, but you know, this one should be also good. Just go a3.
Makes sense.
Yeah,
you know,
I mean,
to
why
have
would
the
you?
white king. I mean, can you? I mean, the problem is that white is
White's
many pawns up.
Yeah, white many pawns up, and the d pawn, which is kind of your only source of counterplay, can be stopped with the knight and the king. So if you were to go d3, king f2, d2, king e2, right? d2, king e2, bishop g2, and white has the luxury of going h4, I'm thinking. Yep. So 2 pawns up should be trivial.
Yeah, and nice. What? Very instructive, right? And especially the part that Angelica showed us, of how she just made some small inroads into the black position until black collapsed with this h5, allowing f5 to wreck the pawn structure. And Alexandra Garashkina was able to collect material, and we're expecting her to secure the victory in this position. And that brings us on to the women's section, because the time control has passed move 40, and a lot of the top games have indeed finished. As we said, you know, Dinara, Wagner, Vaishali, that was a draw. Katerina Lagno, with her win, is now co-leader with Vaishali.
Yeah, then a draw on boards 3 and 4. That means Vaishali and Lagno are winning, leading, and yeah, the mass of other players kind of pushed her back a little bit. And this is the game on board 5. Maria Muzichuk fights for the dear life, but her position is quite bad. So Ulya Fatalieva has 2 connected passed pawns, H and G pawn. I don't see the way out for Maria Muzichuk. So maybe you go D3 to try to, you know, to bank on your own passed pawn. But among other ways of winning this game,
you creep.
H7?
Oh.
And if you go D2, rook check, king goes, and then I was thinking knight check, to be honest, but knight check doesn't really lead us anywhere.
No, you can just simply drop the knight back.
E3. Oh, right, you go knight e3. So now, well, some lines to calculate. But knight c4, you go knight d1. And then, yes, black gets the pawns, but white pawns are faster. Or, if you were to promote to d1, yeah, then of course white takes, knight takes, and the g pawn starts moving.
Yeah. And that would be deadly. And is there any danger for Fatalieva? So, for instance, I mean, we were looking at d3. I mean, we were looking at this concept of just going h7.
Maybe
what happens if you go g5?
Yeah.
Ah.
Go g5, yeah. And
not as
the evil bar, yeah, it's kind of went a bit down, but then once again, yeah, here. So basically, you have to see this concept that you have a check and knight e3. If you were, at some point I was thinking, maybe you can sack the rook. And you can. And you can. And this would be winning. This would be winning. But after rook b1, black has king e6. Remember Parham's game against Firouzja?
I can.
Knight and 2 pawns, and the king is very helpful in stopping those pawns. And this would be, once again, some messy, messy position, which computer evaluates as equal.
So there is a possibility for white to go wrong in this particular position. So, okay. We will keep a watch on this one, but let's head back to the game between... First up, let's check in on Maghsoodloo against Nodirbek. It's a bishop and pawn endgame, and the big question is Nodirbek making any inroads, both figuratively and literally? He's threatening bishop takes bishop and king c3, and the king is in.
Yeah, so white has 2 sensible moves, bishop b4 and bishop f2, and it seems any of these 2 moves will make a draw.
But bishop f2
seems
a little bit scary, because you allow the king
c3,
in.
I take, and you take here, and I go here. And I remind you that the h-pawn and the bishop of the wrong color does not win the game. So after king a4, you go g4 first, I believe.
Yeah.
You go g4, and after king b3, you exchange, and you take. And you go to h1, and nothing can happen.
Nothing in the world can happen once the king nestles in.
So
Unless they suddenly change the rules. And they
your
say-
favorite rules, where check stalemate wins the game, right?
Exactly.
Over there, I mean, it really depends. I believe like it really depends on your tastes, because yeah, this pretty much forces a draw in my books at least. But also, bishop b4, a b4, king d2 seems to be holding a draw.
But this is a question of counting, and there is an element of risk. Because the king will run over to...
It's very interesting, because apparently if you go to f4, you lose.
Okay, let's show why that loses.
I was thinking this is a draw, and this indeed is a draw, but white wins with king d3. And then you go here, here. And I guess if you take g2, you'll have to return and take h4. So you do take them in some order. You take this one, and then white goes forward, takes this. White doesn't have to eliminate both pawns in order to get the passer. And this is how white wins, right? And if I was to take the other pawn first, same thing. King b5, this doesn't work, because white promotes with a check, right?
Yeah, well, he's gone for the bishop to f2.
Bishop f2, yeah, forces a draw.
Which immediately...
But apparently, yeah, takes, king to d2 would once again force a draw, because if you go back, white goes to e3 and white's winning. And after king e4, king e2, once again, black just has to go here, and white goes here, and black goes here. So both sides would be forced to repeat.
Yeah.
But yeah, but bishop f2 is, again, like forces a draw pretty much. White, yeah, you take this guy.
He's taken v6. And this is where it's so helpful to know your basic endings. And the one that you need to know here is just that a bishop...
And the kind of wrong pawn...
wrong color.
How do you define it?
Exactly. So.
So, H pawn does not win if your bishop is of a wrong color. What's the wrong color?
Well, it's to do with the promotion square.
Yeah.
That's why we say the wrong rook pawn color.
Kind of the bishop does not control the promotion square of the pawn. And precisely as I had it in my line, yeah, king went to f3, pawn went to g4, and this would be it.
Well, we're going to be seeing a handshake.
Yeah, I
any
guess
moment
bishop e1 is your kind of, well, bishop e7.
He's going to take the pawn on h5.
Take on h5, take on h5, and I guess to kind of to show that I know what I'm doing, yeah, you can immediately take on a5.
And the king will just head to the h1 square.
g2.
And it just can't be dislodged
h1.
from h1 or g2.
Went to h3, Parham goes to h3.
Okay. They keep on going.
All right, and Nodirbek just lets him take all the pieces, so there'll be only 2 kings left on the board. It's a draw. Very well fought, and once again played on a very, very high level. Draw on board 1 for Parham Maghsoodloo and Nodirbek Abdusattorov.
Yeah.
So now the situation is such that if Praggnanandhaa converts his seemingly winning position against Abhimanyu Mishra, Pragg will tie for the first with... Be tied for the first after 4 rounds. It's too early to say about like the final standings, of course, but he will catch up with Maghsoodloo.
Yes, and actually yesterday was a really bloodthirsty day with so many wins on the top boards. Today, a different type of chess. I mean, the players tried, but it was a lot more tense, a lot more cautious, and very accurate.
Absolutely. Out of top 10, so far we have only one result, and that was this wild game, Vaishali Graf Maurizi. Every other thing is a draw, but 2 more games are still going.
And there is also another wild game happening in the game between Vasil Ivanchuk against Vidit. And I just want to show this one because it just looks very optically crazy.
Wow.
Although I think that after King D7, is King D7 enough, or does Black have to go C5?
King D7 lets White escape. I'm not ready to state like lets White escape, but apparently not the strongest move. Like after some thought, computer actually says, yeah, you know what, your King D7 also wins. But yeah, like the best move C5 is actually anything but easy. Let me tell you, like to go C5 to leave White with the D pawn. I guess Vidit, you can say Vidit got a bit, okay, not got lucky, but I'd say he is lucky that it was move 40 and he gets to think, he gets time to think.
Yeah, but
yeah, so
really
that was the position, and it feels like
in-game position.
Rook E8, you know, Rook A1 and Rook A8 is a threat. But yeah, Vidit just in time with, yeah, White went C5 and he's just in time with D6 check, and now he's thinking. So C5 wins.
By the way, Divya did win as expected
Divya
against
did
Bassam.
win. So ladies in the open tournament both score, well,
Garyashkin is on her
theoretically
way.
still in progress.
Vidit defending Grand Swiss champion. If he finds the correct move here, and that would be like C5.
C5. Okay, how bad is this one?
Ooh.
How bad is this one? I'm a simple person.
King takes
You take
D6.
my pawn, I take your pawn.
King takes D6.
King takes D6.
Get your king out of
wins
mate.
for White.
Exactly.
It's not like makes a draw, it wins for White because of Rook A1, Rook A8 threat. So of course you don't take. So I like your King D7, but Compy, for whatever reason, says that C5 is even better.
But still, that one feels very shaky because you imagine that the king will come to. But this is the point: the king will come to D5, but it's going to be met by King to D7.
King to D7, and after King C5, you go B3 first.
Exactly, and start running with the
B3 first, so that Rook H7 is never in time, right? B3 first, and then when White puts the rook behind the pass, White stops the pass pawn, you put the rook. Now, Yovi, I managed to misplay it like at the very last bit.
Oh no.
Because I went rook B8, and it seemed such an easy move to me to make. And I had to go check. And after you'd play King D5, then you go rook B8. After you'd play King B4, then you go B2. I'm bad in rook hand games. What can I say?
It's complicated. So, I mean, but actually, it goes to show that if you were to play C5, perhaps you have to tiptoe very carefully down a certain line. Well, it's been a day where there's been a lot of precise draws, not that many victories, but someone who did win was Divya Deshmukh, and she's right here with Angelica, ready to take us through those important moments of her game.
We're so happy to have Divya Deshmukh here with us in the studio with the first victory in the Grand Swiss against top Egyptian Grandmaster Bassam Amin. How do you feel, Divya?
I feel quite good. I think the opening was quite a rough start for me, so I'm happy that I managed to recover. Of course, he put so much pressure on me, and he's the best in Africa, and he's quite strong. So it was quite a tough game.
Would you mind showing us some key moments from the game? I believe here he played knight G5.
Yes. So after a rough start, I think this is the moment where I got my chances. I think if he played bishop G7, it would still be sort of equal, but I thought it was a better try. But after knight G5, I felt more in control because I saw this idea with F4. Arjun does not like it, but
it felt like you put pressure on.
Felt like also with the times going down, it felt like it could be something because also his bishop on C2 is weak, and I want to go queen G6, and also maybe a little bit of attack on the king side. So I think this is not the right move. I felt it during the game, but I don't know what the right move is. What is it? Oh, G4, okay. That's quite tough. I think after this point, I started gaining a bit of the initiative since all my pieces are fine. This knight, it's so ugly, but it's doing its job. And here I was contemplating F3 for quite a long time, but it was okay. I think after this, I was trying to capture all the pawns and just get my knight into activity. And I missed rook c3 and this counterplay, but I think, okay, definitely could have been a much more accurate game, but with our time sticking down, I think it was fine, and I'm proud of this move.
Yeah, knight rook e4 was absolutely incredible.
Like when I initially played it, I didn't see queen c1, but then when I was calculating it, I thought, okay, worst case, I'll figure something out, and.
Also, you were down on the clock. I mean, it was
we were both playing on seconds, so it was quite tough. But I'm just glad that I managed to find the victory. And after this, I realized that I have to just play a solid move, and it's all okay. After this, I think there were also a lot of threats in the air, like rook f5, h5, bishop h5. So I think, okay, at this point,
so tough for him to handle.
Yeah, it's just gone.
Yeah, truly amazing game, Divya. I mean, first of all, you recently just became a grandmaster, winning the FIDE Women's World Cup. I mean, truly incredible performances. Now you're at the FIDE Grand Swiss, and you're participating in the Open, one of the two female players, starting a bit tough with a loss, but then you stabilized with 2 draws, victory. How would you evaluate your performance?
The win is quite a relief, honestly, because I was wondering when my first victory would come, and I'm glad that it's today. The first game was tough, but I definitely learned a lot, and I think it also helped me in my other games because I had just had to calculate so much in the first game. So I think that training helped me in the other ones.
And how special generally the FIDE Grand Swiss for you, being one of only 2 female players participating?
It's quite special, and I'm hoping I can give my best.
We also hope so. Jovanka, Mira, do you have some questions for Divya?
Yeah, I was just going to ask, you've had such a successful year. What's been the secret to your success?
Tough to pinpoint one, but my year started off quite rocky, and I think in an overall trajectory, failure is the reason for success.
Mm-hmm. Very nice.
Yeah, you've got to fail many times before you start succeeding. No, but thank you for joining us here. Mira, do you have a question?
It was a beautiful game.
It was a fantastic game, yeah. But I'd just like to wish you the best of luck in your coming games, and we hope you visit us again.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Angelica and Divya. It was such a nice game, and I like that we've had this very balanced kind of round where we've had really calm, precise games, and then we have complicated, crazy games. We had in my opinion, the most complicated game of the tournament so far, in the game between MVL and
right.
Maritzi, yeah.
Then we had this queen sacrifice by Adamush.
Exactly.
And we have the endgame wizardry by Ivanchik, because Vidit just played c7, c6, the game that we were just watching.
Mm-hmm.
So over here, if you remember, my c takes d6 would lose the game. Okay, I did it on purpose, guys. Let me confess. Yeah, c5 would have won, b3 would have won, your king d7, I believe, would have won, but c6, stopping king d5, apparently is a draw. So,
is this to do with
rook to?
And this is the only move, right?
That's definitely the only move, because if king d7 happens, it's game over.
Right, and I was thinking, oh well, you go first up, you go rook a1, but then there's some
so c6, rook a1, but then black has a check.
And the king.
And if you were to go king d4, then I guess you just like climb with the king, or rook b5. Rook b5 is another option. Yeah. If you were to attack the rook, same thing, rook b5. So what's so special about rook h7 if black, say, goes here?
What about the check?
Or
what is stopping?
black goes with a check, yeah. So black goes with a check, then the only move not to lose is this, to attack the rook, rook b5. And then white goes d7, king takes, rook takes f7, and somehow everything is a draw. I was thinking king e6.
Maybe rook to
c7. King f6, and then here you're just in time, right?
But wait.
Of course.
There's so many variables in this line. So first up, my question is, why go rook b5 when you can go rook d5?
Check, king f4, and rook d5.
d5, yeah.
Behind the d pawn. Yes, but then I go d7.
There's no rook
You
takes
don't want to be
d7.
taking on d7 with the rook, yeah. And you got me there. That, like, I wasn't sure why. You said rook d5. I look at it. Yeah, it kind of makes sense. Rook behind the passport. But then I see the computer line. It says, you know what? You go d7. And yes, if rook takes d7, which keeps f7 pawn nicely protected, then rook h8 checkmate. No, that's amazing. Right, but I believe there are like even more complex variations. If black, for instance, were to go b3, then you go d7 check.
But this one actually feels like it's scary for black, because
and if you take
now king
check,
c8.
you can go king c8, kind of not let me go there. But then I imagine rook g7 tempo is kind of important, and then it somehow but again, much trickier is d7 check, king d8, because now I'm sure, don't listen to me, I wanted to say, I'm sure you can't take on f7, and that's exactly what computer does. Takes on f7, b2, rook g7.
Important tempo.
b1 queen. And then it's a check, and then it's f7, and black is the one who has to go for perpetual.
You know, if there is anyone that can find rook h7 and with this concept of going d7, it will be Ivanchuk.
And look at him. He's somewhere in outer spaces, certainly.
Yeah, I think yesterday Emil said it was like watching an alien play chess. And the whole concept is like his mind works at a higher level.
Yes, somehow.
Just genius.
Absolutely, genius at work. So let's see if he's able to work out all of those complications.
Well, he's certainly going to be thinking deeply, because I'm sure he senses a moment.
That's my chance.
Do you know something? I have noticed again in all my years of commentary that when there is a big moment on the board, whether the player spots it or not, they always stop. It's like there's some kind of spider sense telling you, now is the time to pause, have a think, and then you just don't find it. But anyhow, we are definitely going to keep everyone posted on this one, because if rook h7 is found,
it's almost like a study-like escape.
You almost feel like Ivanchuk would be our player of the day for that find. But let's go to board 2 between Praggnanandhaa and Abhimanyu Mishra.
And I was so confident declaring how Pragg is winning, but now, first off, this looks closer and closer to a fortress. To such an extent that I'm thinking, was he winning from the beginning? I'm not sure. So basically what we have right now, and that's, by the way, I should be ashamed with myself, because I know that's a very, very common fortress, like controlling, a lot of squares. Basically your d5 pawn for white, d5 pawn for white is an enemy. So if there is no d5 pawn, there's better chance white's winning, because you'd enter through king d4, king d5. So now, the king simply can't make it through.
Okay, so I'm thinking, could there be any potential sacrifices? But I mean...
Yeah, so what I was thinking, if you go king h6, does that lose? No, it doesn't. That was my hope. so that white goes bishop e8, kind of puts you, that's what I thought, puts you in a zugzwang, because the king cannot move, but then you take, and king f5, and kind of to go in. That was my hope, but yeah. To go in is apparently not enough, because now you'll munch on all of my pawns. He'll take this one, and you'll take the other one, and we'll stop the remaining one.
Exactly.
And yeah, you can say mirror, but you can somehow like make the situation more favorable and maybe create the h-pass pawn first. But then there's no way whatsoever to force black to capture the bishop, even if I leave bishop on pre.
But there could be some. No, there's no zugzwang. I was thinking.
Yeah, they're just like hovering around. I say, okay, this is, let's pretend it's a zugzwang. Again, we neglect the fact that black is winning, capturing the bishop.
Yeah.
But black can also play king g7, I'm thinking. Now what do I do? Like king h5. And again, black can take. So, f5 was the moment when it looked so smooth and white's just winning. King to f6, and apparently taking on g6 wasn't the most precise. Because taking on g6 allows black to capture and play f6, not letting the king to e5. So the key was, and it was on move 38, even before we've reached the time control. Apparently, king f4 was absolutely vital. To go king f4, and now, again, if you take f5, bishop g2, it doesn't really matter how many pawns black has on the f file, as long as the king makes its way to e5. So we go bishop g2, we attack the h pawn, and we need the king to enter to e5. So king f4. If black was to play, say, b6, preparing to build this fortress, now you can take g6, and black cannot reply with king g6. And if the pawn takes, now, finally, you will build, you know, some sort of a zugzwang with the bishop on d3, the king will enter, and white will win the game. After fg6, king g6, I'm no longer sure it was possible to win the game. So here, bishop g2, bishop g2, b6, and I think this is it. Because computer for now is still claiming almost +2, but in a schematic way, how do you, what do you do? I don't really see how you.
Well, okay, the thing is the pawn, the a pawn also went running up the board.
Yeah, I mean, you can get all the way here and get the king to b5, but you can never, ever, ever make me take on a5.
Yeah. Well, now the pawn is on a6, and let's go to the live board and let's see if we can crack this nut. And so we've already looked at like g4 ideas. What other move could you do? So maybe go bishop to d1.
Yeah, I'll put the bishop on d1. King stays there, and yeah, so g6, h6.
Yeah.
g6 and h6, but.
And is there anything with bishop to g4? It doesn't really.
I mean, if you wanted to, like bishop g4, not bishop h5, but bishop g4 to take with the king,
and that's
unlike my sacrifice, this sacrifice doesn't lose.
Well, that's good news.
That's a good one. Yeah, king takes, but it seems it's not the only one. Like black can go king g6, but also black can go king g7.
Oh, so somehow trying to get g4, g5 in and trying to destabilize that knight.
Finally get there, right? But I'm guessing it's because.
Hang on.
Pragg almost like shakes his head, and right?
Yeah, no, I thought that there was some action in the game in the background between Vincent Keimer.
Right. Speaking of a game in the background, Keimer against Frederick Swane, board 5. It is still ongoing, and while this looks as a fortress, let's move and check what's on board 5. On board 5, Keimer preserved the extra pawn, But black seemingly has, or has to have, enough counterplay. Like f3 is hanging, h4 is hanging. The bishop is quite strong. Queen h5, yeah, and I believe that's the only way to keep both pawns, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if black does nothing, right, you literally just go king h8, king c8.
Precisely, that's what I thought. What's your winning plan? Like you have weaknesses when the queens are on the board. You're potentially like might actually go over there. Your king is not safe. So king h7 or king h7 maybe allows king h8, right? King h8, bishop b7. It feels like black should be surviving this one.
Mm-hmm. Interesting day. Then it will be virtually, if these two games are a draw, then it'll be 9 games out of 10.
In the top 10,
yeah, exactly.
Be draws.
Will be draws. And they would have been of the calmer nature than normal. And still waiting on whether Ivanchuk finds that one incredible drawing resource.
I'm looking for what are the games that are in progress, or maybe some outlier results.
Well,
a lot of draws today. Even on the lower boards, I can see a lot of draws. Remember what, on board 30, what was the board number? 47, where Gelfand played Shirov.
Yes. I think that was that. I think that was a draw as well. That was 34.
How about 34?
I think
34 was a draw, right?
Gelfand had played Ivanchuk the most, and then secondly
Shirov. Yeah. And they're all still playing in this tournament. Is it amazing?
No, it's brilliant. That's why I like this combination.
Yeah, you have
juniors, you have you have wild cards given to the more senior players, and all manner. You have living legends. Vincent Keimer, not satisfied with himself, as he is not happy. I mean, he can't be happy because, when we compare the position he got out of the opening, where everything was so easy, but somehow Frederick Svana just kept the game going, kept it alive, and now is looking like all he needs to do is just maintain the balance. Have the bishop and the queen pointing at the weak f3 and h4 pawns, and everything will be fine.
Right, just like shuffle around, don't blunder the queen straight, and that should be it. Like king h8, and literally can just like shuffle the king and wait for the opponent to kind of show if there is any plan to convert, and it seems like there isn't. Potentially we are in danger if Pragg decides to maneuver for 50 moves and then move the pawn and then maneuver for the next 50 moves. But I don't think he will. I don't think he is this type of player, because the resources in this position are easily exhausted. And then on board 12, Ivanchuk against Vidit. May I ask to revisit this one again? What do you think?
Well, he's still thinking.
You see he's still thinking.
And on board 50, Alexandra Goryachkina is just inching ever closer to that win.
So that means both women player, female players participating in the Open will be on 50%. So both scoring the first win at the same time in the same round.
Yeah. And it's a perfect day for that. And this is one of the things about an event as grueling as this. I mean, you start off with having a lot of energy, and even the first 2 games, I would say, are draining. Because you're playing such high quality chess against high quality opponents.
Right.
They're long time control, and suddenly, when for you did the fatigue kick in? And
I don't know how they maintain the energy levels. Okay, not all of them maintain it. That's why some players have better results, some worse results. But I'm thinking of Mishra. He has played 7+ hours game yesterday. Now he finds himself defending against Pragg, and who knows for how long this one's going to go. And there's a game tomorrow, and then there's a game after tomorrow, and only then you get this one free day.
That is very grueling. And a lot of the players, well, some of the players have come from Fujairah. And they're
Fujairah Masters, but there was another nine-round
event. Again, very strong competition. And they find themselves playing in the strongest Swiss in the world. So we do have a move from Praggnanandhaa, and that is he has tucked his king, unless that was me messing around. He's tucked his king to king h3, which was a plan that I was thinking about.
Yeah, but it's not necessarily clear what... well, so now he'd be able to take and go for your plan, Yovi. He'd be able to take on, say, black, it's white to move. So say, if you wanted your plan to take on h5, to go g4, and to go king g3 and king f4 and g5, you can do so. And say, black's waiting, and you go here, and black's waiting, and let's pretend we go g5. And that's immediately the moment we lose. Why? I mean, don't ask me why. I don't know. Yeah, so pawn takes, knight here. And then knight f7 stops our king from entering the position.
Yeah. Somehow you want to be able to do this without taking too much risk.
Precisely.
I was going to ask, since the players are just maneuvering, for me, this pushing of the d-pawn to d5 also didn't help matters.
I guess he only done it when he realized like there is no, there is no not an easy plan, or maybe there is no plan to win, and that's part of this strategy of, okay, let me try to sacrifice and see if I can get there.
But why not do this?
With the pawn on d4?
Yeah. Why not go for your...
Same thing, kind of do the same thing, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, like do the same thing.
You can do the same thing if you wanted. Yeah, like do this, and say go king g3. Now, for whatever reason, it loses, but I can kind of worst case scenario, say black could go here and return back. So in this particular position, knight c3, I mean, you know, knights can be very tricky. So it's knight c3, d6, knight e4. But even if black just returns back, it's a draw again.
Yeah.
So he just thought, yeah, apparently I can't do much.
And what about this whole idea of pushing g4?
And then just takes.
Just takes.
Then king takes, bishop takes, whatever. Then you just shuffle the king.
But does it make a difference to have the pawn on d4?
No.
No.
It's the same thing, right? You cannot reach... having the pawn on d3 would make a difference, because then the king would enter like this, right?
Well, Abhimanyu Mishra has what appears to have a successful blockade.
Right. So
and is going to keep his unbeaten streak intact.
Not only that, now that I'm thinking, he might be an expert on fortresses. He's broken into a fortress, destroyed the fortress of Yu Yang-yi yesterday, and he has built his own fortress today against Praggnanandhaa.
He has. But it was actually smartly done by Abhimanyu. Because he had an unpleasant position and just resolutely held it.
Very tough, right. So some around here, objectively, what he has done is probably, like, it does lose. But at the same time, like defending with white rook on the board, I don't think you get a very good chance of defending.
Talking about fortresses, there is one happening in the women's section between Meili Jade Wille and Irina Bulmaga. And it's all the way down on board 9.
Board 9?
Yeah.
Alrighty.
So, and this one is a little bit more interesting in the sense that black only has 1 minute left on the clock. And white has 7 minutes and 22 seconds.
For how
ticking down.
long this game is... So for how long this game is going, or this particular position is on the board. I believe black still can try to kind of get in there and maybe sacrifice on b2. So this can still be played for a long, long time.
Yeah.
But I believe this round, even though like most games finished, it is not yet done. We are not yet done talking about this round.
No, no, no. We are gonna start actually to advance our fortress knowledge as we go into the in-game stage. And the main thing is, one person is trying to break the other side down. Will they manage to do it? Well, we're going to take a break and we'll find out more, and we come back. Welcome back to the final portion of day 4 of the FIDE Grand Swiss. It's been a tense day full of closely fought battles, but we have Angelica here with us to share with us one of the highlights.
In the women's section, Antoneta Stefanova, the Bulgarian Grandmaster, faced Guldona Karimova. And in this position, as we look at it, looks like there is a big problem with the bishop on f5. And looks like white is going to take the bishop anytime soon. But also we see the evaluation bar which shows completely winning position for black. And why is that? Because black has his powerful pawns, and d3 was played by Antoneta. Here, after c3, starting to at least block the pawn on c4 and defend the pawn on b4. Well, it didn't matter because pawn is marching forward. d2 has been played. Now, of course, taking would not make any sense because pawn is going forward to d1. So g4, still trying to win that bishop on f5, and here the stunning move came, bishop takes b4. Now, in case white would take on f5 with the queen and go into the endgame, there is going to be one more time, d1, promoting to the queen, and bishop would take on c3. In the game, gf5 happened, bishop takes f3, one more time, the d2 pawn, the c4 pawn there just marching forward. King g2 still trying somehow to stabilize, so there is probably no check here on d1, also defending the queen. But after bishop d4, queen e4, still trying to keep the pressure that there is a still c2 square under control. But after c3, king f3, and the other pawn, the third pawn is coming. b5 has been played, and here white resigned. I mean, what a beautiful game. And if I recall correctly, the quote from the FIDE draw, by the way, who has his birthday today? The pawns are the soul of the chess game, and this is what we see here.
They are the soul of the chess game, especially when they're so far advanced up the board.
Absolutely.
And we also saw this in another game in the open section. So I like to think that the women's section and the open section are competing with each other to produce the same kind of patterns.
We also have seen checkmates with the pawns today. I mean,
yes, on both sections in exactly the same way.
That's why our good friend Yasser Serevan has founded the Pawn Grabbers Association. Right? So sometimes it works that you take a lot of pawns and then marching towards the prize square.
Absolutely. Well, thank you very much, Angelica, for sharing with us this absolute gem. And, well, we have some news for you because during our break, there was a draw between Praggnanandhaa and Abhimanyu Mishra. Praggnanandhaa accepted that Abhimanyu had established a fortress, but we were talking about fortresses in the other game between Vincent Keymer and Frederick Svaner, and you're saying to me...
Yeah, it seems, at least if we trust the machine, that Keymer once again back to having a big advantage. How did it happen? So after queen to h5, and that's what we've seen, queen f4 wasn't the best. Queen g4, check, yeah. I understand how it happens. You, as a human player, you really want to do something proactive. You just cannot like sit and wait, because computer, of course, says king h8, nothing bad can happen. But you want your real counterplay, and sometimes it backfires. So queen d2, and yeah, you're threatening the b pawn, but now queen c8 is a threat. So that's why bishop went to e8, queen goes to c8 anyway, king f7. And now you can take on a6. Queen a6, and if queen b2 happens, then check here, king g8, queen b8, again attacking king f8 and a4. So I'm not sure about like inclusion of the queen b8 specifically, maybe after queen b7 the king goes to f8, but a4 is the key. a4 is the key and the pin on the b file. So the a pawn survives, from what I understand, and then marches towards the prize square.
Yeah, that's a very important move.
Yeah, but it's still tricky to find, right?
Exactly. To accept that the pawn is going to be falling.
Yeah, and you sack b2, you take a6. And again, I understand that from afar, if you don't see this motif of queen b7 pinging the b pawn, you would think nothing changed much, right? My b pawn still stops both of white pawns. All of white pawns are now isolated. My queen's active, so if anything, it makes the position more drawish, not less drawish. But and queen b7, by the way, is the only way of winning this game. Queen b7, and I said king g8. If king f8, then yes, indeed, a4 immediately.
Yep, beautiful, beautiful idea. And it requires great endgame play. And talking about great endgame players and fantastic endgame play, we got to check in on game number 12 between Vasil Ivanchuk against Vidit, because the magical move, Rook H7, was perhaps just one step too much for the human mind.
Yeah, Rook H7 was not found by Vasily. He played Rook to A1, and then it's also a challenging move where Black has to find okay, check on G5 is quite tempting, King here, and Rook B5 is the only move to win, and it was played by Vidit. Rook A check, King D7, and now
Rook A7.
Yeah, Rook to A7, but then both King E6 or King D6 win.
This is
King D6, Rook F7, and then you run.
And this is why the rook had to be behind its pawns. I mean, it's good rook endgame philosophy. Put your rook behind your past pawns.
And then the pawn's running, and rook here, and you can go B2, I guess. But yeah, but much more precise would be King to E6. King E6, attack this pawn, has to go F7, and then it's a check. Whenever the king goes, you take on F7. Rook has to move, and once again, you put the rook behind the pass pawn.
Yeah. It's funny, right? Because it's just one of those things. Could you go Rook A6?
Yeah, you have to. Yeah, I just realized that I said something silly. So you have to go here, King D6. Of course, if you give, this would be stupid, right? It's check, and here, you stop the pawn. So after Rook A6, King to D6, Rook B6, King C5. So there is still some technique required. King C5, and maybe you're getting unlucky, right? So King C4, Rook moves, and a check, and the king is driven even further away.
Yep.
King F5, C5.
Which is actually annoying, right? Because if you didn't have that check.
Yeah, if not for the check on E7, it would have been a draw.
It would have been a draw, because then
like you go C5 immediately, it's a draw. It's like a check, 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 check.
Exactly, and the point is that the pawn on C5 hasn't crossed what I call the river.
Yeah.
If it had crossed over to C4, it crossed the equator, then it would have
check
be a win.
Here,
Black.
Check. How do you win? Here, check.
You start creeping. And then you defend.
Wait, you go to A3,
you go to
and
A3,
you go Rook C7.
And then you go Rook C7.
Yeah, and you go Rook C7,
and
right.
Yeah, I remember this endgame from a fantastic British chess magazine article done by Steve Giddings.
And I've confused this one. So if it's a B pawn, it's a draw. Right, because you don't have this square, right?
He describes it so perfectly that I cut out the article and I have misplaced it. So Steve, if you're watching, I would love to have that article again, because I've never seen this type of endgame described as bad as he did it.
Wow.
It's like he has like squares for the king, like safe, maybe safe.
Like that, yes, almost like mapping the entire
exactly.
endgame.
Here, you got to be ready, because it is a kind of a pincer movement that the king and the rook have to do in order to prevent the rook defending from the side.
Yeah. So now Rook F8 was played, and that means B3, Rook F7, King D6, Rook A7 would lead us to the same type of position where King E6 is the only winning move. To be fair, like quite, I'm not sure the only winning move, but like the easiest winning move, because after B2 there's F7, and Rook B8 would be silly because of Rook B7. Yes. And it's remarkable how both kings run into a check. So Rook B8 would be silly because of Rook B7, and instead Black goes Rook F5 check, where White has to take. As B1 comes with a check, King F6, and computer claims that it's winning, but I'm not sure.
I wouldn't even touch this one.
Do we have
Queen to B8, perhaps?
Do we have the table base? So two winning moves are Queen B2 or Queen F1.
Wow, my Queen to B8 would not have won.
Queen B2 or a Queen F1. Let's follow the line. Queen F1. I go here, queen g1, and I go, say, here, and queen takes a7 wins.
Yeah.
But then how do you know queen takes a7 wins?
Because it's
Queen, and
good.
queen e7's the only move that wins.
Yeah.
No,
Well, this is
you
going
don't want to
into the
touch this
weeds.
one. You're absolutely
And
right.
in the foreground, we could see that there was Jules Moussard and the Englishman now, Nikita Vichigov. Now that game has finished. I think it was a win for Vichigov.
At some point I was checking, Vichigov was better. I still see the position as the game is in progress. But yeah, but it looks completely winning for Vichigov, so it might be just a delay of a digital board.
The only Englishman representing England in this event
Is named Nikita.
Oh yeah, but he's great. You know, it's nice to have all these new faces on the English team. So it's and such a strong player as well.
And he is playing in Batumi, right? He is playing for
Yeah,
the
well,
team.
if it was a secret, I've now revealed it. Yeah, he is playing. I think you can find it on the tournament page.
Yeah,
I hope.
absolutely. Right, so we are not having too many games in progress. We have this Ivanchuk's endgame, we have Kaima and Swana, which is perhaps the most important for the, for the standings, for the top of the standings.
Mm-hmm. And
yeah, there are a few more games in progress, so like even...
Has Alexandra Garyashkina down on board 50, has she managed to win it? Yes, she has.
Yes, Guryachkina's game is finished, so she won.
Mm-hmm.
And now that you've mentioned the only Englishman, I'm checking the results of Ukrainians today, and I do not see a lot of good results. So
Well-
Korobov has lost, and so done Yuri Kuzubov. There was a draw for, ironically, Ponomarev and Elianov playing each other.
As another subject, I'd like to ask, is there a lot of rivalry between the Ukrainian players? Because you have such strong grandmasters. I mean, do they work together? Is that the chess culture? Or is there a strong rivalry?
Well, since recent events, I don't think there is rivalry and so on. But back in the day, yeah, I think some people would work during the team events and so on. But other than that, it's like, yeah, I do my thing, you do your thing. It won't be. So it's nowhere near as, say, now Team India.
Yeah.
Like most of them work together, from what I understand, at least for, yeah, there was still a bunch of individuals.
It's interesting because I always assumed that all the countries were working together. Because I remember, like, Kuzubov, he was working, well, I don't know whether he was working with, but he was attending tournaments with
With Ruslan or
Arashenko.
Ah, this one, yeah, could be, but they come from kind of a similar, from the same chess school, so they might have been an exception.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they might have been an exception.
So in Ukraine, there were certain chess schools?
Several chess schools, yeah, and there were no like chess schools, but basically regional centers, and then you would have Lvov, you would have this little place in Donetsk region called Kramatorsk, where Ruslan is from, and then there was a bunch of players.
And did they, or I'm going to grill you a little bit more on this because it's fascinating to me. So did they all have like a particular style? So like the players from Lvov were known for their in-game play?
You would say so. Well, some trademarks, I would say. But I guess in this age, it's already sort of more of an opening preferences.
Okay.
So let's say the guys from X play X opening.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it's good to know these little bits of information and to find out the culture from different countries. So let's have a look. Let's revisit the Vincent Keimer, Frederick Svana game because...
Yeah.
Okay, you found it.
So Queen B7, King F8, A4 was found. And B4, played by Frederick, is one of the more stubborn moves. Where you have to take on b4, yeah, queen takes, pawn takes, and bishop takes a4. There's still some technique required, I would argue. Because, yeah, there's not that many pawns. And once again, black would be trying to exchange the kingside pawns and then eliminate eliminate the B pawn with the bishop.
Okay. Let's have a deep dive then into how this is going to go. So, well, he's taking with the queen.
Yeah, we'll see it right now.
As we expected.
Queen takes, pawn takes, bishop takes a4. And now I think is the moment to pause for white. Says Miro, and Vincent immediately moved the horse here. So knight to d4.
Well, it's a nice idea to centralize the knight and at the same time, you know, protect the f3 pawn.
Yeah.
Now, what's the winning plan? Is it to come in with the king?
I mean, like the good old chess, the Soviet chess school plan would be like to get the king to e5, you know, to get the pawn on f4 and everything. But now that I'm thinking, after this knight d4, could it be that black has tactical difficulties stopping the b pawn?
Can you
Where do you
run?
go?
Really?
Like knight d4 is a very clever move because it doesn't let the bishop come back to you know, to the long diagonal. How do you even stop the b pawn?
Well, he started with bishop d7.
Bishop to d7, and now
You can
how about
come in-
b5
Okay.
and king e7,
E7,
and
yeah.
b6?
King d6.
So king d6 and okay.
But now you-
This will never happen in a real game, because I was following the computer line, and over here, well, theoretically, you can't really win the b pawn. You'll have to go bishop c8, right, and king c5, and
But then you let go of the king side because okay, if you go, for instance, bishop c8, king c5, can I just show
so
us
I'll just go here.
my proverbial cheapo?
Okay, I'll have to go f4 because after king e3, I no longer win. You go g5. So f4, yes, bishop c8. Now I go king e3, and the cheaper was
King c5.
knight check, right?
Yes.
The cheaper was knight check, knight to f5 as well, but knight... No, wait. The cheaper with knight check doesn't actually work.
What do you mean?
I have no idea.
Like
Knight
knight?
e6, king takes, knight takes, king c6 is a draw. However, and call me dumb, but I don't understand why, knight f5, king b6, king e4, and then king e5, shouldering, only then taking the pawn, is winning.
Okay, I
It's
am
not a
learning
trivial win whatsoever.
new things all along. You shouldn't rush. It's like they say in it. You adopt the Italian expression.
Festina lente, you mean? The
Yes.
one? Yeah. But how is it? Rush slowly, kind of.
Yeah, it was the rush, but don't hurry. That's how I've always learned it.
Yeah, but lente means slow.
Was it hurry but don't rush? That's the
Hurry
way.
but don't rush. Yeah, fine. Yeah. So, but I think that was the computer line where you go b5, b6.
But okay, a human is going to go with a king.
Right. Like my feeling, like first, like this is a very nice kind of setup. Pawn on b4, knight on d4. Right. So you would first want to, you know, activate the king. Maybe first things first. Maybe you go f4 to stop g5. Maybe go f4 to stop g5. So I'd be very impressed if all that happens. Well, apparently, and once again, that's a computer thing, but apparently h5 is a win, which I would never ever think about.
But never in a million years.
Yeah, like you go here.
Exactly. Where is the win?
Check, there,
Knight takes.
there, bishop, there.
Now the king comes
I
in.
probably run over here and you're in time. Yeah, so you go here, here, king h4, or king g4 rather.
And then
you go
king
knight
f5.
f5, yeah.
Can you not go king f5
Oh, okay.
and run that way?
King goes somewhere. Yeah, you do go king f5, not knight. My knight f5. Yeah, knight f5. Does knight f5 win?
Probably.
No, it doesn't. Yeah, king f5. Yes, yes, you're right. And we are just in time to go king f6, because if we go f4, that's still winning. Miro, the endgame expert. How many times I must play this position?
No, I mean, actually, that goes to show it's difficult in game. there's still a fine margin here.
Well, but basically, something you really want to stop is black playing g7, g5. And that's why Compi likes b5, because if you play, like b5, if you go g5, which is like very, very good move for you on the king side, but that means now the bishop is immobilized, bishop c8, and then you take, and you go knight e6, here and here, right?
Even this endgame.
b7. No, but this one's...
Yeah, this one is elementary
This one's
now.
relatively easy. Yeah, you promote and then you have the horsey, the extra horsey. Knight g5, however, you think 2 pawns, but now it's a draw now.
This is what I was looking at. I was thinking, well, it's not so easy if you take the g5 pawn. I forgot about the b.
So the thing is, it's either you go for this, you're ready for the tactics, for all the knight tricks, or if you want to be a bit slower, you go f4. And then, let's see, and then, yes, then you bring the king. You go king f3, king d6, king to e4, and somewhere here, black starts experiencing lack of moves. You want to go knight f5, as simple as that.
Oh,
Yeah,
this
you want to
one
go.
looks
So they go g6.
very human.
And then very human. They go g6 and they go f5. So you're starting exchanging the pawns. I would not call it like the most obvious.
No, but you'd win the h.
You'd win the h pawn, and h pawn sometimes you can promote without, like with the help of knight and the king. So it is winning, but it's not trivially winning.
No.
Ivanchuk with Vidit, shall we?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to comment on Vincent
Yep.
is nodding his head. You know, he's in calculation mode, and that nod tells me that he sussed out the winning plan. So we'll find out whether he finds it, but let's turn our eyes to Vidit as he is navigating this particular rook and pawn endgame. And here there were still traps that Vidit could fall into.
Yeah, let's see what traps can he fall into, because b3, he's calculating right here, so he did not make a move yet. b3 and king d6 are more or less the same move, right? So if you take on d6, rook f7, next move you play is b3. Can you somehow misplay it? So rook takes, how about black playing king e6? Yes, king e6, rook c7. Yeah, king e6 doesn't make much sense because you allow rook c7. The only winning move is b3. Or you start with b3. Yeah, here. You start with b3, and then after rook f7, the only winning move is king d6.
And what happens if you try, hang on, if you go b3?
Yep, check.
It could be very tempting to be flashy. Right, go king e6, yeah.
King e6, and then
why is this a draw?
d7, rook b8, it's white winning. Check rook e8. But yeah, you want to go rook here, right?
Yeah.
And then d8. White has 2 moves to make a draw. It's d8 queen and d8 knight. d8 knight, rook takes, rook b7, rook behind the passed pawn, and this is a draw again.
Yep, it's a draw. But okay, so it was king takes d6.
It was king takes d6, rook takes pawn, and b3.
Which makes a whole lot of sense.
Yeah. Rook to a7, and then the most precise is king to e6.
Yeah, with the idea that after f7, rook f5.
Check, king, whatever it goes, rook takes, rook a6, king d6, rook b6, king c5. But I understand with it, because can you kind of figure out for sure that at the end of this line, this particular rook endgame is winning?
No,
it's
because
not so
instance,
easy.
It's not easy at all, because after this, you have to come up with a king.
And then you
have to give a check.
And hang on a second.
That's a series
hang on a second. So this moment, can I go to e3? If I go to e3, how do I lose? Then I don't control d5.
Okay, let's run
So
through that
rook
one again.
takes here.
King d5.
Then you go d5. And if I go here, now you do a little Lucina to me, I think. No? Can I? Yeah. Now. King c4? King c4, yeah.
Yeah, and then
here, and then just like hide on b2 and win.
Yep.
And besides, there was an annoying move, rook h7, and you can't take the pawn. That was the other one.
Well,
So king e4 is the trickiest.
Well, one thing though is that it's been a lot of hours of play, and it's so easy to hallucinate because the players have been using up a lot of mental energy, and we saw, if you flick backwards, to the complicated endgame that both of these players had.
Well, even the rook anyway, and before that it was very tricky. Well, so Vidit captures d6, rook to f7. b3 is the only move.
Mm-hmm.
b3 is the only move, which, as you pointed out, makes perfect sense. How about rook b8? So if I go rook b8...
He's played b3.
He did play b3.
Mm-hmm.
Rook b8, rook a7, and might still be winning, by the way. But never mind, he did play b3.
And now, White's best chance is to go rook a7 in order to get in. He's moving the rook, a7.
To a7.
Exactly, because you want to promote the only trump in the white position, which is the f-pawn.
So Vidit's down to 4 minutes.
And how many moves are there?
And move 47. So this game, went from, I believe it was a time trouble move 40, and now we are back to having a time trouble only 7 moves later.
Okay, as you mentioned, Mira, just 2 moves to win. King e6
Or
is
b2.
the most clear-cut way.
Yeah, but it's not impossible that b2 will be now.
Yeah.
Now, I don't think you go for it, right? b2, f7, rook f5, that's...
No need.
Unless you can figure... No, you never go for it. Yeah, we figured out. You never go for it, because check here, check, and the king goes. And then the win is to take the rook. Do you want to play this queen?
No. No.
No, the win is to take the rook.
That's
It's good if you have, the table base inbuilt. Imagine in some distant future there could be.
Exactly. I mean,
some.
we had just now about this guy who had Neuralink installed into his brain, to help him with some neurological disease. And absolutely. So b2 is not the move you want. You want safety first, king e6, with the whole idea of just sliding the rook over to f5.
Yep. So king
giving a check.
e6 with a check. So eliminating the last pawn that is there. All right.
But let's stay on this game for a little bit, because they're on move 47. They get added time on move 60. And Vidit has to find the right way. Yeah, the king comes over, as expected.
King e6. Yeah.
And now the only chance is to go f7.
The only chance to go f7, yeah. So this doesn't make any sense, right? It's b2, king f6. Nah.
No, you would only have a chance, right, if the king...
Yeah, if the king was blocking the pawn somehow and the black rook would be passive, yeah. This one can't possibly be. So king e6, f7 is the only move. Anything else from the top boards that is... No, not really. Not really. There's Kaima with Swane, and there is Vidit with Siwanchik. So we stay with this game, but could you please check if Kaima and Swane, I mean, on your board?
There's no progress.
No progress. Okay,
whatsoever.
so of course Vincent is trying to calculate it through.
And there, I mean, they're on move 54, so just a few moves until the second time control. The third.
All right.
Yeah.
No, but how tiring it is. You're absolutely right. So there was something in the middle game, I believe. There was a lot of hard decisions in the end game, and then at the very end, you once again have to calculate, and you have to. It's so hard.
Well, one of the things that has always struck me as rather remarkable about especially the Indian players is that they're used to tiredness as a state. For them, it's not a negativity, because when I talk to them about getting to places, they say, oh yeah, you know, it took me 22 hours, and the next day I was playing chess.
Right, so this idea of it has to be like perfect comfort and so on, they are not necessarily used to that.
No. And I did ask them, I said, well, how do you cope? And they said, for us, it's very standard, you know, because, you know, we just accept it as it is. And F7 has been played. And it's a question of mindset. It's the same with stress, right? If you think that stress is something that is debilitating, is bad for you, then you're going to react negatively. But if you think, well, actually,
I'm stressed and it's all right.
Exactly, it's all right. And let's see what I can do under these circumstances, then you come at it with a different mindset.
Yeah, I have to change mindset then.
Me too.
I have, kind of give myself a lot of wiggle room, make up a lot of excuses because I'm quote unquote stressed.
No, you can't rely on that one anymore. And Vidit, he's just putting the final touches to his calculation.
The pawn is about to promote. You have two ways of stopping it. It's rook f5 or rook b8.
And
then
remember,
rook b8 leads to rook b7.
Exactly. That's what I wanted to point out. There's a danger.
Rook b8 is rook b7 and no, not rook b7. No, I'm being silly. Rook b7 is not it, Jovanka. There was one line where we were going rook b7, but here, rook b7, f8, rook f7.
Oh.
Yeah, it's not it. So after rook b8, the draw is king goes. And that makes it much more dangerous, right? Because you can blunder a move like this. I mean, it makes it much more dangerous for Vidit, because if the refutation was like rook b7, you check such moves.
Exactly.
You check such moves, right? Rook b7 tactics, but I have counter tactics. I take and I go rook b7. And here king e3, b2, and then f8 queen, rook takes, and rook b7. And this is the way white makes a draw.
And this makes it extra tempting for black to fall for it. He's got rook b8. Oh!
Wow. Rook b8. So Vaishali once again is led back into this game if he finds, and that's the only move, king e3. That's the only move, because king e4, guess what? The pawn will be promoting with a check. You can't go f8 anymore. You need the king closer to the pass pawn, so king e3 is the only move.
And you have to spot this, because there's such a big temptation to resign, because you think rook to b7.
Yeah, again, you check, my only option is rook b7.
Exactly. Exactly. Oh. Will Ivanchuk find the drawing resource to tuck the king to e3 and then play rook to b7?
King e3, any other attempts for black? I don't know, go c5, but now rook b7 works.
Exactly.
Rook b7 works because the king moved away from the f-file. So you kind of absolutely have to go b2 and then f8 and rook b7.
He can save it.
He can save it with the move king to e3.
With the idea of going rook to b7. That is white's only hope of saving the game.
Can we have, maybe not each round once per tournament, can we have a legend award? a legend of a tournament.
Yeah.
If king e3 is played, I would definitely...
He's playing it. He's reaching for the king.
He won't go to f3. He won't go to e4. Just move the king.
He's got 3 minutes on the clock. He's tapped
he
the
does
king
it.
to e3, and that is the drawing move.
Well, it's still not over until it's over, but you know, him having found king e3 is amazing.
Absolutely. And then to understand that the next move is going to be rook to...
Yeah, he threatens rook b7, so black kind of has to play b2, and then rook b7 loses, obviously, and so does the funny f8 knight, but f8 queen, of course, black has no choice but to take. Then you go rook b7, then you capture this pawn, and unlike in the previous line, now your king is not getting cut off.
Yeah, and...
b2 played.
And now, again, another important detail. You have to queen. The queen is already on the board.
The queen is already there. Yeah, the queen is already there. And it's f8. Rook has to take the queen. And he's going to go rook to b7. And that is saving the game.
Incredible. And Vidit, well, now he's got less than a minute on the clock. And it just shows. He suddenly realized he's lost it.
Wow.
So close.
So close.
And so far away.
Yet so far away.
Wow. I'm glad we were here to watch this remarkable defense there from Ivanchuk.
Wow, yeah, and you know...
Fascinating endgame.
It's a fascinating endgame, and I believe, like, Ivanchuk has a lot of supporters, a lot of people are happy to see him saving, but imagine sitting in front of him, and Vidit done everything right, but one last move. When he had to go rook f5, he went rook to b8. So king d5 now, and I guess there's no point in, you know, being clever. You just take the b pawn. Mm-hmm. By the way, it seems to be the only move to make a draw. But, you know, it's not the hardest one.
No.
So yeah, if you go king d3, that'd be very silly because you'll let black to defend. Yeah. So yeah, there is no other move but to take. There's no other move but to take.
And then the whole
point... So you take, and black goes c4, and
here you can just start bringing the king.
Can you, though? Because king d... Yeah, you can, but after king d3 and the check, you'll have to go to e2.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
You can also...
I think it's either or. No, maybe rook b1. Yeah,
no, but then this allows c4. And then you slide the king back. This is
then you give a check,
and now, yeah.
And you give a check, and if king goes to a3, this is where you go king d3.
And this is the whole point, right? Because sometimes you have situations where the black rook can come up to f5 and defend its pawn from the side.
Yeah, but then the king has to be kind of cut off.
Exactly.
Right?
But now the white king is just simply going to start approaching this c-pawn. And remember that in the endgame, it's the teamwork that makes the dream work.
Rook and the king, stopping the pawn together. So maybe one last precise decision is needed. Okay, let me make some like panicky move. If I go rook b7, it's a draw. Another panicky move, rook h2, and it's a draw. So guess what? Maybe that's just a drawish position. Because yeah, why don't I go rook b7? I just go there and Philidor. Philidor is the name.
And it's his birthday today.
Yeah.
And let's show everyone what the Philidor position is that we're talking about. So the rook goes...
So whatever, go here, go here, go here, go here, go here. And when you give a check, and go...
Somehow we're not getting it.
Go
because the
here.
white rook needs to be on...
No, it's fine. That's still fine. Because king e6, I'll still get there, right?
Okay, and the king f6.
So basically, this is the Philidor.
Yep.
And I'm waiting on the third rank so that the king cannot go there. And when eventually black gives up and moves the pawn there, this is the moment to come behind and give those checks from behind. Ivanchuk went rook to c2 instead. But then again, that's a draw. Rook to h8. Rook f2 is okay, rook g2 is okay. Yeah, it's important not to move the king, because then a check, exchange the rooks, and black king is going to c4. So.
And don't put the rook on
this one's
the A
fine,
line.
though. This one's fine,
This one is fine. Because the point is that if you trade off rooks, it's a draw.
So the king is only kind of in the right square. So
and you can judge that by the fact that the king and the pawn are together, like they're side by side. If the black king were in front of the pawn, well, then you would have lost.
Yep.
It's in certain circumstances where you...
Right, but then maybe this is kind of in a schematic way, this is what you do, right? You go here. And after whatever move black plays, you go here, and here's your Philidor. You go to g3, you go to c1. Such a miss by Vidit, but such a save, and what a fantastic save by Vasily Ivanchuk.
It's tough with chess, you know.
Well, it is.
One slip up, and that was enough for
that
Vasil to save the game. But here, the main thing for Vasil is simply not to... He puts his rook at the edge, which is also fine.
He went rook to c1.
Yep. And as long as the white king starts approaching the c pawn.
Right. The king in front of the c pawn, you can allow black a lot, right? Okay, as long as you get to c1, there's not much black can do. Yeah, and understandably, Vidit is playing this partially because of disappointment, because he knows he was completely winning, and yeah.
Well,
rook h2, or was it? Yeah, rook h2, cutting off the king.
There's one small trap.
That's the one.
Yes.
But then you go to c3, right?
I know.
And then you free the rook.
I know. But there was...
I know you know. But when you've mentioned small trap, I've quite quickly identified what you mean. So that we have to show, precisely.
Yeah, we have to show what the trap entails.
This, and if the rook takes, it's a check from here, and then you win the rook.
Yeah.
But is this a loss? Yes, this one's a loss.
Okay.
This one's a loss.
Because you can snake the king round.
But not immediately, though. But rook b2 first for some reason.
Okay.
Because if you go king c5, I would have thought king c5. But then rook b1, very important, and then c3, you still have king d3. Yeah, that's another level. If you ask me, that's another level.
Okay.
So rook h2. Just go king d3.
And
is he afraid of after king d3? Or maybe he sees another move. Well, check is a draw as well, but he's done king d3.
I think he's going to go
check, and yeah, c2, king c4, rook g1, and we will end up in a Philidor position.
Yeah, and now I'm torn between staying on this game, which we know is going to be a draw. And then maybe we switch our eyes over to the Vincent Keimer, Frederick Svana, or shall we stick with this one?
Can you tell me if Keimer and Svana have progressed?
Yeah, there's been big progresses there.
Big progress. So
this one was just too exciting.
Yeah, I mean, I can't leave, but we both know that it should be. Yeah, a couple of moves more. Maybe, just maybe, it'll. I mean, it already kind of did.
Yeah, and now here we're going to expect rook to g1 because the rook wants to be going to the long side.
But you know, the digital clock says Vasily's on seconds. I mean, this is
Yeah,
This is
ooh.
something that is
Okay, we'll stick with this one.
always.
Well,
He's on seconds. Rook
who's
to
rook G1? Well,
G1. And that's move 57.
the players do get a 15-minute time bonus once they pass move 60.
Second rank check, but this should be absolutely automatic for Vaishali.
Sit down to see how carefully he makes the
C1.
move.
Yeah.
Vidit is not happy. Not happy at all because there's nothing to be done here. The Philidor's position is about to be set up by Ivanchuk. So close to the win for Vidit, but just one slip. Just moving that rook back to B8.
And Ivanchuk found it. Right?
Yep.
He missed the rook h7, the study-like draw, but then he found the other draw, which once again wasn't that trivial.
Yeah. Okay, whilst this one is heading to a draw, let's cast our eyes to Vincent Keimer against Frederick Svaner, because there Vincent is showing us the technique. So whilst Svaner is thinking maybe we can do an action replay and see how we go.
Yeah, so indeed, after spending some time, he went b5, king e7 and h5, which was, let me tell you, which was a big, big mistake. He is winning, but no, you want to go, this is amazing. So move 54, or rather move 55, he finds the most precise, the most exact move, move 55, b5, king e7, and then he lets it all go with h5. You see the evaluation bar drops to the to the equal, and then black had to play king d8. Don't ask me why d8 and not d6. d6 seems much more natural, but d8 would have been a draw. Instead, king d6 happened, king e3, once again letting it back.
Yeah.
What's going on?
Well,
King to c5, king e4.
well, the eval bar is just seesawing.
d6. No, this one's
This one
okay.
now
Yeah.
is
Here,
good.
here, and
And-
here. So the draw, the problem, let's say try to identify what the problem was, at least after king e3. He could have gone bishop to e8, after this check, gone to c7, and if knight g7, bishop b5. So he got to take on the b5 with the bishop, with his king being on b6. And now black king is on c7, and it seems, yeah, king on b6 and white king on e4. So he's gotten kind of this similar position at tempo or two tempi down.
Yeah.
And that makes all the difference. By the way, king e5, king 5 is tricky. Anyway, king e5, bishop e2, king f4.
But that's actually very difficult to identify. You know that
For black,
for
yeah,
black,
I
you
agree.
know that the bishop
So
goes to e8. And
I'd say realistically, king d8 could have been an easier find. Like if you go king d8, so that, because king d6, b6, for instance, right? And then you cannot come closer to the pawn, which b6, by the way, would have won. Yeah, after king d8, you simply plan to go bishop e8 and attack the h5 pawn. Anyway, so now everything seems to be, everything kind of clarifies now. Okay, what happens if I just like run with the king?
That's-
White takes g7 and I run with the king again.
and I snatch.
You
your
go
h pawn.
f5, and yeah, you just win 2 pawns and you win the
Yes.
game. Yeah, was there a chance for me to like, yeah, say I go here, but then you go in with the king? Yeah, and we've seen this.
And it's very important that the king is there to shoulder away his
And
counterpart.
all of these, yeah. So black king cannot come into a corner. Then you get the pawn on f5, then you go king g6, then you go f6, then you take the pawn and all of that. Wow.
Chess is a tough game.
Chess is dramatic game indeed. And king f4 was move 61. King f4 was move 61.
Yep. It is this the...
And is Ivanchuk's game officially over?
No, it's still going.
It's still going.
It's just
They're
very
still
difficult
going.
for Vidit to accept
Of course.
that he has spoiled a win.
Wow. That is... It's really, really rough.
It really is, because, you know, you pour your heart and soul into the game for several hours, and then just one small error.
That's why it's such a cruel game, right? There is no such advantage that you cannot give away with one move, with one silly move. Yeah.
Exactly, like in tennis or something, you always have a chance to recover.
Anything which involves like point-to-point score, football or tennis or basketball, you have, you know, a bad moment, but if you were winning with a huge score previously, you cannot really undo all of that in one moment, right? Here, it can be, yeah, that's why the computer evaluation is so confusing, because people say, okay, plus 10 is more winning than plus 5.
Yeah.
And perhaps it is, but you can undo plus 10, you can undo plus 20 in one silly move.
Exactly.
Very, very often.
Depending on the type of position as well,
Yep.
because sometimes even a plus 1 is going to be easily winning.
Yes.
Because the position is so simple and so easy to play, whereas a plus 3 or plus 5, even plus 20 in a massively complicated position.
It's either you are checkmating or you are the
Yeah.
one getting checkmated. How about MVL's position?
Exactly.
He was winning, yes. Theoretically, you can check that the moment he played, I believe, like move queen e1, and he could have played queen h4 in the next move. Computer was saying MVL was winning.
It was like plus
And he
3.
was lost after 2-3 moves.
Exactly. And it just goes to show the pendulum keeps swinging backwards and forwards, but it's going to remain staunchly in the middle as we have handshake, a draw between Vidit and Vasil Ivanchuk.
What a save. What a save by Vaishali.
But yeah, the players just sharing some thoughts.
And I believe they both realized that rook f5 was winning for black. But I imagine their surprise when they find out that rook h7 was objectively a draw. Like, had white found this rook h7 amazing resource that was objectively a draw.
It's one for the books.
Absolutely, absolutely. That's the end game that people will be studying. You know, you can make a lot of like end game puzzles examples out of one game.
It was remarkable, and I really recommend that our viewers replay that moment. Rook h7 with the idea of d7, which is absolutely fantastic, because, you know, you want to catch the black king in a mating net. And there we see the players analyzing.
So now they're analyzing this one.
This endgame. No, but this endgame is, as we know, very complicated.
Yeah, and Vaishali actually says, yeah, you take the rook, you block queen e7, you have the c pawn. And I won't be surprised if he knows that this is a winning position. I know. And now they're analyzing, look, and Vidit says, yeah, I can take, and king to d6. And now, yeah, you have to go here, king c5, and he's seen everything. King c5, and Ivanchuk agrees, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, and Ivanchuk agrees that, yeah, clearly. Wow, what a save.
Totally. Magnificent save there from Vasil Ivanchuk. And a save is exactly what Frederick Svana is desperately hoping for, but Vincent Keimer is in full control. It's just a question of munching on those pawns on g7 and h6 at the right time, but you can't do it too quickly. It has to come with the assistance of the white king.
Yeah, and I'm checking that's the only game still running in the top 20. And let me tell you what, in top 20 we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 decided games. And in top 15 we have only 2. Or wait, 2 or 3, maybe 3. Yeah, only 3 games finished with one or the other side. Okay, there'll be the 4th one. No, there'll be the 3rd one. There'll be the 3rd one. So a lot of bottom line, I cannot do math on the 7th hour, but bottom line, it's a lot of draws today. So basically, that's what I wanted to say.
Apparently, there's a golden rule in casting in general, which is never do maths.
Never do math. Yeah, it should be one of the reminders you have. Never do math on air.
Exactly.
Never do math on air.
I live by that rule.
Either you have your starts ready or never get involved. Absolutely.
And talking about maths, well, 2 pawns versus 1.
That's 1 extra pawn.
That is 1.
I still can do this one. I can still do this one.
Yeah.
Now, I've already told you I'm a very talented player when it comes to losing winning positions. So can I?
Yeah, I was going to tell you, Miro.
I'll wait. And you go knight f5. And bishop d7, it's, not bishop c6, but bishop d7. And I know this won't happen, but it gets to show that white was winning plus whatever, 7, 3 moves ago. And it's not like yeah.
How are you going to...
Black's winning.
Black's winning, right. I was going to say, it's even the wrong rook
It's the right, the right pawn.
The right rook pawn, rather.
Yeah, it's the right pawn.
Yeah.
So the win is...
I need to tell you that, knight to f5 to me is as obvious as it gets.
But then I go here.
Right.
And you go here, I go here.
And then...
Right?
Then knight to g3 apparently is the winner.
So the compy says, you have to go to g3.
And come in with the king. Because knight to f5 might have been an obvious move, but the follow-up isn't that easy to calculate. However, going back to our game position, if you don't go knight to f5 or king to g3, it is a draw. Yeah, for some bizarre reason. I've got the table base up and running.
I guess I know what you want with king g3. You're threatening knight f5, and then bishop e8, you answer with king h4. It's not not the first thing that crosses your mind. I'd be tempted to go like king e5s of this world and so on. Yeah, of course I understand the f3 pawn is hanging, so it's...
But for instance, if you were to go take some time out and go king to g4...
King g4 and
that actually is a draw.
That's silly because king here.
c7, and here, you can't go your knight to f5 because of your bishop to d7.
And king f4. That actually kind of forces a draw because here, king g4 back to d7, knight g7 back to c6.
So Vincent still has to play very precisely, and so knight to f5 or king to g3. And king to g3 is so inherently difficult because we're taught to go forward. We want to come forward with the king to g6. We want to put it in the bag.
But wait a second. So over here, if you were to find this king g3 move, so you went king to e5 and then to f4, then you finally took the pawn, and now you have to go to g3. Is it amazing? Or you have to return with the knight to g3.
Which, to my eyes...
And again, I think you're winning, but...
But hang on a second. What happens after bishop c6? I mean, how...
c6... I'm not sure, because the bot keeps saying knight here.
So maybe it is this king g3 idea is the only way forward.
I'm being silly. Yeah, feels like. So king g4 doesn't really help you because... now the king goes to c5. So apparently it's the only idea. And even computer is distracting because it told us that you go to g3, right? No, it's not the game. Yeah, wait.
Yeah, because I think he's trying to get to the same position.
So here, king g... king g4 is the same. Yeah, it
it's
gives
your
king
bishop to
g4, but after
d7.
bishop at d7, you return.
And then we have that rather humorous position that you were showing us, the king g4, bishop d7, and like
okay,
11.
let me move your pawn. Yeah, let me move my pawn.
Disable your army in one swoop.
No, the silliest move that probably wins with black is king to a7. It does. We are having fun at the expense of the players, but
No, it's at the expense of the position and
at the
ourselves.
expense of the position, rather. We don't force them to play.
No, I mean, we're not expecting, but I think it's actually quite instructive, like this whole pinning thing with bishop coming to d7, because it's a key defensive idea. And that's why Vincent is deciding to use his time. But I mean, let's just work through this. Knight F. I just feel like knight f5 is that a little bit more natural, but.
So knight f5, bishop to e8.
Knight g3.
And it says knight g3. But after bishop c6, I don't quite get it.
Yeah.
Quite get it, because, well, the first line the computer has, it returns to 2f5, and then it goes knight e4.
Right.
Okay, so it wants to transfer the knight to e4.
But now you go bishop to e8.
Now I go to e8. Now the knight goes to f6. And if you were to go here, now, learn and behold.
Why can you not step up with your king? Because once again, you've not making any progress.
Yeah, if knight attacks pawn, then once again I go bishop e8. Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh no, now I can go.
If you step up with the king.
No, I can go knight g8 finally, because after king g4, there's nothing to pin.
He's made a move, Mira.
There's nothing to pin. Remember, I was attacking this pawn from f5, and then after king g4, you would pin me. But now, yeah, it's king here, check, king here, attack this, I move away.
Knight f5, knight to g3.
Knight f5, knight to g3.
As we expected.
Wow.
King g3, I think, was just too
Yeah, king g3 was
alien-like.
inhuman, alien, alternative life form move.
Exactly. Would call over the arbiter if we found king to g3. We're like, this guy,
This
is a
guy.
genius.
So knight to g3. Right. Now, if you move, kind of trying to bring the king closer, this gives white the moment to move the king, and the f3 pawn is not targeted. So king e5, arguably it's an easier win. Yeah, you get the king to f6, you get the pawn to f5, you go king g7. This looks like an easier win. So if black wanted to kind of put up some fight, it probably has to be bishop c6.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. At least you tie down the king.
Yeah.
And then...
Is there a chance that I'll be able to kind of swindle around and go c4, d3, e3, whatever? So f4. Yeah, f4, by the way. f4, king d3 is a draw.
Why?
Believe it or not. So, again, I understand, like, it's easy to claim the position is winning when it's plus 11, but like, why not to move the pawn? And then king d3 all of a sudden is a draw.
But why is this a draw?
Because I'll finally get to your pawns.
Okay, let's play this one out.
Yeah,
Because
so f5, king to e3, only move. f6, king to f3. And then, yeah, and then this one is gone. So you go, say, here, right?
But yeah, maybe instead of advancing the pawn, this one I see because you win the h-pawn and the bishop has enough room to maneuver. Bishop c6.
Bishop c6 played, yeah. So bishop c6 played. Now you need to go knight e4. Because again, king g4 allows...
And this is where, so we were looking at, king g4 is going to allow king coming back.
c5, strangely, not even c7. Anyway, what we were looking for, I was suggesting this king c5, king e5, and king c4 desperate king run. And then, yeah, king e6 is winning, but f4, king d3 would be a draw.
Okay, but let's stick with the
game.
game because this one is
C6.
fascinating enough. So knight to e4 was played.
Knight e4 was played, and it seems that Vincent, who, by the way, has 12 more minutes, time's not an issue. He plays fast because he worked it out, right? Seems like he worked it out.
We have king c7. That's option number one. Also, you can go bishop to e8. And
I guess that's about it,
knight
right?
f6, but what happens after bishop f7?
So here, knight f6, bishop f7. Right. And then you go, oh, wait. I said it this way as if I know what.
This is what I wanted to
yeah,
say.
I go here and I still go here and knight g4, right? Oh, no, there was something else. Was it? Was there? King g4, yes, and then king goes here. This engine, by the way, doesn't make any sense. And now, yeah, king h4 is my only move to win.
But okay, you have to slide the king over. Because if you actually go king e5, I just want to point out, there's no inroads.
Right.
King e5, you just block it.
And funny enough, both of those make a draw.
Yeah. Unbelievable.
c7 or king c6.
And the knight just cannot be released.
You just
Exactly, I mean...
Just a draw. Yeah, I mean, just a draw. Maybe it's an exaggeration. You go after this pawn, you try to somehow promote the f-pawn, but black is able to hold the draw.
Vincent has 12 minutes on the clock, so a lot of time. And Fredrik Svane has 5 minutes and 33 seconds ticking down.
So
But the onus is on him to make Vincent's life as difficult as possible. Which one of these do you think is the most tricky attempt? Is it king c7 to kind of...
Well, after king c7...
King f5 is what I...
e5 or f5, right?
I was thinking king f5, king g.
f5, so that you're threatening king g6.
And then bishop to e...
Bishop to e8. And now your knight f6 once again doesn't, or not your knight f6, but
Well, it was
my knight
my
f6 doesn't really win, but knight g3 and king d6, well, d7 or d6, it probably doesn't matter, the king goes in. But even then, how are we so sure that's a win, right? So our next move, by the way, is not king g7, because king g7 is answered with king e5. So our next move is f4. Yeah, and maybe this has to be mentioned. That this is a nice setup, right? The knight and the pawn guard these three squares from the black king, and then the next move will be king g7. You collect, you go to g5 or back to g7, whatever.
Well, what technique is needed?
Speaking of, can I press? Yeah, everything's losing. On a previous move, we are in a table-based territory, Yovi. So the moves to win were knight f5, knight e4, knight f1. But knight f1, I guess, is kind of, you know, the transposition. So basically, there are a few moves, but only one idea.
Yeah.
Right. You can dance around, but in order to win, you'll end up with a king on h4. It seems.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, you have to spot this idea.
Yeah.
And it makes perfect sense once you work out that, believe it or not, the king and the knight cannot approach in the most sensible, most logical way.
Yeah, but it's like in every single endgame manual, every single endgame book, they say centralization. Put the knight on f6. It's multitasking. It defends the pawn. Go through the center. Go king e5. And wait, it's not winning.
And this is difficult. Fredrik, just deciding which is the path of the most resistance.
So they've gotten an increment, right? And that suggests that this game, which probably is the only game that will be visiting everything's done in the women's section, why don't we check the results in the women's section and then return to this one? I don't think we'll miss the end of this game.
No, it's still to come. And it was, as you can see, a lot of draws at the top. But Katerina Lagno's win and Vaishali's draw means that we now have a co-leader. Katerina Lagno and Vaishali, they're sharing the lead. And it was an interesting day for Fatalieva. She won against Maria Muzichuk. And some near misses, I would say. Tan Zhongyi almost losing to Salimova.
And look, remember there was Vaishali in the lead. There were maybe a few players on 2.5, or maybe even 2 only, right? And there was a bunch of players on 2 out of 3. So now we'd be seeing, we have the co-leaders, and then we see new faces on 3 points, right? So there'll be Irina Bulmaga, there'll be Antonetta Stefanova joining the top boards, because this draws in a group of 2 out of 3 actually push those players somewhat behind.
Yeah, there's a serious chasing pack behind the 2 co-leaders. And interesting enough, in the open section, it's still Parham Maghsoodloo who is at the top with 3.5 points. So no one has...
He's the sole leader. Yeah, Pragg had a chance to catch up with him, but yeah,
didn't quite manage.
Didn't break through the fortress of Abhimanyu Mishra. And yeah, and once again, the our broadcast goes with the last game going, right? Or do we have, I believe we might have.
Well, it's definitely the...
Yeah, there are a few more games, right?
Yeah, but this is the last remaining game in the top 20. And Frederick Svana now down to his last seconds as the clock ticks down to under 30 seconds. But
wow, he's really
he's really gone into the tank.
What did he do? Bishop to e8, and then King g4 played without any hesitation, which is still a winning move, right?
Yeah, still winning.
Still a winning move. But then after, wait. Could it be still some trickery going on? Because after King g4, Bishop d7, apparently, if you go to h4, and remember we wanted to get to h4, then still winning. But after Bishop c6, how do you improve the position? Again, the king guards this. The knight, well, kind of physically blocks the scope of the bishop.
He's under 10 seconds, Miro.
He did play.
He did make his move.
He did play a check. King g3. King g3. So again, bishop e8.
King g4.
I think this is where you go knight f6 with the king on g3.
Exactly.
Knight f6, bishop f7, king h4. And you go here, and you go here. Wow. I'm so confused with this endgame.
Like, the endgame has been
many different versions, huh?
Exactly, but I mean, the path has been found, king to g3, and then this was the whole point, that the king does an amazing job defending that pawn on h5, and it's the knight that's going to maneuver over to f6 and g4, and just snack, or g8, snack on the h6 pawn. Vincent has worked it all out, Miro.
So bishop goes knight f6, and then is there any kind of tricky way? I don't think there is.
I guess you could go bishop c6.
You go bishop c6, and when the knight attacks the pawn, you start running with the king, yeah?
Yeah.
So knight takes.
But he's gone bishop f7.
Bishop to f7, so now king h4 is what is played. Maybe now you should try to run with the king, right? King c5, yeah, let's present king c5 here, and king, d6, or whatever, king d6, knight takes. Bishop somewhere. And I guess now there's no longer a chance.
Well, he's...
In g5, and the f-pawn goes all the way.
It's under 20 seconds.
Oh, well. King to c5, yes.
You might as well.
Starts running. Now, knight g4 is the only winning move, by the way, which is not a surprise when you have the king on h4, right? So knight here. Black once again is in deep, deep trouble. And look, there's also this, that after knight h6, bishop h5, king h5. I understand it's a very silly line, but theoretically white has the only winning move here, king g4.
Yeah.
I'm just looking for a potential study that I'll compose based on this endgame. Bishop went to d5. Bishop went to d5, and now f4 is played.
Yeah.
And what did he do? What do
you do? That's exactly what Frederick is thinking in this, as the h-pawn is falling and the position just crumbles.
Right, so finally, after knight h6 and king g5, it seems that white kind of, connects everything together. And there shouldn't be much fight left in the position
the camera
after that.
Says it all, as he advances with his king, but of course the pawn is going to be disappearing, and now the white king is simply going to enter into the game.
Plus 99 is the valuation of an engine, which means,
And Vincent, with his very critical win, is going to move up the standings, and Vincent does it.
So
it was a tense in-game, but in the end, he managed to work out which way to go, and he wins.
Wow, that was a tough game for Vincent, being presented close to decisive advantage, right from the opening, right? And then Frederick Swane was defending like a lion and almost saved it, and at some point it was an equal position, and then once again, Vincent was setting up. It's not the first time Vincent wins, the position that under other circumstances could have been a draw. But yeah, it's all about that, like put some pressure, even in the last hours, even the simplest of positions, put some pressure, play some tricks, and eventually...
It's like they say, it's the in-game grinder's motto, right? You start off with a position where there are 50 ways to draw. Then you make it, and then by the end, there's only one way that your opponent can draw. And if they find it great...
Yeah, sometimes they miss it.
Absolutely. It's been quite the gripping day here in Samarkand. So, of course, it's time to nominate our player of the day. So, in the open section, I'm going to gift it to you, Miro.
Well,
it's been decided.
It's been decided. So it's Divya for her first win, becomes a player of the day in the open section, and player of the day in the women's section is Katerina Lagno for her brilliant Sicilian win.
And once again, we find ourselves in the 7th hour of play. And after some huge fights, let's take a look at the results in the open section.
Do we have the result? I think we do. Yeah, I think we do. And at least for the, for the top boards.
Yes.
And let's work it out. Parham Maghsoodloo still is the sole leader. With 3.5 points after his draw, like many draws, as you can tell. So the only wins being Kaimer, and he moves to 3 points. That's a big tie, though. Abdusattorov, Pragg, Mishra, Gukesh, Erigaisi, Gumulaj. Firouzja was on 2.5, was on 2, so Firouzja has 2.5. And Kaimer joins, and so does Maurizi.
Does after an absolutely firecracker of a game. Maurizi, French champion, just 18 years old, beating MVL. It was draws for
Not done yet with those on 3 points, Jovanka, because Richard Rapport winning against Alexander Pragg, Jakub Boyev beating Kuzubov, Bluebaum winning with black. A lot of black wins. Pay attention. Bluebaum winning against Cristobal Henriquez, Vitugov, Edomush, all of them winning join the tie for the third, right? Oh, for the second.
Second place.
Third? For the second. It's a huge pack of hungry wolves.
Exactly, the field.
Chasing Parham Maghsoodloo.
The field is wide open, and that means it's been another gripping day here in Samarkand. But of course, we can do this without the gratitude and well, the help of our sponsors, co-organizers and partners whose support have made the FIDE Grand Swiss 2025 in Samarkand possible. So we thank the Uzbekistan Chess Federation,
the Youth Affairs Agency of Republic of Uzbekistan and the Ministry of Sports of Republic of Uzbekistan for their dedication and leadership, as well as our partners, the Al Malik Mining and Metallurgical Complex, Uzbekistan Airways, China Datang and AMEA Power for their commitment to promoting chess in the region and worldwide.
Yeah, absolutely. Such invaluable support. But what a day it has been here in Samarkand. Tension on every board, with Parham Maghsoodloo still holding on to the lead, but with co-leaders now, with Vaishali and Katerina Lagno in the women's section. Still a massive chasing pack. So we'll find out what happens tomorrow. But we're going to leave you now with some highlights from today's action at the FIDE Grand Swiss. So from us, it's good night.
Bye-bye.